Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Group Stages. This is day 2, and for some teams, that's their chance for redemption from a less than stellar day number 1. For others, they're all about riding that momentum to get them all the way through to finals. Still others are just trying to make their way out of the pack. Either way you slice it, today's games are going to be epic, and I couldn't be more excited to be riding through that epic gameplay. My name is Kate, and alongside me on our desk, I'd like to welcome IGN's Parallax Stella, and of course, our very own girl. Ladies, welcome to the Apex Legends Analyst Desk. Excited to be with you here again today on day number 2.
Thank you so much, Kate. Excited to be here with you as well. Super excited for today. There's going to be a lot of different meta changes, a couple different teams that we haven't seen on our last broadcast that were previously in Nicewig streams, so it's going to be a little bit different today. I'm super excited to be here to watch my favorite game.
Absolutely. Someone else's favorite game this has to be. Stella, I know you've been excited. You're once again joining us on the desk for day 2. How you feeling going into this competition?
Feeling super excited and almost nervous for these teams. I'm really excited to see which teams are going to be stepping up because all of these teams are going to be trying to step up their game for day 2 because there's only one more day left. So I hope to see some more aggression today.
Absolutely. There is definitely a when the rubber meets the road mentality, which cannot be understated. Every point, every game is needed. Everything is on the line. No pressure at all. Let's talk about that line, specifically the schedule that we've been keeping this week, and you can take a look at how we've broken down our group stages. We've got 3 days of group stages for both our EMEA Super Regional and our North American Regional streams. And something else to note there, you'll see an influencer stream. Nicewig holding it down over there on that secondary stream. Getting real hoarse, but really exciting gameplay. That guy knows hype like nobody's business. And a huge thank you to him, as well as DazPF, doing that same role over on our EMEA stream. Now let's take a look at what you all have coming up here with our finals. You want to know the day we're giving away $250,000 to our winning teams in both EMEA and North America? Well, it's right there on your screen. June 12th. And June 13th, that is where you're going to want to be to see some lives change, some epic gameplay. And girl, I got to imagine from the perspective of these players and these teams, that is a day that will live in infamy.
Absolutely. That's what players have been working their way up to all year long. This is it. Everything's on the table right now, so all those small mistakes have to go. You have to try and make it past these group stages. You want to. You're going to give it your all. Even if you didn't have the great first day, you can definitely pick it up here in day 2 and in a couple days for day 3.
Absolutely. Some redemption story starts now. Well, if you're also joining us for the first time, you may be wondering, how does this tournament actually work? It's a little bit different because we do have group stages, of course, for our finals. Well, we've put together a nice little explainer video that helps break down exactly that. Take a look.
The Apex Legends Global Series Championship has finally arrived. Before the chaos begins, we wanted to take a moment to explain the championship format and how teams earn their placement. The ALGS Championship takes place in 2 stages, the group stage and the championship finals. 40 teams, ranked by their ALGS points, will be entered into 4 separate groups, with teams 1 through 4 being distributed across the top spot in the groups, and the following teams winding back and forth in the columns, until everyone is in place and ready to start the group stage. As the group stage begins, the 4 groups will shuffle daily for 3 days, playing 6 match sets each day. At the end of 3 days of play and 18 matches, the top team in each group will qualify to be the first teams to make it into the championship finals. The following 16 spots will be filled regardless of group, according to points earned in the group stage. At this point, the remaining teams are officially eliminated. These final 20 teams are seeded by their group stage point scores. The top 10 teams receive a bonus of qualifying match points to begin the finals with, depending on their placement. The top seeded team receiving 10 points, the second receiving 9, and so on. Teams 1 through 11 begin the finals with 0 points. It's been a long road to the championship, but it's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with R99s and PKs? And who's sitting back with a bow? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Championships.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the way the cookie crumbles. And that is a tournament type breakdown that's really going to be beneficial for those teams who are looking to just clean up in the kills feed. I know we've seen some of that happen already, and some even in triple digits, girl.
Absolutely. Some teams have already gotten so many points that the pressure is kind of off for them. A team like G2 that got 92 points in day one. So no, not much pressure, for them. So they'll be able to play more aggressive. And then for the teams that didn't do so well, they're going to have to play for placement, try and get there, try and gain all those points back up.
It's all about strategy. Now let's take a look at that tournament breakdown and show you exactly how we're going to be doing things here today in our day 2 of that North American group stage. And, 40 teams split into 4 groups. We've seen it before. We've seen it all day long these last 2 days. I guess 3 days, technically, if you look at it from the media perspective as well. And that means, as you saw, 3 days of group play, 6 matches a day. It's our normal match breakdown. We usually have 6 matches when we do these particular circuit qualifier, circuit finals, and it's just going to be exactly like that today for our North American region. Now, after group stages, that top team in each group automatically qualifies for finals. Stella, we just heard Girl talk about that top team, and of course, that means a lot of stuff to a lot of people because it automatically punches your ticket to the finals, but you still got to worry about points.
Absolutely, and now is the best time, rather than ever, to start and really clean up your team plays. Make sure you're communicating, make sure that you're optimizing everything that you can, because you're going to have to rack up those points now. First day, you see where you stand, and now you're going to want to try and build up from there, because you got to go up from here.
Absolutely, doubling down to be one of those 16 final spots. And then here's how the championship day is going to work. If you've ever seen a championship or a finals for our circuits, you'll know about our match point system. John Nelson, our commissioner, did an incredible job of creating this great format so that it can be as wide for the players as well as great and entertaining for us spectating. So that'll be 20 teams, and that'll be the 20 teams, the 4 that have been made official by being the top of their group stages, and then the 16 teams that have qualified based on points from these group stages. So remember, any points you got before in the ALGS, that got you to the group stages, unless you went through the LCQ, but these are the points that are going to get you into the finals. Each final series, 20 teams, 60 players, we all know that, and teams will battle it out with that match point format. And I'd like to bring back that match point format a couple of times, because you'll see that if we're talking overalls, even after day 1, we'll see teams that have gotten these triple digits, that have gotten way over and above the 50-point threshold towards the end of the day. And that is definitely something to mention as we go into finals, because it can mean the difference between coming home with the title and being one of those teams in the latter part of the prizing, and certainly the guts and the glory that goes along with that. Now, Girl and Stella, I'm going to start with Girl here. We're going to take a look at what the teams are, because you want to know which teams we're talking about here. Let's stop all the formats. We can know about the schedule. That's awesome. But let's see who's going to be throwing down today on World's Edge. Let's talk Group A. Girl, start me off here. I mean, the reality is we saw Group A already here in our North American region. We're seeing them again, and the has to be said, TSM.
Yeah, TSM has performed really good in our first day. They got second place in points, I believe. And if you take a look at this, the number 1 is the number 1 seed, so who performed the best in ALGS throughout the year in all of the circuits. So that's why we have TSM on the top, NRG on the top. They have performed really well. And we've got Group A today, and I believe it's against Group C. So if you take a look at Group A and Group C, those are the teams that you'll be seeing today.
Exactly. Stella, we've heard a lot of people talk about Group D being the group of death. I mean, it's it's kind of fun. Actually, to be honest with you, I'm looking around. I see a lot of groups of death, I should say. I apologize there. I shouldn't have said Group D is the group of death, but the reality is that there's a lot of groups of death here, Stella.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm actually shocked by how many people have been able to step it up, making a name for themselves, especially last time that we saw Kanaka's Pets coming out of nowhere, just demolishing their opponents. And I'm so excited to see what all of these teams are going to bring. And that's kind of what I was saying earlier about being excited. We have no idea. Everyone's stepping it up right now.
It is. We are, and that is exactly correct. We've got a lot of gameplay ahead of us, certainly, and I know one of the things that we love about Battle Royale and Apex specifically is you can't sleep on anybody. Now, we've seen in our EMEA region, day 1 and day 2, very different play styles, and Stella, I think you mentioned it at the top. That's something that a lot of these players are thinking about. It's something that a lot of these players are looking towards doing and really getting that momentum or redeeming themselves from their day 1 stuff. What are you looking forward to most when it comes to like some of these team comps, and then we'll talk a little bit about what they're going for prize wise?
Team comps wise, I think Gibby is going to have to be a solid play here, a solid pick, because you're going to need that rotation. You're going to need the cover, especially for fast reses, since Lifeline isn't really as competitively viable anymore. So Gibraltar is definitely going to be someone you need a movement, maybe recon. You might be able to skimp on recon if you're able to really hold down the fort and move as soon as you see the next circle. So circle guarding is going to be extremely important. Getting position is really key in all of this.
Always keep that zone to your back. Let's take a look at what these players are going for. And of course, if Tom were here, he'd tell me, listen, this is a community of incredible players, incredible teams, and they're going for the guts and the glory. They're going for that title. But you know what? They're probably also going to be impacted just slightly by that major prize pool. And a note here, girl, everybody who gets into the finals gets something.
Yeah, absolutely, but they are going to be a little bit sad getting 16th place in this tournament compared to getting top 5, because that is a huge difference for sure.
It is a huge difference, and I will say the line that we keep hearing over and over is that this is, you know, there is some life-changing money on the line here, some absolutely life-changing money. Now, girl, you're one of those people that has kept their finger on the pulse of the community. I know you've played with, scrimmed with, you've played against, with all around some of these players, some of these teams. I'm curious what you think. I mean, what have you been hearing about when they discovered this prize pool?
Oh, all of the pro players are so happy about crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is huge, especially in esports, and to be able to change their lives like this by buying some skins inside the games or something different perhaps in the future is incredibly amazing to them, and they're so grateful for it.
Absolutely, and I know, Stella, you know, from the work you've done around Apex, certainly, I'm sure you've seen this community and been a part of this community and heard what they've had to say. At this point, I got to imagine that the prizing is great, but having this kind of a, I think the crowdsource, I think is how you put it there, girl, having something that the community specifically, such a great one like this, can support, that then goes directly to those players, that seems like a no-brainer, a win-win.
It's amazing. Yeah, the Apex community is one of the best I've seen, the most passionate, the most vocal about what they love about the game, what they hate about the game. But when it comes to ALGS, they've only been able to lift it up because they really want to see this game and this series just bloom. And I love seeing that. Seeing it through numbers, through solid evidence, I think that just says a whole lot.
It does indeed. Let's talk about numbers, specifically the 5 teams y'all are looking at us to watch here, because there's a lot of teams to watch. But girl, you guys came down to the top 5, and I want to take a look at that right here to keep your eye on if you're viewing this competition from home here today.
Top 5 teams to watch. So we've got TSM, we've got Complexity, we've got Sentinel, CLG, and Alpine Esports today. So we put TSM as a very aggressive team. They play Octane, Bloodhound, and Gibraltar, so they're very aggressive. They fight a lot while they roam the map. And Complexity, I can speak through experience that nobody wants to land near them because they're so aggressive. In the beginning, they claim 3 POIs. They're just so good, and their team fight ability is better than ever. And then with Sentinels, they're having a lot of success, especially last time we watched them, with the new competitive meta, which is Valk, Caustic, and Gibraltar, I believe? Is it Gibraltar?
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yep, so it's that, and it's very new to the scene, so not a lot of people are used to playing it. They rotate fairly early, and they have that defense for when they rotate. It's quite the amazing package. I really love it. And then for CLG, they're the Summer Circuit winners, and they're one of the teams that still use Wraith, which is a little bit rare because a lot of teams have switched off that Wraith and either used an Octane or a Valkyrie. And then with Alpine Esports, they're using a Crypto, which is a little bit different as well, because when you're using a Crypto player, you get that intel, that valuable late game knowledge. You get to know when the zone is and when to rotate. You can rotate before any other team late game.
Absolutely. There's definitely some there's definitely some things to watch here. Stella, any thoughts here to end us out on these teams to watch?
I really want to point out Hal, Reptar, Retzi, Madness, and Reese as extremely technically advanced players. Their aim is just off the charts, so I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to do against each other. And I think Girl did a great job in picking these teams to watch, because I'm very excited to see how this is all going to throw down.
Hey, speaking of throwdowns, and I couldn't agree more, Complexity was one of those teams to watch, and I know somebody who would be looking forward to a potential throwdown is a rival, but also looking towards Complexity's Monsoon as a mentor. Take a look at this.
I think my biggest rival right now would have to be Monsoon. I just want to be both like in and out of a game, someone like him. He's sort of like a role model to me. He's very personality. He has a very nice personality. He knows how to handle himself in game and out of game, and he's just a very humble dude. I look up to his gameplay, his personality, and just everything about him.
Nocturnal. Whether he's whether he's lamenting going on to his Gibby or doing things like that, that guy, I am a fan of him. Girl, what do you think?
Monsoon, I know Monsoon. He has a really kind heart. He's great at multiple things. He's multi-talented. He came into esports from a real rough start. He has a heart for anyone that he talks to. He's such a great guy. Nice rival to have.
Absolutely.
So sweet.
100%. Stella, any final words before we head off to game number 1?
To all the teams out there, if you're watching, which you're probably not, good luck, and let's see some early game fights. I really want to see what you guys can do.
Fantastic. Well, we'll be back on the desk on the other side of this game number 1, but now it is time to throw to our casters. We got Fallout, we got B, and they're going to be throwing it down themselves right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Still, they're jumping down on the teams. Getting KP! I'm really with the crunch! Let me get another 2 kills! Nocturnals! And they are in the best position in the game. Nocturnal going down, everyone dying, and G2. Jen is going to be full alive here with the Eva shots. The res is coming out. It is a solo. He's going to go for the solo play. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. More shots coming out from Jen. Jen's going to be able to wipe here. And this is going to be a cake in the walk for the boys. Over at G2. Can they do it? Can they make it 3 in a row? Shots coming down on Valk Flesh. Shots coming down on the Gibraltar Flesh. And there's one alive. Is he going to do it? He's not. He's going to get decimated by G2. And that's 3 wins.
What up, Apex fam? Fallout here, excited for day number 2 of the North American Championships. I'm joined alongside the man himself, B. Wine, which is another reason I'm excited to be casting alongside B for the first time. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Ready to see some really sweaty TTV gameplay today, so I hope you're ready today, too.
You and I both. Whenever you see that TTV in a gamer tag online, you just know something's a little scary. I'm right there with you,
They're more
brother.
powerful than they would have been without those 3 letters.
It's actually like a cheat code, to be honest with you. It's completely unfair. But jokes aside here, yeah, we're excited for day number 2. And we just saw right there in the highlights. First off, my man Nicewig, I think, popped a vein with that commentary. I don't know if you caught that as well, B,
I
but
did.
Shout out to Nicewig on that.
We're going to have to get that man portable subtitles or something so he's able to commentate even more. I love watching his entire commentary. I watched your playback of it, and I was hyped screaming in my chair. All right?
You just get hyped watching this man. It makes you want to
like,
get up
let's
and just
go.
yell.
Exactly. I loved every
Shout
bit
out
of
to
it.
Nicewig. I love it. For those that are wondering, this is the main broadcast for, of course, one of our 2 matches of the day. Nicewig will be streaming the second match of the day. That's going to be Group B versus Group D. So if you're a big fan of Apex, like we all are, make sure to have both streams up and running. However, we do have gameplay on the main stream here starting momentarily. We're going to jump right in. The drop ship is flying, and we'll be dropping in to Group A versus Group D. We got the likes of TSM FTX. Congratulations to TSM on the big partnership with FTX today and the rebrand, by the way. We got Space Station. We got Team Liquid in this lobby. It is going to be absolutely insane complexity, Counterlogic Gaming. I am beyond excited for our matchup today, B.
I'm very excited as well because I see, while there is a little bit of a huge point differential in Group D, I still believe that everyone can have a very good game. We saw on day 1, TSM was down in 8th place, and they shot all the way up to the top of their group in just, 1 game, maybe 2 games, with no problem. So I'm very excited to see. It is still anyone's game as we figure out who will be the ones to be guaranteed spots.
Yeah, you're spot on there. That's the TSM special, it feels like. Every single tournament, they start a little bit slow. We'll see how they'll do here today. And keep in mind, we had some pretty rough zones, right? All the zones in the entirety of match number 1 yesterday were all pulled south or southwest, a lot of thermal station zones. So we'll see where this one's going to pull. Looks like that story, if I'm doing my... will not continue here. We will have a northern zone here right next to TSM on the eastern side of the map here. So this is a very favorable zone for TSM FTX, a good situation for them. Meanwhile, if you're the likes of other teams dropping on the south side of the map, it's going to be quite the rotation that you're going to have to make.
And right now, in that fragment, it's going to be a very, very hype zone. Just like Ranked, it's going to be a lot of teams looking to get in these buildings very early on and secure their positions because that part of the zone is going to be in zone for quite a while. So, and it's also very close to to drill sites, so it's all going to come down to who can rotate fastest and get up to that God spot.
That's right. We pretty much categorize our teams, right, in terms of how fast they are to rotate. And some teams like to take their time on rotations. Some teams like to play ultra aggressive and rotate very, very early. So different teams have different play styles, and of course, depending on where they're dropping, where the zone ends up, TSM FTX traditionally known to be a very, very fast rotating team. However, since their recent pick of Bloodhound and Octane, well, they can play a little bit more of a hybrid. They can play a bit more to pick some fights early on, so expect a little bit of that out of TSM early. And speaking of which, we got Obey Alliance already in a potential skirmish here. They dropped Train Yard, and it looks like they found themselves a squad rotating themselves.
And once they have the prime position, they have Caustic, they have the top of Train Yard. They are not feeling pressure at all. They can sit here, poke shots all day with the 30-30 repeater, 100 to a as he go ahead and cracks that shield, letting him know he is not safe. No matter how fast you are, my bullets are a little bit faster. That, they're going to be sitting here and able to just collect free damage, build these shields. Although he does have a gold shield, they'll be able to poke just safely.
That's right. Meanwhile, switching on over to Harvester. Sentinels, who drops Sorting Factory on their rotation up through Harvester already. They find themselves another team. So a lot of early action here, B, to start things off. We'll be picking up right where we left off from day number 1. Looks like it'll be one of our ESA squads here alongside Sentinels. And on top of that, we have a third squad lingering, ready for that third party. So this might actually not be the best fight for Sentinels here with a third party nearby.
That was a very beautiful bubble by Red Sea. Go ahead, setting up Synox. And with a perfect sliding grenade combo, but they really need to be careful because there's a lot of teams as Red Sea get a beautiful crack with the G7. I'm not sure what this man's aim is like, but he's clearly built different because I cannot use that gun at all.
Red Sea has been absolutely cracked since the beginning of time. Longest lasting member of this Sentinels squad. We're on board with Retzi playing as Gibraltar right now. Getting some good shots in, leveling up that Evo shield already. 2 members of Sentinels up to a purple Evo shield. Crust looking to get there soon. Playing Caustic as well. And speaking of Crust, looks like Crust and Senox are actually pushing up. Wanting this fight, getting at least 1 elimination on Tempest. That's a great start for Sentinels. Getting 1 pick over Tempest, We Want Land.
Looking also at their comp, they have 2 big boys, and then they have Valkyrie right there, so they have a lot of repositioning, but what they don't have is their ability to move back and forth between like they would with their Wraith. They have opted to choose Valkyrie, which is a very heavily commitment style, which is you bubble, throw your ult up, and you Valk, and you pray wherever you land that it is safe landing.
Yeah, that is correct. Valkyrie obviously so crucial in early to mid-game rotations. Allows you to take these fights on the edge or on the outskirts if you want to, because you can then, of course, hit the Valkyrie ult in the rotation and get there safe and sound. You can take some early fights if you'd like. Meanwhile, TSM maybe poking and prodding on their own early game fight here. Rotating quick from Fragment over towards the sorting side, the southern side, but it looks like we're going to get a zone that's going to be very, very centralized here, pulling just slightly south, but TSM with the early rotation. They're in a good spot here. I like what I'm seeing so far out of TSM FTX.
TSM, yes, while they are in a very good spot, they need to either rotate quickly because there are going to be quite a few teams coming through that choke behind them. There's only 2 chokes, and there's a lot of teams on the other side of it who can't wait to come and take that spot. So they really need to focus on where they're going to go and set up. While they have Farmer Lucas sitting there ready, trying to hold them out from both chokes, both of those teams right there are going to have a very difficult time rotating in.
That's a great point. One of those teams, of course, is Complexity, who pretty much dominates the northern side of the map. They drop a combination of Refinery, Epicenter, and Survey Camp, which gives them a significant amount of loot, and they pretty much will bully any team that drops nearby. They like to play ultra aggressive on the early game, so typically you won't see teams contest Complexity, but what that means now, towards the mid game, you'll have Complexity rotating from the north side of the map through one of those 2 chokes that B mentioned. So expect that here potentially momentarily. TSM FTX needs to be a little bit cautious on some of those teams that maybe aren't rotating as quick. And speaking of Complexity, here we are. They're still lingering on their northern side of the map, getting as much solid loot as they possibly can. And in a good spot, taking their time. We all know Complexity likes to play edge. They're not necessarily the fast to rotate team. So I mentioned earlier, we have kind of a metric, right? Teams that like to rotate quick versus teams that like to take their time and looting. Complexity is probably one of the slowest rotating teams. Why is that? Well, they like to play edge. They like to take their fights early on here, B.
Definitely taking a lot of early fights would definitely help you a lot, not just for KP, but also building up shields. Having that extra bit of 25% health or 25 shields means a huge difference, especially with professionals. Every number counts. Being down a person, having more shields, having better guns, having better loot, all those things all come together as we go ahead and watch TSM go ahead and get ready to start a fight as they circle in.
TSM likes to take these fights early, because if you take them early, you pretty much guarantee there's not going to be as much of a risk for third party. The later you take it, the greater the risk. TSM, we saw them in a similar building on the southwest side of the map in day 1. Take fights with ease quite a few times. This time it's going to be against ESA White, who had a pretty good showing in day number 1. Hal's going to go on the flank here. On board right now with Hal. See what he can do. He's going to get caught out, but it's going to be sniped down. The tip of the spear knocks one, but Hal goes down early. 2v2 fight. Sniped down, putting in absolute work at the EVA 8. And just like that, TSM cleans up the first squad wipe under the rebrand of TSM FTX. What a start for them.
That was very good. And I don't know if you saw, Imperial Hal baited the bubble, so they were ready to commit to him, and they baited, and because he's Octane, he able to speed boost him bubble, so they were ready to commit to him, and they baited, and because he's Octane, he able to speed boost himself to safety behind him while his other teammates came and cleaned up. While he did go down, he did a lot of damage, and it made a lot of commit and burn a lot of those cooldowns, which were very important to them losing.
Great analysis, great breakdown there from my man B. And meanwhile, Ranked is harder under a bit of duress. They drop Fragment West. So TSM Fragment East, notice the difference between these 2 teams. Again, a stark difference in how fast they rotate. Ranked is harder is playing Octane, Gibraltar, and Bloodhound, which means they want to pick some fights on the edge of zone if they can. But for now, they're kind of just lingering. And as things slow down a little bit, I'd love to actually pull up the Telestrator and the map real quick as we can talk through a little bit what we're seeing here, what we're going to see. Now, keep an eye. TSM rotating early. You mentioned it earlier, B. You mentioned it perfectly. There's 2 places, 2 main chokes that are going to be rotating from the north side. So TSM obviously has to be careful. Guess what? Complexity is nearby, slowly creeping up on that choke to get into that to the next zone. But guess what? We might see a Complexity versus TSM fight here momentarily as Complexity will be rotating through. Let's jump back to gameplay.
And what we need to make sure, as you can see, there's a lot of teams trying to hold streamer building down, but they will not be able to hold it. Now I feel that they're going to get a little locked out of zone for the next round because, yes, you will have the top of the building, but you have a large hill to climb. That is a lot of high ground to have with no movement characters who can get you past it, like Octane or Valkyrie having nothing but Wraith, which is the reason why you see Wraith being picked a lot less. As you go ahead, swap to Complexity, getting ready to get some fights going in.
Oh my goodness, we will see the battle of the Titans here. Complexity versus TSM FTX early, and we know Complexity likes to pick their fights, and guess what? They're going to do exactly that, getting some good shots off the rim. It's going to be a defensive bombardment coming in from reps of TSM FTX to try and slow down Complexity, but slow and Complexity should not be used in the same sentence. This team likes to play fast, they like to play aggressive, and we might see TSM FTX get taken out early from Complexity. We know they're not going to go down without a fight here, though, B.
Having that high ground right now as Monsu goes ahead, gets a quick down, a snipe down. It's a 3v2. He's going to take time to shield up. They don't need to rush or push anything right now because they have plenty of time. They even have numbers as well. Right now, all they need to do is circle around and they win. Remember, you can only shoot 1 person in this game. So that means that you can go ahead and rush and take your time. And they have them cornered in closet as well. They could just grenade them out and get free damage right now. But they're going to opt to take a step back because there is another team in that choke that I warned them about that is right behind them because they can hear me because I definitely warned them.
They got B on speaker right now. Listen to every single call. My man B is not only casting Apex, but he's coaching teams along the way here. This is fantastic. But no, great job for Complexity. However, even better job perhaps for TSM FTX to kind of thwart the damage for now, because that could have been very scary. That could have been a whole squad wipe, but Complexity was a bit scared of the third party. TSM FTX survives for now, but TSM getting a taste of their own medicine right there with the aggression coming through from Complexity. And B, arguably Complexity is one of the best pound for pound 3v3 skirmish teams in the game, and you saw it right there. Really, really good job for them, although they did get the first jump on TSM FTX. I gotta say, great job overall to still come out on top.
Yeah, what I wanted to point out was that how great Octane movement is. Being able to get that jump pad, get that little bit of damage, get that little positioning, being able to shoot down, it makes it very amazing. So let's go ahead and take a second and listen in.
On the right. How's that?
They're dead. Okay.
Yep. They have a Kraber on the left, I think. Petty's team.
Let's loot up and start working south, yeah?
Yep, good job, boys. Fucking snipe, dude. I thought that was a bot team.
I thought they were a bot team too.
As well.
Well, they have... Oh, I was gonna say they have banner, but they're fucking dead.
Our East Field or Sorting Rapids clear?
Donut looks clear for now. I'm gonna try to take Donut.
Yeah, across, yeah.
Hey, that's a troller player right there if I've ever seen one, let me tell you.
They have package in there. The Kraber's in that S, right?
There's a team in this S. So if we're gonna commit to south, we gotta go all the way around.
Yeah. They might just try to hold us on the other side. There might be a team in the S as well, like this little snake.
Yeah,
and they have to go that way as well.
What are we thinking? Might be able to come back.
Push a team out of S, dude.
Yeah.
We can go around. We're gonna get thirded by this team.
Okay.
100%.
I'm down to go like wide around, like there, and then towards the crevice.
Yeah, let's try that.
We're just gonna have to eat zone a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have 3 medkits.
Careful of freaks holding angles.
I kind of want to loot these. I'm gonna loot these pills real quick for nades because it'd be huge.
Yeah. Nades will be really big here.
Okay, I'm not gonna take zone damage until we're all ready.
No nades, so we're good. It's only second zone too. So.
All right, ready?
Yep. Coming.
I'm thinking of going all the way around.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Can drop to low, pad up height.
Yeah. I don't want to be near the S team, like either of them, the little snake or the tunnel.
Yeah. I'm done. All right, I'm scanning our lower then.
There's a team on these tracks. The fucking
on the
train
tracks. Okay.
Yes.
Am I getting right here then?
Yep, they know we're here too.
We have to go back.
We might need to go back. Yeah, we definitely need to go back.
Or we could take fucking sorting balloon, fly over S, and try to stabilize somewhere in Harvester.
They have a charge rifle. Is my problem taking balloon? Oh, that's sorting balloon. Never mind.
We might have to jump pad around left and fight the team for S.
Yeah. Or we just go in through East Field choke. We know it's like clear teams in front of us. There's a guy on cage.
Yes, there is.
Do we just go this way and we try
No,
to...
this cage guy is gonna move. He's gonna leave.
Okay, I was gonna
He's
say, we can
already
try to
leaving
stabilize...
right
Look at my thing right there. We can try to like, stabilize on those rocks there.
Yeah.
That's true. I just think two teams have to like leave that direction.
Yeah, 100%.
Like tunnel team and the ice team.
Well, the S team we hold in S and everything on north. But yeah. So
Let's just...
16 seconds. Are we hitting balloon or no?
Wait, they're fighting in S?
Okay.
Yeah, they're like down under us
Okay.
right now.
On me.
Scanning.
Oh, they don't have it down. They don't have it down. Just wait. Wait for Bub.
We can just hold them out of zone, guys.
Wait for Bub. Wait for Bub.
We're not safe either. So
Yeah.
What do we want to do?
we should take fucking East choke, like we said, and keep
Yeah,
moving.
they're porting.
Alright.
They're porting.
Wait, this is third zone, guys.
I'm jump padding.
Okay, there's a team right under us here.
Just
Yeah,
go
that's where they're
across.
supporting you. Just go with Mon. Go with Mon. Go with Mon.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna
I'm
look
holding
for...
Bub. I'm
This
holding
zone
Bub.
hurts, man.
Yeah,
I
we gotta
know.
go. We gotta go.
Got another pad.
Okay. We need to like go left to my mark, I think, or play the trucks on the bridge.
Yeah. They're fighting right.
They're fighting in the choke. Nice.
We take the bridge right here.
Yep.
We
Just play
might
bridge.
want to stop this team as well from moving in.
Yeah, I'm jibbolting them right now.
Do it.
Okay, playing on me as
We're in on
possible.
rep. We're in on rep.
Yep, I'm looking. I'm just watching over here. Is this in? No.
That's my ult.
No,
That's
it's
my ult.
not.
It's hitting them already. I got the kill already.
On right or left?
On right.
On right. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Everyone's dead out there.
We're good on me. Good rotate, boys. We have this outside area too. I think we should go take that, right?
Yeah.
The inside team just
We
scanned me.
need to get like under the snake, I think, later.
I think so as well.
I got Kraber
That's
from
a
the
Kraber
right.
from the left.
I got Kraber from the
I'm
left.
watching you.
I'm
I'm
finishing.
Yep. I'm still watching Giannis in case someone's medkit memeing.
How many kills do you guys have, by the way?
Only one.
I absolutely love that listen in. A brutal rotation that had to be made. Complexity had to quite literally traverse the entire map over towards sorting, work their way all the way back. Yet they're still able to make it with the East choke. Well done from them on that rotation B.
They did a very good job, and they also did an extremely great job of letting TSM FTX knowing that this lobby is no longer free. You will be contested by showing some really beautiful plays and stuff. And as well, they did a very good job of rotating, making the calls. They rotated together as a team. While they may not agree with their IGL at that moment, they were like, all right, he says jump, I say how high.
That's right. You gotta commit. That is for sure. Something that energy is great at. Complexity also great at. Monsoon though gonna get knocked right now, and it's looking a little bit bleak for them. Shiny, Reptar need to go huge. Is the last two alive. Is Monsoon. The tip of the spear on his own right gets taken out early to the hands of, I believe that's ESA White, if I saw correctly. Meanwhile, nice job. Good knock coming through for Reptar. He has to get the second and the third here. Not gonna happen. Complexity gets taken out by Dropped, Synced, and Co. Great job from Ranked is Harder.
It was a very difficult spot to be stuck in, and I'm not quite sure why they didn't use jump pad to kind of rotate over a little bit quicker, trying to get that late rotate in. Yes, they did have trucks as cover, but they had no other cover besides that. So once they got pressure and they used bubble, unfortunately they weren't able to stabilize a little bit better as we watch Obey Alliance use a Valkyrie Gamble ult to see if they can get some better positioning as they position themselves between a hard rock and a harder place.
That's right.
I'm not sure if that's how it's said, but we paraphrase here.
It sounded good. That's all I know. That's all I care about here. And honestly, in this, they're like literally in a cave right now, in a crevice. It must be very intense down there. They got Caustic though. They're in a good situation. They're able to post up for the time being. On board now with Smile. Smile pushing up. Oh my goodness. Maniac plays coming through from Petty on Octane. Connects for a few with the EVA 8, but gonna get knocked right after. Gonna get punished. Muffins, the twin brother of Shiny, who we just saw fall from Complexity, still alive alongside only one mini.
Showing that, listen, just because you have the high ground, I have a jump pad and an Evo ready to empty this magazine into the first sucker that I see. You gotta love it. Gotta love the Octane plays playing it. But he needs to remember, these aren't your normal ranked games or your pubs. It is dangerous here. There are teams waiting, ready for you to make a mistake. And once he made that mistake by jumping up, their team was able to collapse on him. It looks like there maybe have been some type of miscommunication because he was the only one to jump up. So we might be able to see as Ranked is Harder is taking a lot of fire with that Gibby's big body being pressured down from a team from afar with a longbow.
Yeah, guys. That was one of those moments where in my head it's going to work and it seems like it's going to be better, but in reality it did not. Unfortunate situation for the Octane there of Smile. I believe Smile might be either taken out or close to being taken out, but Smile, long-time team in competitive Apex. Only one Mini and Petty Boss, long-time duo. They get joined alongside Muffins, former member of Fnatic NA. Obviously a great roster in terms of on paper and in their makeup, but obviously not the best game for them to start. Meanwhile, we do have Alpine. Congratulations to them getting picked up by the org Alpine. Big shout out to Dreadnought watching right now. Peer of mine at the Krakow preseason invitational now in management with Alpine. Love to have him back in competitive Apex. We'll see what Alpine can do. My Little Phony, a big team that turned a lot of heads in day number 1, still alive here with 11 squads left in this game as Hill knocks 1 from Ranked is Harder.
Ranked is Harder actually had 2 get knocked because they were getting poked from down below. There is a small hole underneath them, and they were being punished for it. As Sentinels go ahead, get ready to go ahead, throw his ult, and let them know that they are not safe. Caustic is really coming through right now, even regardless of whatever nerf. Caustic is still a very strong character as he goes, as Crust pushes in with his ult, using once that bubble goes down. Now your ult, now the ult has full free range as he is going down. He gets a very beautiful, clean team wipe right here, while Synox is down, Red Sea, and the big boys handle it while they are down.
Yeah, on Gibraltar, making those type of plays, making it look like he's playing Wraith with the aggression right there was Crust. Huge plays from the Caustic, not Gibraltar. Saw the big boy. Nice shot from Crust. Massive play with the EVA 8 right there, and Sentinel stays alive in that 3v3 team fight. Right below them is Alpine, not in the best position overall. 8 squads remain in this final zone. As we go down to ring number 6, Obey still alive alongside Sentinels and a few others. A few of our top dogs, TSM FTX, as well as Complexity out of this one. But guess what? My Little Phony, Sentinels, Alpine still alive in this game.
My Little Phony displaying that non-commitment meta with the Rev Ult going all the way around zone to get some damage as they're in a very, very rough spot right now, but they are showing that they are not scared to push any team by them as they go ahead and use a Gibby bubble as they get some very good poke as well. And while Alpine is maybe not being in the best spot right now, they are the first in their Group C right now, so that is a very good position to be in so they can secure their position in the championship.
That's a great point. This is a battle for Group C right now between these two teams, and Obey, as we say that, I believe, gets taken out. Alpine in number 1 in Group C with an opportunity to expand that lead here in this game to start. But guess what? CLG rotating all the way from Skyhook, still alive. Blue, arguably one of the best individual players in North America, gets taken out early though. Vaxlong is going to follow all up to iMadness. Last Live is going to scurry his way away here as My Little Phony continues to be the absolute killers. They performed so well in games 1 and 2 yesterday, and they do it again. David taking out Goliath here.
People need to start believing this non-commitment meta with a Rev Ult because Rev Ult is a very powerful. While you may not be able to get a quick team kill or team wipe as you had planned, the one thing you are able to get is a lot of damage on another person. And sometimes just getting a little bit of poke will get you that kill and get you that fresh KP that you can add to your points because every point matters. As Alpine is being absolutely pressured in between 3 different teams, all looking and knowing that they do not have position, as My Little Phony go ahead and uses his silence ability and silences 2 people, makes it very difficult. So now Caustic cannot use his ult for the end of zone. This is a very rough spot to be in. That's a long 40 seconds as teams are just fighting, going down left and right. As you see, Furry is once again trying to clutch it just like day 1. Right now, we're going to go ahead and swap back to Alpine.
Oh my goodness, 3 squads remain. Sentinels was able to outlast and outweight. Rambo healing back up, Fury as well. It's up to them as a team of 2, but Sentinels rotating slow while every other team were basically fighting to their death. Now still alive. We have Sentinels, we have Alpine, and we have My Little Phony to close this one out. Sentinels wants to take matters into their own hands. They push up and take out every member of Alpine. 2 squads remain. Rambo and Fury against Senox here in this one. Great use of dodging from the knockdown shield, but Senox, it's only moments till he gets taken out. And again, My Little Phony starts huge here in the group stages in game number 1. They won game 1 yesterday. They do it again in Group A versus C. What a game that was, B.
What a game it was. It's insane how much of a difference they make by just switching 1 character. They got a lot done in that game right there, and they did a very good job making a rev pick. The silence abilities were perfect, silencing that Caustic, making it so that he cannot use his ult to pressure everyone else in the last zone. Really came through and saved them quite a bit of time. They were able to get some very good fights and fight a lot of teams and win those fights. So once again, Fury coming in, showing that, hey, we are not to be messed with.
Revenant off meta, but who says Rev can't be played in competitive? Clearly, My Little Phony proving them wrong. We saw one team do it in EMEA yesterday. My Little Phony does it again here today. The Rev pick ends up coming clutch for them as they win game number 1. What a game it was. We, of course, are going to be done here for game 1 for now. We'll be back for game 3 as we throw it back to Kate, Stella, and Girl at the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and you couldn't have said it better. Here's how I think that the game went. Started with a Battle of the Titans, TSM, Complexity. We thought that was going to be the storyline, and My Little Phony said, nah. No, we're not. Nuh-uh. We're going to bring Revenant in. We had Octane day 1. We're changing things up, but we're not going to change up the fact that we're winning our game number 1 each of these group stage days. Girl, prove me wrong. They're the best.
Well, we'll see at the end of these 3 days, and then once we get our final 20-1 lobby. But they played that really well. They got so many kills. They were able to find that one small crevice. They hid behind their teammate. They waited for Sentinels to fight Alpine, and then they clutched it up there at the end.
Absolutely. Stella, as we take a look at this final minute, this final zone here, there were so many pivotal moments that My Little Phony had to get right.
Yeah, I really want to talk about how they were using Revenant's ult to really push fights and encourage third parties. Even if you don't commit to a fight, it still draws attention from other teams, so they could potentially come in and try to finish the fight for you, and you can come up and clean up the crew. And I really love how they did that early on the rooftop fight. They used Revenant's Q to cancel abilities, which was huge on that Gibby, because Gibby's Q can give you some extra cover, and they just didn't have any of that, and Revenant just dominated this game.
They did. I will say that one of the storylines, one of the themes, Girl, throughout this competition in our group stages has got to be how impressive and how useful and how, in some cases, imperative it is to have that Gibraltar, especially in the late game. Are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately, Sentinels, they didn't have Dome there at the end. So the Gibby actually got shot in the back for 120 just so easily. So unfortunately for Sentinels, the Gibby didn't work out for them. They were just too close to that other team, Alpine.
Absolutely. Now, I will say it is an interesting, while we take a look at some highlights, I want you to help me break this down, Stella and Girl. Start with you, Girl. I mean, we're talking about a team comp that is wildly different from the one they had in day 1. This to me seems like My Little Phony can do no wrong at this moment.
Yeah, well, they're confident as a team. They push at the very correct moment. There we see a squad wipe, TSM squad wiping, but unfortunately they weren't able to get that rotation early. Smile, perfect EVA 8 shots, has a Craver, ranked is harder now. Getting those thirsts, you want to secure every kill as you can. Here we go.
Yeah, right there with that. Sorry, with that previous fight, I really want to say, COL thought that they were going to be able to come in and get that rotation, but it just shows you how important holding circle is, because they were like, oh, we'll just hold it here for the next team that comes in, but they actually were the next team that came in.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Girl, at this point, where are we feeling like, now that we've seen these two Titans begin and end this match and My Little Phony coming in to clean up at the end, this feels like a nice way to shake things up.
It definitely is, but I believe we're going to see more and more teams rotate earlier next on because they got caught out on the rotation, and perhaps maybe see some team changes with a Valk or better Octane rotations with Gibby for shields.
Well, and Stella, we saw, day 1 for North America, day 2 for EMEA. We saw some very interesting results from the attempt to use the Valkyrie ult. Is that something that we've seen a couple of instances where she was used, that ultimate was used today, but, at this point, I'm interested to see her being used in a way that is a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, I don't. With the way that this first game played out, there were a lot more early game fights, so I'm not really sure that her ultimate will be used too much because it's a little bit too much more of a liability, especially with teams this good at aiming. So I think if teams are going to use Valk, they're going to try to use her Q ability, which allows her to stun teams, and then they can move in on a team fight.
Well, that'll be something fun to watch for sure. Something else fun to watch, those Game 1 results, because we all know it all comes down to the points. It all comes down to placement and kills, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to get you into the finals. What is up, Sentinels? My Little Phony coming in hot with double digits, girl. Double digits in this lobby is crazy.
Both teams surely did slay out, and that's perfect for them. And it's honestly not too bad for the other teams. If it is a top-heavy lobby, then the other teams will more likely have a chance to catch up to get into those top 16 teams to advance for championships finals.
Absolutely. Just pull in all of those kills. You just want to be on a killing spree, to be sure. Let's take a look at our overall results. I mean, this, of course, the overall results will change a little bit as we go on, obviously. It will change a lot, I should say. But this is going to look a lot like we just saw here. And again, these are our overall results for the stream you're watching now. That's Group A versus Group C. Of course, Nicewig over on our North American influencer stream, our secondary stream. He's got B and D groups today. So we will come back at the end of our show, at the end of those 6 matches, to compare all of those points from all 4 of the groups. But in the meantime, this is what we're looking at today. I mean, there is some stuff to be said here. And I will say, My Little Phony, Sentinels right on their heels, Stella. Right on their heels.
Yeah, this is, this for a first game, this is a lot of points that My Little Phony has gotten, and Sentinels is not too far behind. But you can't count out any of the other people here because we did see TSM make a huge comeback 2 days ago. So I want to say this was a warm-up match and a pretty good one.
Yes, it was. Absolutely. And I will say there's some momentum. Girl, do you agree? Warm-up match or just the beginning of My Little Phony's domination?
I absolutely agree with Stella. It's all about consistency. They have 6 games today and then 6 games remaining for day 3. So whoever can perform throughout with consistency.
With consistency. Agree to agree. Hey, here's something you can all agree on, our North American community here. And actually, our North American fans, you can be from all over the world. We don't mind where you're from. But we do want to know who you think is going to come out on top here today. Who you think has got the guts and the glory to make it to the top of this Group A versus C matchup. And the way to do that, well, you're going to go ahead and take a look at the screen. Whatever you need to do, take a picture on your phone, screen grab on your laptop or computer, but go ahead and take a look at what we're doing here. Use the hashtag and those team names. Use them in our Twitch chat, in our YouTube live chat, on Twitter. We are going to aggregate every time you use that team's hashtag. We're going to bring it into this very graphic, and we are going to be checking in throughout the day to find out who it is you have crowned the winner of this particular face-off between Groups A and C. Never mind those points. We want to know what you think. And I guarantee TSM will be towards the top because their fans are relentless, and I love them for it.
Absolutely. Go vote for your favorite teams. Go vote for your friends. I'm sure you won't lose much, and it'll only make someone else really happy.
100%. Now, here's one of those things that we always like to say, which is a huge thank you to our community. We've mentioned it before when we talked about prizing, because the reason that prize pool is up to $2.58 million, that's a lot to do with you. And now there is something else we've asked you to do, and that is to tell us your favorite player here for our North American region. And you did deliver. Take a look at this.
So I've been thinking, who's the best player in ALGS? But then I'm like, wait, Imperial Hall? Like, his team calls, crazy. He can be heard across the map, honestly. And then, like, his aim, also cracked. Like, there's nobody even competing against him, honestly. So my favorite is Imperial Hall by far. It's, like, no contest. And then, by the way, Buff Pathfinder, yeah.
Yo, so my favorite player is TSM Imperial Hall because he's freaking epic, dude. He's always got the shot calls on point, freaking poggers, bro. And he out here playing Octane. Who is out here playing Octane except him? I don't see no teams running Octane. I think that's so freaking epic, bro. So my favorite player is TSM Imperial because he's pogger.
You may be wondering, who is the best Apex player in the tournament? Well, you have a lot of options, but there's only one obvious choice. That's going to be Imperial Hall. His aim, masterpiece. It's cracked, it's insane, it's precise, it's everything you want. His choice is Octane. I mean, does it get better than that? If I were to pick one player to give MVP, the best player award, Imperial Hall all the way.
How you got yourself some fans? Not a surprise at all. Girl, I gotta imagine, yeah, you've played with him, you know him, you've seen him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, I'm dead.
I recently actually won a tournament playing with him, the Lulu Lovely tournament. He IGL'd myself and Daltouche, and we ended up winning back-to-back days. So yes, I know what it's like to play with him and how amazing he is. But I don't like discounting other players on the team. I feel like we've seen Snipe Down clutch, we've seen Reps clutch. I like, you know, giving love to a whole team because I think it takes so much to create a team. There's the defense. Obviously, Snipe Down and Reps, they can't do what Hal can do because Hal is on Octane, so he's entry fragging, but they do so much and they work so well as a team, and it's a team game.
It is a team game, and Stella, I know you're also a fan of TSM. Any last words before we head into our game number 2?
I just really hope we can hear a rebuttal from TSM after Complexity said that they thought they were a bot team. I'd really like to hear a rebuttal.
Oh my. And that is how you throw down a challenge. There it is. Exactly. Well, Stella, girl, thank you so much. We'll be coming back to us after game number 2. And to do that, we're going to throw it to our casters right after this.
Two teams still alive, by the way. Try to stall.
Okay.
They don't know. They're pushing them. They're pushing them. I'm fine. They're looking to fight. Give me one. Hey, 184, get me! Get on the height. Let's get on the height. He's jumping down. You get that shit.
Let's go, baby! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking horse, baby! Let's go!
We have our Apex champ.
Well, it looks like if anybody in the world needed a hall pass, it would be TSM Imperial Hall. Masterpiece is the aim. We're excited to bring you game 2 here. It's Rain Day, and I'm casting along my brother, who's been on the show with me for all these years. And yes, we've been casting for years. It's crazy to say that, but since 2019, T squared on a cast officially, not on the desk, brother. How you feeling today, man? What we got going on?
I'm stoked. I can't wait to get ready for game number 2. Game number 1 was super interesting. Amazing to see a Revenant team coming out, My Little Phony doing absolutely ridiculous things. But can we talk about Fury yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me, in day number 1? Ratted it out in game number 1, winning over towards Train Station. Harvester this time around, and Fury right now and My Little Pony are like the Game 1 gods right now.
Game 1 goats, man. Game 1 giants. You do not want to mess with them at all. And it's kind of like, I'll liken it to Europe, where Third Impact keeps winning Game 1s, and we've seen it before again and again with Loba. And it almost gets me to ask this question as we start getting into these games. Is it the Revenant? Is it the fact that their lineup is somehow contributing to this and catching people off guard? Or is it just that some teams start off a little faster than others?
It's the universe, Randy. It was written in the stars. There's nothing that you can do about it, no matter what comp you're playing. If you're Third Impact or if you're My Little Pony, hey, if you play like that, it really doesn't matter. But when we talk about team compositions, and I love how Stella was breaking it down, the use of the Revenant, it was just so huge there. Stopping Caustic from using his ultimate down towards the very end, stopping Gibraltar's coming through using their bubble, their defensive bombardment, that's absolutely key here. And we actually see a 50-50 going on over towards the Fragment West side. It makes me wonder if TSM's interested going forward in these next couple games of peeking on over there and picking up some extra kills, or if they want to hit their fast rotation, because Harvester's not that far from Fragment East, and we saw in game number 1, they elected to rotate a little bit close towards Complexity, and they got punished for that.
Yeah, and you could tell that fight early on was not good for either of the top dogs. Both teams needing some support today because Complexity not happy with their performance. You could tell Reptar tweeting afterwards just not where he wanted to be, and this is their opportunity to do it. And they're losing time as well because that A versus C matchups today, but that A versus D matchup, they got to play against G2, who are playing absolutely lights out right now alongside Liquid as well. It is going to be even harder as the week goes on. So now really is the time to get the points. You see 2 Brains and 1 Controller trying to get a couple of knocks here as the rotations already build up for a north side map zone, which is, to Complexity's kind, very nice to see.
They're going to love that, and the key is here is there's actually a third party coming in behind. 2 Brains, 1 Controller finds themselves in a sandwich, and there's really nothing that they can do. If that other team decides that they want to turn around, which I think that they will, then they're going to be done for here. And that's why so many teams, if you're not playing Valkyrie, you have to get to this choke, and a really heads-up play from 2 Brains, 1 Controller. They get themselves out of that situation. Tech is still a little bit further up on this platform, but the team coming through that tunnel was ready to third-party this. And again, this choke is very crucial to get past, so that's why all of the teams are starting to filter towards that immediately. And here's a 4th team, Rain Day. It's Era Eternity going over towards the high ground.
Yeah, and this is such a god spot right here, too. You can just sit and pester, poke, and you've got great weapons to do it as well. The Volt doesn't hit as fast as the R99, but instead of hitting 11s, you're hitting 15s right there, and that just makes the biggest difference when someone's rotating. You're wasting cells, and then you're now wasting a bat, and then that hurts because now they've got to fight once they get into their position. But that's the dangerous part about this. It feels like there's almost this moment where nothing's happening, and then everything's happening. You can get down as easily as TSM did, as well. As you see, boy, oh boy, a lot of teams already setting up CLG in one of those buildings down on the low ground there, and it is just going to be an interesting circle, one that we haven't seen too much of, Tom.
So this is going to be a survey zone, the way that everybody's kind of posturing around, which means that there's a couple priority positions to hold. Sentinels is in one of them. This is one of the spots that we see a lot of our top teams go and lock down. And on the rotation, TSM actually picked up a kill. Hal gets one on Sync, and that was before when they were fighting over towards the Fragment West side. That's actually the 2nd kill of the game because Pupstars was able to re-res their teammate over towards the construction building. So we've had 2 kills in this game, and TSM did pick up one along the way. And going back towards the survey camp area where it's going to end, that's why the teams are trying to get towards the choke, because they want to make it towards that respawn building, that beacon building, and pick up a lot of kills and then make a late rotation, because whoever comes in on the very south side of this zone is going to pick up a lot of kills, and they're going to have a huge advantage on the high ground from all the teams that are fighting inside survey.
You can already tell TSM moving quickly with intention. Last time felt like they got caught unawares. Complexity ended up feeling that exact same position only a few moments afterwards, to their chagrin, and now, you know, I think that's a big lesson, especially in game 1, too. That's almost where you want to take your biggest misstep so that you can correct it and learn. Above them, though, the leaders of Group C, it's Alpine and RKN, Hill, Urice. In fact, Cole, he had mentioned a little earlier today, off the Valkyrie, and obviously opting for the Crypto, Gibraltar, and Octane lineup. How do you feel about that?
I think this is great. I think Crypto is super underutilized because how difficult he is to pull off in these type of situations, and Alpine has found themselves in a very great spot for Crypto, holding the top of Epicenter here is going to be huge, and it's going to be annoying for TSM to have to deal with this because you're having a drone fly around, you're wondering if they're going to try to EMP you, and you're constantly just dropping your shields over and over again. But they're going to make a crazy rotation over towards the downward side because they realize the information that they get off of that drone. And it's surprising that actually My Little Phony is electing to go with Gibraltar, because sometimes that Octane Revenant comp goes really well with Crypto, but here it is. It looks like TSM is going to try to catch up to where Alpine's going, but they understand the situation. They can't overextend. They can't make their way out unless they use a jump pad, and they are going to use the jump pad.
And that's the difference between having the Crypto and the Bloodhound, and the fact that you can just get these drone scans for free where you're set up, and it's going to be Reps and Snipedown who have to trudge their way to one of those beacons if they want to find the information. So sometimes following a Crypto team can just be what you have to do. They take the high ground, though, instead, so not a full follow. Imperial Hal with the flatline iron sights. He sees it, cracks a little bit of damage off the way. Not quite a kill yet, but definitely threatening. And he's going to go into the void and get back inside. Hal looking, does I chase that, he says. And he's going to recline, stay a little more relaxed as well. Still a lot of game left to play with round 1 closing. 20 squads still left.
He's also running around looking for a little bit of loot and some extra ammo that could be on the ground, because 100 shots for that flatline, we know how much Hal likes to rip into his opponents, and that's just not going to do. And we're back on board with, actually, that's going to be Era Eternity, who we saw them, excuse me, in the Beacon building, and now they make a rotation outside of that, and they get caught out by Space Station Gaming, who's coming on from the Skyhook side.
SSG, one of the great orgs that have jumped into Apex Legends in the past month. Excited to see them performing at a high level. See Zenile and Frex clarify. They want a big performance today. Are they going to do it? There's one team out as well. It's ERA. That is going to be it. They seem to be the first team down in Game 2. Wow, Moni looks to spray and pray with that 30-30 repeater. Not a weapon. I always talk about this, Tom, that people find to suit the job for what competitive requires. It's usually the G7 or something a little lighter like a Wingman flatline. Why is that?
Well, a lot of people just don't think it's as strong as a gun as I believe it actually is. And one of the things about the 30-30, which I feel is really great, is you're in that medium to long range distance, but it's still utilized where if you get enough damage and you have an Octane or someone that can play aggressive, you could close the gap fast enough by the time that they actually heal. And that's the key when you decide that you want to push here. Depends on how much damage you do. If you can crack some armor and get some flesh damage, say you do 150 and you hit 3 shots, then that's an opportunity to send it.
And sending it is the decision SSG is going to have to make. They're in a pretty good spot, though, and Zenile already creeping forward. Let's take a listen in and see how they want to play this one.
Box now? Is there any way you can get a light ammo or no?
There's no light ammo on it.
Okay.
There's light ammo on the Bloodhound's box.
That's all good.
I have a ton of cells if anyone needs.
I'm 114. I need bats. Yeah, can I get
I'm dropping it back.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna loot more energy ammo.
Alright.
The team just took this house.
I'm just watching our back. Zone's gonna hard pull. We need to. I think this next zone, we need to start working in from over here. And we have to start working in from the tunnel because it's gonna hard pull. I think.
I mean, we just have to make sure no one takes this shit.
Yes, I know. We just need to be careful from tunnel. I don't think anyone's gonna take tunnel from the north side. Like, someone's definitely gonna try to take it from the south.
There is a team on north side there.
Let's go over here.
Yeah, no, they were there already. Remember, I told you I got scanned from. They were playing Res Beacon early. I'm pretty sure it might be Complexity.
They got longbows.
Did we get
another play we could do if it to get into survey is just padding from this crack right here and fucking sending into one of the RVs like later.
The only problem with that is like there's people playing Austin.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's always going to be something that'll kill us, but
Decisions. I like to say good plan executed poorly. That's worse. I'd rather have a bad plan executed well. It seemed like that was the demise of Complexity. Couldn't quite figure it out. SSG in the same position, having to toss up options, but hopefully they find the right one to get them into survey.
Exactly. They want to throw out a handful of different options here, and one of the things that we saw in the complexity listening is things start to change. Everything's situational here in Apex, so that's why you have to have multiple plans, plan A, plan B, plan C, and you could hear at the very end, they were saying, hey, we could even send this into one of those train carts, and those train carts are directly in the middle of surveys, so that depends. That could be taken, and back in the Wattson meta, almost every single one of those areas were taken, including underneath the buildings in survey.
That's a great point. The Wattson meta is not here, and in some ways, it creates some of these things that Rambo and My Little Phony are doing to be even more successful because there isn't this huge setup in a building where you can't push. But in that same way, people feel a little safer, and when you have that silence, that changes the game. Something from a character that is so defensive and yet very hard to counter against and play against, it can catch you off guard, and I think that's where we saw Last Circle made a huge impact. We know My Little Phony starts really well, and partly, I just think their lineup's working extremely well in this lobby, and I think it's going to catch people off guard unless they specifically plan against what happens if we get silenced here. How are we going to hold against that?
Not a lot of teams are prepared for that, and I don't think that My Little Phony was prepared to run into that lamppost. Rambo, unfortunately, almost, lost a little bit more health than he was hoping for as he was running forward and trying to get over towards the bottom of the building. And now they're going to be coexisting next to Team Content, who, if they do get silenced, a lot of their composition kind of goes out the window, right? It's a great counter towards Caustic. So I love the way that these teams have been playing this, but the teams that are going to be having to be making the rotations outside of these buildings are all going to get gate-kept from the teams that are up on the hill. Say, like Flashpoint is just sitting there and waiting. You also have Team XD up over towards the side. So this really isn't an ideal situation to be in for those teams.
Complexity over on the backside of Survey. Actually doing a great job of holding it back just like Sentinels. We'll catch up with them in a moment because some action here for Rambo and My Little Phony. We'll see how that silence comes in. Right now it's all about the Death Totem. They've got a little bit of a veil from Death, and so we'll see if they can survive. It's what they all want to do. Big knocks there from Fury. He's going to look to go down. Phony Head still coming through. Not damaged enough, but he takes the middle floor. And this is going to be huge. Still, We the People in Content trying to stabilize. They grab him up in turns, holding down that door, buying desperate time for these desperate measures. And both teams backing off just a little bit, Tom.
Really a clinic on how to play this, and you have to back off in that situation because you could see the thirst was coming in desperately for Fury. The idea was to go in there and try to get this big advantage. Once we have that 2 versus 3, we know we can push into that building and infiltrate, but they also get an idea of what composition is being ran, what armors that this team has, and what team it is. When these teams are so closely matched in terms of skill, all of that information, Rain Day, really matters.
Content, one of the best LCQ games I think we've seen, and I remember the wall jump finish from We the People. It was fantastic, and great content creator, by the way, specifically, so make sure to go check them all out. Definitely a big name in Apex, or soon to be a household name, alongside SSG here now in the train. Kind of cooped up in a little bit of a battle here against Crummy, Oi, Senpai, and Tempest, and this is really where who gets down first. Been heading over a little closer to Survey as well. Synced, Ranked is harder. We saw them deliver the Justice, the Pain, overall the TSM and Complexity earlier. Synced, he finds it down as well. Dropped, gets Moaning, and 0+. Full health, holding back, and Caustic Gas in there means they don't quite have too much of a place to retreat quite yet, but they're looking decently until, Charge Rifle from Phony Head. Oh no, My Little Phony getting involved here. They see an opportunity, and this could spell horror for Ranked is harder.
This is not looking good. Ranked is harder is trapped inside. The finish goes in onto drop. Also in the kill feed, we saw ESA White take out Lazarus. So Lazarus is going to go out in 19th place as ESA White continues to do pretty well in Group C. They're sitting over towards the top of the leaderboard. But this is where things get a little bit interesting here, Rain Day. The zone is starting to close out, and we were discussing how important it is to own this side of the map. That's the beacon building that we were just talking about. Those are where a lot of these kills are going to happen. And speaking of kills, TSM finds themselves in a little bit of fight towards the side.
Pubstars getting gate kept by TSM. What's going to happen, though? Because we all know this can go several different ways. You can't take your eye off a player for a moment, and they're not. Sniped down with the easy drop on a VFL with the zone closing in behind. Hal slows it down, pops a cell. Nice little slide jump as well. Flatline hitting at the hip fire and the EVA 8. Man, the only shotgun I want to have in this situation. Just so deadly, especially with the PK back in line. It's poison either way, but both can strike quickly like the venom of a snake. You do not want to mess with it for sure. SSG realize it too, and they say the Mastiff's my choice, Rain Day. Let's see what it can pop. 22s, 9s, not exactly what you want to see, but they get the down anyway, and the G7 finishes it off for Clarified.
And sometimes if you're playing Gibby, the Mastiff will work a little bit better in these bubble fights because the ADS from that Mastiff is always going to give you that extra shield, right? But now they look like they're being flanked over towards the side. That's Team Content sitting down below them, and you can see they're just waiting for their opportunity to go and push. But the good thing for Space Station Gaming, they kept a majority of their shields, if not all of them, and none of the players get knocked because these players are absolute hawks looking at the kill feed, understanding the situations. As ESA White, they're going to take the high ground over here towards the hill, and you can see that they're not that far from the zone if they want to continue to advance west. But the key is keeping their back safe too, so they have to be basically keeping their heads on a swivel throughout all of this. And here's the potential third party over towards the train tunnel onto Space Station Gaming. Alpine Esports, the #1 team from group number C, wants to get interested.
Arcstar down on the ground. Alpine switch away from the Valkyrie, and now they bring the Crypto into the action. Let's see what Hill can do. Going up with a Spitfire, coming down with damage. Gets bursted as well. That's that Mastiff we talked about with the Gibby. Nice bubble dives as well. Alpine looking in trouble. It's up to RKN now. Can he find this? Did they just commit and overcommit indeed? Is it SSG is going to be able to finish it off? RKN has to do it, and no! Oh, boy, SSG! Wow. What a play. They get the first, and then they end up getting the second. No third party on us, good sir.
And it looks like there is a possible player coming in. Corey wants to try to end this one, and he's going to be able to pick up some kills on the ground. That's 2 free kills going on to Corey, so that's fantastic for him. Now it's up to Frex, and that's just so unfortunate because that was a big win. And it's like, oh, why are you still here, Corey? The zone's moving. Basically, everybody getting griefed over towards the side, and you know how many teams and players were sitting over towards the survey side. And that was just a solo. It was Corey coming through and ruining things for Space Station Gaming, and they're actually both going to die from that. So unfortunate situation is everybody that went to that train tunnel basically went down.
Train tunnel, you die. That's basically how it is in Apex competitive, at least in game 2. Complexity have been sitting pretty. Defensive bombardments. Oh my god, the damage! Complexity just raining down. Damage from the skies and from the sides, and Monsoon is happy about it. He doesn't care. The chaos is his friend. He was born in it, and he is the bane of whoever is moving forward towards them on the rock. They've been holding this backside. Can they continue to do so? Nice head peeks as well, but he's got a beautiful egg glitch here. It's going to be so hard to get him in the thermite from Shiny. We'll buy them a little bit of time, but look at Reptar, Tom. What a position. He's got their flank covered. It's going to be so hard to move against these boys, but a nice shot. I think from a Sentinel will actually maybe push him back a little bit.
Pay attention to how all of these players are taking situations where their body is not exposed, but throughout all of that, everybody wants Complexity's spot because that zone pull was insane. So you have ESA White, TSM on top of each other, CLG is starting to go over towards the side, and they're going to take Complexity's spot. And all of these teams who have seen this zone numerous times, everyone was expecting it to pull survey. Complexity banked on over towards the back, but now everybody's collapsing, Rain Day.
ESA White stomps, just has to hit the shield bat, as well as Impulsive. Complexity are in trouble. They've got CLG above them. They got TSM behind them. That's a sandwich I don't ever want to eat or be a part of, and I think they feel the same way as well. Spitfire in their hand, though. A little bit of respite because Reps picking up one of his drop members, but it's Stomps. Oh, no, this could be the end of TSM, and it will be. Oh, boy, Stomps putting an end to that. And so it actually, in many ways, makes Complexity's life a little bit easier as ESA White in that fight, not as willing to push, and not as desperate because they don't have TSM in between them. So that really was a gift for Complexity, who do have maybe the perfect spot here in this lobby.
I really think that TSM was ready to third party over towards the side once they saw CLG and Complexity fighting. They scanned in front of them, but they didn't scan behind them, and right behind them was ESA White, and they're going to take advantage of this position. But look at all the teams sitting on that west side and that south side. Things are starting to collapse, and this zone is going to be absolutely brutal for everyone besides CLG.
ESA White, CLG, Sentinels, did they just get taken down? That's the question here. On the bottom side, you'll see the chaos from above. Gibraltar domes falling like flies. Snowing damage, hailing Monsoons, but where is he? Speak of the devil. CLG on Madness going down thanks to Farmer Lucas, who's farming damage here. The wingman, not enough. And CLG, Lou and Vaxlon, they lost Madness, but 2 are still alive in a defensive bombardment. And speak of Complexity and Monsoon, they're the ones who are now about to push. He's got the flat line. Nice time to reload. Love the patience. Love the play. We all know how good of a guy he is, but he's an even better shot as well. And he's looking to aim right down sights.
He is unfortunate for CLG that it was Madness just going a little bit overextended, but huge grenade from Vaxlon. He's taking out everybody of Complexity.
My God, 2 squads still remaining. CLG versus Smile, and CLG might just have the upper hand position-wise, but Smile has all three alive. And, well, with time to heal, it's going to be difficult for CLG, Lou, and Vaxlon. It would take a miracle. But we've seen crazier here in the ALGS, especially when it's championship season. So I'd expect nothing but Lou on the red Evo. He has at least a shield advantage over one. The gold will help for the heal, but not in a fast-paced fight like this. They've got the bubble, but I don't know how you play this, Tom, with 2 left. It's a 3v2.
Do you have any frag grenades if you're Vaxlon?
Yeah.
Because apparently that's what you do. You just toss those and you're going to get multiple kills there. But I just want to point out the amount of respect they're showing CLG. They go back and they say, hey, we could upgrade from purple to red armor. We can continue to get more heals, more ammo. Let's take this methodically. Let's take this slowly, and it's going to be a big bubble fight.
And this is where you want to show up. Will they be able to pull it off? The miracle won't happen, and the only team smiling after that is Team Smile as they claim Game 2. A little Octane jump pad for the celebration, and it is well deserved. Fantastic showcase, and even then, knowing how close they were in a 3v2, Tom decided to play that patiently, saying, let's give them respect. We don't want to mess this up. We've already done the work to get here. Let's go ahead and finish strong.
Not only that, they're flying under the radar a majority of the time, right? They kind of waited for all these fights to take place. We saw the big names, CLG, TSM, Complexity all in there. We really didn't get a chance to see Smile, and that's good sometimes in these end zones.
Yeah, and I think you look at ESA White causing a lot of havoc as well. Farmer Lucas doing tons of damage, and just the way that a lot of these teams pressured, it kind of felt like a little bit of the RNG was in favor of Smile, but man, when the RNG is in your favor, the only thing you really have to do as an Apex Pro is take advantage of it. They certainly did. They'll be smiling after that. Let's send it back to the desk, get ready for Game 3, and listen to what our wonderful analysts have to say about that one.
Thank you, gents, and I'm sure there's a lot to say about that, absolutely. I think something to do with a pretty impressive zone pull for some of these teams, not so great zone reading from others, and the collapse that ensued. I want to welcome once again Girl from our ALGS broadcast and streamer, and from IGN, we've got Parallax Stella. Let's start things off, Girl. What did CLG do wrong, and what did Smile do right?
CLG didn't do too much wrong besides Madness getting killed early. But when it came to that 2v3, Vaxlon was definitely MVP of the situation with the grenade and ended up winning their 2v3. They couldn't win 2 back-to-back 2v3s, but that's okay. They're kind of really hard to pull off.
100%. That's good. That's a highlight waiting to happen. Stella, let's talk me through this final moment and really showcase what Smile, well, why they're smiling. Gosh, that script just writes itself.
That's really good. Yeah, I want to point out the bubble that they used there. They saved it for the last moment, which really saved them. I also want to say that they were against 3v2, which was unfortunate. If they coordinated, if maybe they had their other bubble, they would have been okay, but they played that so well. Just defensively, slowly, and once they downed one, they knew they had it.
100%. Now, I will say the casters had a great question there right at the end, which was, CLG, they could play it so many ways there. Did they play it right, or what would you have done in that similar situation, backs against the wall, down a player? I mean, what do you do in that scenario, and was that the right call?
Honestly, if they had maybe some grenades like Arc Stars, for example, it might have been more likely for them to pull off a clutch, especially in a bubble fight. But their resources seemed to be low. They weren't able to pull off. They used their grenades in the earlier fight, as we've seen. So honestly, they just had to take it, play the bubble, and unfortunately, they were just outnumbered there.
Outnumbered, out-bubbled. Gunned? Anyway, at any rate, let's take a look at what that means for our overall Game 1 results. As a reminder, this is for our groups A and C in the North American region, and then we'll do overalls for both as well. That is not too shabby. You know what, Stella? I'm going to call this a pretty even, balanced leaderboard.
Yeah, surprisingly, it's fairly spread out. I mean, we've got ESA White with 8 kills, which is the most that anyone's gotten here, with Smile at 7 and Counter Logic Gaming at 7 as well. So people were pretty kill hungry, and it seems it's pretty spread out.
Yeah, kill hungry. That's a good way to talk about it, girl. Let's talk about overalls, because this is where things begin to change as we get into Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, Game 6.
Yeah, ESA White definitely were able to find some third parties or find some great angles, especially on TSM. But here are overall leaderboards of today. My Little Phony on top, still on top. Smile went up 6 placements. If you see the 6 with the green arrow, up arrow, they're only 1 point behind My Little Phony. Sentinels only went down 1. They're still at 24. Very, very strong.
100%. And I also want to mention ESA White, as we talked about. We saw a lot of them early on, and guess what? They're up 11 places here as well. Thank you, absolutely. And that's what we'll say there. But let's talk about this girl. Break down some of these highlights we've got coming to you, because there were a lot of different pivotal moments within this entire game that ultimately led to this final circle.
Absolutely. This is the Revenant team, My Little Phony. Very good. It's always nice to get a knock when you're in that ultimate form, because then your team can come back and finish it off. Fury here playing as a solo, coming in with the EVA 8, but unfortunately gives that kill point to Sentinels right there. So that gives Sentinels an extra kill point. Not a problem. Here we have TSM playing it out. And they're getting a kill point on, I believe, Pubstars. Yes, Pubstars. So they wiped out Pubstars in this game. And this is the end zone where we find that Vaxlon gets the triple kill basically here. They get all 3 kills. He's reviving Lou there for the final fight. And then it all comes down to this, the 3v2 situation. Smile played this nice because they played right beside the rock there, forcing the other team to come on closer, and then they pulled off all the shots they needed to win that fight. If they played a little bit further and allowed the other team to shoot them from afar, then they could have been damaged and maybe they would have been able to pull off that 2v3, but they played really smart beside the rock. Line of sight is always key.
Always key. I like that. Hey, you know, one of those pivotal moments became pretty easy to see. It featured We the People in that fantastic Octane jump pad. And that is something that we have seen in an earlier game, the LCQs to be exact. They've actually made a name for themselves as a team here in the ALGS Championships. Let's take a listen to hear their perspective of this momentous occasion.
Hey everyone, my name is TJ, better yet known as We the People. I've been playing Apex since about a week after it started. I was watching a history documentary one day, and I was watching something about the American Revolution and, you know, the term We the People and everybody, how they came together for one cause, and I thought it was sick that, you know, people are coming together to help one another. First week of Apex, I remember playing it at a friend's house, and I was like, wow, this is like the best movement I've ever had in a battle royale / shooter. Competing is just something in me. I ended up playing Bangalore, and at one point I was actually the #1 Bangalore in the world for console, #2 all platforms, right behind Shiv. I think the #1 driving principle between, you know, me, myself, Corey, and Turns going into this competition is just to want to win. You know, we're all streamers on Twitch. We want to make this, you know, our life. I know Corey is one of the best in the world in my opinion. Turns is one of the best in the world. We're hoping we have what it takes to crank it out and do what we got to do.
Well, there's a clip for the YouTube. There's a clip that you can maybe title How We Won the Apex Legends LCQ if they keep continuing with this form as well. And now they're going to make their assault. 2 teams remaining. Content holding forward, and the stick comes in as well.
Oh, and he hit the wall jump. You know he's trying to style. He's going for the clips, and he got it. That's content, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to be a war, right? And it's going to be a war against some of the best players in the world. I'm hoping to win. I'm not expecting to win. May the best men / women win. It's going to be crazy, and I'm glad I have this opportunity. I'm glad I have this shot. Everybody who's coming to play, we're playing for it all. We're leaving nothing on the table, and we'll see. We'll see, but it's going to be a showdown, and it's going to be one of the greatest tournaments in Apex history, and I'm honored to be a part of it. It's a dream come true, man. I'm living the dream. Living the dream. My name is TJ, better yet known as We the People. I stream on Twitch almost every single day. You can catch me there. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. If you guys want to hit the follow, much appreciated. Thank you so much.
We the people indeed. Raise your hand in chat if you are excited for him to potentially play some Bangalore. Unless he was playing it right there. My goodness, I couldn't even tell. Here we go. Let's talk about what you have been saying, however, on our Twitter feed. Let's bring up the socials, ladies, because we've got some people watching from all around the world. Thank you so much also for being in our Twitch chat and our YouTube live chat. We love to see you. And hey, look at this.
Oh.
Yeah, female power on the ALGS. Hell yeah, have a great stream. Love to hear your insights, analysis. Thanks to our awesome host. Well, thank you, Marty. Really appreciate that. Absolutely, thank you so much.
That's so sweet.
We got a lot of cool hairstyles on this on the desk. I will say that we've got a lot of differences there, which is super cool. Killing it. Okay, now I will say snacks and animals and community creativity are definitely things we like to see here. Eating my favorite snack and watching my favorite teams compete. They're rooting for TSM. Who do you got? That's a great question. Answer us on Twitter. Use or chat. Whatever you need to do. I love it. That sounds...
My money's on that ramen right there.
Oh, Yum City. Yum
Is that
City
an orange in instant noodles? I've never tried that before.
Is that instant noodles or is that oatmeal?
Oh.
I'm really hoping it's oatmeal because at this point, ramen
Wait,
and that
but
seems...
that doesn't make it any better.
That's a fair point. Either way, let's talk about upcoming skins for upcoming champions. Cloud9 should definitely get skins when they get crowned as champions. Oh, C9 Salty. Wow, great. First of all, fantastic name. Also, appreciate the throwdown. Definitely something to think about. Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Game is most positive pillar. I like that. Good luck today. And he's rocking on his NRG fandom. Sweet, of course, doing some great sweet things in our first NA tournament. Got my Wraith shirt on today. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, going for Wraith here, ladies. Enjoy.
That's a
Love
sweet
that
shirt.
Yeah, that's shirt.
Yeah.
Let's get ourselves that shirt. That sounds like a great plan. Probably opens a portal. Either way, just discovered Twitch is on Xbox Series X. No more watching the ALGS Championship on my phone. 100%. Side note, I will say that twitch.com/Xbox is streaming this very North American competition here for day 2, so a big thank you over to them as well. We know we've got a lot of streams happening, including our secondary stream featuring the one and only Nicewig, who is pulling down the playing and the players and the plays all day long for our D and B groups. So we'll check in with that a little bit later. But something else to check in, and that is to make sure to keep it right here tomorrow. We're all week long. You know why? Because we've got 3 games for our group stage in North America and 3 games for our EMEA Super Regional. And those games continue tomorrow at 6 p.m. British summertime. I think it's summertime, right? Summertime? Standard time? Those people who are in Britain, comment below. Either way,
Yes.
you're
Yes.
awesome. Yes. Thank you. Exactly. Thank
Absolutely.
You, there you go. Well, you know what? The game is underway, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to our casters right after this.
Dead. Wait.
Wait, Mattis is dead.
I stand in one.
There's
This is
2 men.
you.
Yeah, I'm down to go. There's only 2 squads left anyways. Or
Okay.
we go. Yeah, we have to wipe this,
I'm
I
with
think.
you.
I'm bubbling up here.
Yep.
Don't
They
push
are
anything.
chill.
Just
Don't push
take the
anything.
spot. Take the spot. We just hold the spot now. I'm playing back on the rock.
I'm chilling. I'm just hard chilling.
On the left, on the left, on the left, on the left. Both of them.
What the fuck is that nade?
Wow.
Dude, they fucking vert naded.
So this may help, or maybe it's a feint. This could just be to get everyone engaged, but it looks like Southside has started and has definitely planned to finish this one. Reptar, he's about to fall. Monsoon goes down. Will Noct with the Kraber come over and make a big... You know he's climbing up with a Mastiff, but is it too late? Have they allowed Southside to start getting themselves back in, and Noct with a big Mastiff shot fallout? Could this be the end?
That's right. Noct, the controller player, going huge, just like that. KSC's able to do it. A 2 versus 3 to close that one out over a fully equipped but damaged South State. What a finish from the duo right there, making it happen in the end game, Rain
Wow, wow, wow. What an incredible
2 games down, and of course 4 to go here as Fallout is joined alongside B. Wyatt for game number 3 of the North American Championship. And so far, very different day of what we've seen so far. B, obviously, day number 1 was all NRG, some of our top tier teams. But this time, we got My Little Phony starting off so incredibly strong alongside a couple other free agent teams or unsigned teams. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, and just it's insane how much of a difference just one character switch will make for your team. Because on day 1, My Little Phony, I believe, had Crypto instead of Octane, but now they made the switch to Revenant, and they are dominating the line, putting lots of pressure on these other teams. While TSM is still following the same way they did last time, which is being in 8th place for the day, but somehow they have a chance to turn up. As we go ahead and watch the Pub Stars as they get in a fight.
Yeah, they're going to get into a quick Fragment West fight. We do know they've been dropping Fragment West alongside Ranked is Harder, and this has been a fight that we've been watching every single game, and here we go. It's going to be Ranked is Harder winning this one as well after getting first blood last time around. They will this time wipe the entire squad. They're saying, no more of this madness. This is our drop spot, trying to secure that drop spot, condition the lobby, and say, hey, Pub Stars, if you want to drop here, you're going to get contested every single time.
Yes, as one would say, they should have scrambled like an egg, but instead they got folded like an omelet.
Oh my God, that was the best thing I've heard all broadcast. I'm so
Give me
glad
a
you're here,
poem
brother.
book. Give me a poem book. I need to write this down right now.
Yeah, we're going to get B-isms. Can we just keep a running list of B-isms throughout the entirety of this broadcast? Because I'll be a happy man. Glad to have you on the show, my dude.
I greatly appreciate it. As we watch Lazarus right now, they have all the time in the world to craft. There's not too many teams close. The nearest team is near launch site, and the next team is near thermal. So they have plenty of time to craft, relax. As we go ahead and see Obey getting ready to be pushed. Remember, they are second place in their group, so this is going to be a very important fight for them.
That's right. 2 Brains, 1 Controller, another team that is currently in 5th place in today's lobby. Overall, though, they, of course, have some work to do as they are in 27th place with 28 points, but if we saw yesterday in EMEA, doesn't matter what place, it doesn't matter if you're outside that top 20, you could pop off, much like we saw Gambit do with 100 points, Alliance do with 95 points. It was insane what we saw out of those 2 teams in particular yesterday in the EMEA broadcast. If you did not watch, the display of skill that was shown by Hardeki and Gambit was unbelievable. Make sure you tune into EMEA tomorrow, day number 3, as we now jump on board with Lazarus, G7 Dank, getting some shots with the G7 Scout. Beautiful long-range poke being put in from Dank.
Really hitting those shots with the G7 at range. Till this day, I cannot fathom how he hits every single shot like he can. But let's go ahead and take a listen to Lazarus if you can.
I'd love to do that. If we could jump in to the comms of Lazarus, that would be fantastic. We'll see if we can here in a moment, as Ranked is Harder is still absolutely under duress over in Fragment. I don't know. Actually, I didn't see any kill feed. It's going to be Imperial Hal, so TSM decides to join the fray here and join the fight over 0+. Hal is going to get at least 1 knock to start, and that's going to be the full kill. Nice job from Hal. And they're not done yet. They want this 3 KP. What an aggressive start here. You don't typically see this from TSM. They don't always take their fights here unless a team contests them. They usually prefer to quick rotate and get out, but they have a good team comp for it.
Yeah, right now they know that they are down quite a few points right now, and they wanted to get up for the day. While they are doing very well in their group stage right now, being in 1st place in their group, they definitely want to go ahead and get some really good, fast, quick kills. As Lazarus is being pressured, has been pressured into truck right now as they hold the position and shield up and try to fight off the high ground, which is a very difficult thing to do, especially when you do not have any character that can help you get to that high ground as easy.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you called for a B. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. I'd love to hear a listening with Lazarus under duress.
Back inside, back inside, back inside. You guys should have went the other way.
I got ult soon. 90 seconds. Or 10 seconds.
They're pushing back up on us.
Holding.
Is this yours?
Yes, my ult.
We needed it. You have cells? Give me cells.
I only 6. I only have 6. I've been getting farmed. Yeah, I've been getting farmed. We need to let this team help us.
Yeah.
They poured it out. They poured it back.
Team right here.
Oh no, yeah.
Fuck, dude. Getting into launch was actually big.
Yeah. Fucking
Fuck, we
course
were
they're
just
holding here.
slightly late. Why is
Rambo's holding
Aaron-
us out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
they
the
wanted to
fuck
hold us in the
are they
beginning.
holding there, man?
Makes zero sense.
They feel like they could collapse on us. That's why. This is so
That's
shitty, dude.
crazy, man. And it's like, if it was anything other than a Rev, like, even if it's Gibby Hound, like, that would be better than a fucking Rev team, bro.
Yeah. I think we're honestly
I
just gonna
have
have to
no
sit here for a
cells,
while.
no bats. Yeah,
4
it's fine.
cells.
We're literally just chilling here until zone gets tighter. Thank you.
I honestly, I mean,
Wait, how many bats do you have?
0.
0.
Okay. Jesus, man.
Yeah, I know. Holy fuck, dude. Maybe if we... I wanted to hold the building here. That's why.
Maybe we just.
We should have, I think. We should have just held that for the first.
Wow, tell of two tales here. Different listen-ins we've heard from games 1 and 2, and here in game 3, Lazarus obviously wanted the rotation, not able to get it, and clearly a bit frustrated by the Revenant pick coming through for My Little Phony B. Revenant has had quite the impact on this lobby. Talk to me about it.
And just to show you how powerful it is, there has been only one team to pick Revenant, and the entire lobby has felt that person's pressure just because of it. Revenant, because what Phony did is how masterfully big brain and non-smooth brain they are. They use the Revenant ult to pressure down teams with Caustic. They get rid of the Caustic traps and try to die on the Caustic. That is their #1 goal. So once the Caustic is down, they're able to die, come right back, and say, let's run that back again. And they have been doing a very good job with it, and you can tell just from Lazarus' voice that it is very hard, because having a Gaby with no bubble, no arm shield, and no abilities is a very rough thing to do, especially with Space Station Gaming and Alpine holding the choke at launch site. It is going to be a very hard there. Lazarus is in a very rough spot right now.
That's a great point on, obviously, Revenant. You saw it last game, how they were pushing Caustic, pushing Caustic with the Revenant ultimate, getting the canisters to pop, and then pushing again after they knew there were no canisters left. On the flip side here, the impact on the Gibraltar might be even bigger, because obviously Gibraltar not able to drop their dome shield. So many teams rely on that in late game. Revenant has caused quite the stir. It's actually what won them game #1 against Sentinels. Huge play from them. Meanwhile, we're jumping on board with ESA White. It's been under a lot of pressure all game. Farmer Lucas out of this game. Impulsive Dream last alive and will survive on a sliver, but you wonder for how long.
Yeah, he's going to be able to try to pop that Phoenix hit, but you have to wonder if he's able to go to bid. And as soon as I said something, I knew I got the words out, and I said I should go ahead and wait and see what happens. But it was a very rough time as Smile go ahead and gets that quick cleanup. Being, once again, showing the power of Octane and how fast and quick he's able to collapse on easy kills and flanks.
Muffins McCarthy, one of the two McCarthy brothers alongside Shiny, proven that he is still on top of competitive Apex, as Smile is currently on top of the standings overall. In second place right now, 1 point behind My Little Phony. They have 26 points. It's been a great game so far for Smile, Petty, and Muffins. Go ahead.
I also want to look at Sentinels, because Sentinels, for game 1 or for day 1, they did a very good job of holding the edge of zone and was able to get very solid positioning. They went for more positioning as opposed to kills, and they were number 3 for a while and doing a very good job of holding their position amongst the group. So I'm curious to see how they are doing currently amongst this fight.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on them. Meanwhile, jump on with We Want Land. Yes, I Want Land as well, right there alongside you. Can't wait for that. And especially can't wait for yet another global affair. I'll tell you, for those that missed it, I reference it always because it was that epic of an event. The Apex preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland. Teams from all around the world flown out. We got to see APAC versus South America versus Europe versus North America. It was an unbelievable display. Can't wait to get to that global affair again. If you did not have a chance to catch that action, make sure to look it up on YouTube. Apex Legends preseason invitational. It was an epic LAN event. Last LAN event, of course, before COVID, but one day maybe we'll get back as we now jump on board with Complexity, rotating again from the north side of the map. Another deep south zone that is just so difficult for Complexity. Obviously coming all the way up from Refinery on the far north side of the map. Refinery, Epicenter, Survey Camp is their drop spot. It's a tough rotation for them. We'll see how they'll fare. Meanwhile, CLG, 2 back-to-back good games in top 5 in standings right now, currently just eating damage of the Storm so they can loot up. They might actually get matched up here against some other teams that we knew were on their side.
Well, looking at the team comps as well, you're seeing a lot less Wraith. And And for good reason too, having that mobility to be able to get to the high ground quickly and efficiently, being able to rotate and collapse on teams, on down teammates, and on down enemy teams, and as well collapsing them with broken shields is really proving very well. And that's just something that Wraith does not have the ability to do as well. But what Wraith's ability does do is give you in and out and gives you ability to pull back, say no, that's too hot, and pull back, while with people like Octane, Valkyrie, it's very difficult as Vaxxon goes down for some very good poke from Sentinel.
That's right. Sentinel's dropping Sorting Factories. This is a good zone for them. South side, meanwhile, jumping on board with TSM. Speaking of Sorting Factory, they made their rotation on in from Fragment. Already got 3 kill points as they started strong. They're currently in the Cylinder building. And we saw Gambit do some damage in game number 4 yesterday of the EMEA tournament. On top of the perch, just raining down fire, getting some great damage. Look at the team fire from TSM, not able to get the knock, but almost connects. That was some Halo-esque team fire from the former Halo Pro, and Snipe down. Nade's going to follow up with some additional damage. Ultimate's going to follow as well. They want this KP, but they got to be careful because the third party might be looming.
Both bubbles are in, so that means they are fully committed to this fight as Monsoon has nothing but a little bit of health as Reps gets a very beautiful, meaty shot of the Massive. But unfortunately, he's going to go down because there's just too many people. But don't worry, it is TSM. Oh, they murder good. They murder real hard. And they did a very good job, very good, quick, clean fight. But that zone's coming in. That is going to do quite a bit of damage right now because it is round 2. And that damage does add up. And the last thing you want to be is held out by another team.
Oh, by the way, that was a grudge fight right there for TSM, who, of course, got taken out, at least 1/3 of them, by Complexity in game number 1. This time, TSM gets the upper hand in the fight, and they take out all 3 members of Complexity on the far rotation. As we take a look at Obey Alliance, we have to keep a close eye on Obey because it's a close matchup between them and Alpine for first place in Group C. Not necessarily what you would have expected. Obviously, Group C, you would have thought maybe Complexity era, Eternity, ESA White, Space Station. But no, it was Obey and Alpine in top 2 of the standings. Let's go ahead and jump into a quick listen and learn a little bit more about this team.
This team right here. They're getting
Yeah, I know.
They're highly leveled.
Same team. They're just really split right now.
I'm going on for this care package. Oh, they took it.
Yeah, they already got it.
And there's something on there. There's like a
it is 2 teams. It is 2 teams. They're fighting.
It is? Okay, I'm coming.
If they like trade, do you want to jump for it?
No, definitely not. No. I think we hold this to the end.
This fucking team.
Yeah, no, just hold this. I'm on me.
There's a pallet down there, so.
I mean, I don't need that, do you?
I'll take it.
I mean, we can get it on rotate. We don't need it.
I can get it right now.
If you think you can get it without getting beamed, then I'll trust you, but like that's the thing. You might get beamed going down there.
No.
Yeah, scrapping in there.
They finished.
Okay. Look at this. Is that the same team, you think? Or is that...
Probably
what is this?
Definitely a different team.
Okay. I'm not shooting yet. I'm watching. There's also blood up there. So team just wiped inside, and then this is a whole other team, right?
Yeah, and they're not safe like at all. It's definitely
they're gonna get beamed. Yeah, we need to get KP on this. Like, we need KP on this. We also need to make sure no one sneaks up on us. There's definitely gonna be a team of sorting.
I'll watch them sneak up, and you guys watch.
Okay. Alright, yeah, sounds good. Right here, they're getting shot at. Wait, this is 3 teams, I think.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
This is 3 teams. Gibby's broke. Gibby's one. The race fuck too. Yeah. This team's still here. Bro, you're actually griefing us from over there. Look at this. They're back out. They're back out. If they bub, I should be able to get BL from here. Bro, I'd never use the anvil.
Fighting up here. You have angles?
Coming.
Obey Alliance, a little bit of perspective from them as they early rotated, found themselves in a very favorable spot, top sorting factory. And depending on where the zone flips to, which they don't have the intel of, because they're of course not running crypto. It's one of the downsides of not running crypto. You don't get that mobility recon, and it's going to be a far zone, and they're going to have to rotate. That'll be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, during that, we did see TSM pick up a few more KP. They're right now below Casper, former member of the Team Liquid roster, currently alongside Stunny and Co. Great roster in their own right, but they, of course, have Petty Boss, Muffins, and only one mini of Smile nearby.
Obey once again does have a very good position. They have a very similar. They're in a very similar spot as Sentinels was day one when they had the same exact cop and everything in the same spot holding it down. So there's not going to be too many teams going to be able to pressure them out. As I'm pretty sure Lazarus is still in that truck holding on to whatever dream they have left in that spot because they are in a very rough spot. Low on resources, low on shields, low on life as well because they're being pressured by so many teams as well. So it's just overall a very difficult spot as Kanaka Pets is right outside the truck waiting for the word in the moment, the perfect time to strike.
Here's a rotation from TSM. It's a tough one for them, and they're going to just dip on into this trailer, hope for the best for now. Rep's going to drop the safety bubble just to be safe. So many teams above them, and they still have quite a way to go. It's a journey. It's a trek right now for this rotation. A difficult zone coming from Fragment East for TSM. We'll see how they play it. Meanwhile, Obey above them to their right. They're kind of sandwiched right now between Obey and, of course, the squad that we saw. Era, I believe it was Era on their left.
And now, as we're once again, this moment is going to highlight exactly why Wraith is not in a very good spot as far as when it comes to, as they get a fake, it's a very meaty grenade and get some very beautiful shots with the R301 as they throw the ult to try to help them out. But Lazarus, unfortunately, is going to go down and get wiped right there because there was just too much pressure, low resources. They just did not have the option to fight there.
I love the
Kanaka's going to go ahead. As Kanaka's going to go ahead and throw an ult down and go ahead and cover him so he's able to shield, collect whatever resources they had, all 2 bullets and a pocket of flint from them.
Yeah, brilliant plays right there. Love the aggression from Kanaka's Pets, taking their 3v3 despite so many teams being nearby. Guess what? One of them is TSM. They take that 3v3 against Lazarus with some ease, who just pitched a tent in that house. Obviously, that trailer for quite some time and ended up getting taken out. Meanwhile, TSM finds itself in their own 3v3 now against Kanaka's Pets. And it's going to be TSM handling it fairly well so far. They get at least 2 kill points, but still have to make this rotation with teams gatekeeping. It's so difficult. Hal's going to go down, snipe down as well, and TSM is out in 8th place again. As we keep an eye on SSG, Obey. Couple teams still alive right here. We saw Obey leverage that Valkyrie ultimate on their rotate. That was great.
Positioning is very important. While you may be able to kill half the lobby, getting to a spot so you don't go down is a very rough spot to be in. As Lan is sitting here killing and clapping every single body. Yes, they may have a teammate down, but unfortunately, they're going to go down. It's just he has 1 health to go ahead, gets 1 down, and can he get the last down on the Caustic? No, he's actually going to get shot by a third party right behind him as Obey Cook is fighting for whatever he can to get as many points, as many KP as he can as he accidentally shoots his teammates and then gets collapsed on by Space Station Gaming, who does a very good, clean third party with little damage done to them.
That's right. Space Station Gaming does it. Of course, led and IGL'd by Frexes, former member of Cloud9, NRG, and Reciprocity. Talk about the orgs that he's played under now. Of course, Space Station Gaming, Utah-based esports org. I'm a big fan of their content. Now, as we switch over to Alpine Esports here. Alpine with high ground in a very favorable position in this late game. 4 squads remain. We got Space Station Gaming, we got Alpine, and then this team that's below them, not sure exactly who it is, didn't catch the team tracker moments ago. This will be an interesting finish.
With Alpine being one of the only top scoring squads right now in this last zone, it's going to be, they're in a very favorable spot because not only are they going to try to get that last bit of KP, they are also going to be getting some beautiful placement points.
Right. It's going to be Rambo, former member of Flashpoint, currently playing for My Little Phony. No longer on that Flashpoint squad, but it looks like he's gotten the better of that deal. His squad has been playing so well, currently number 1 in the lobby as we jump on board with Urice of Alpine. Love this man's content on Twitter, playing alongside RKN and Hill as Urice, RKN and Hill of Alpine here, alive with 4 teams left. Let's go ahead and jump into a quick listen and get their thoughts. Actually, I take that back, 3 teams left. Let's listen in.
Can you grab that?
No, we need them. We need them. They'll have angles on these guys.
Yep. I can't risk it with your pad there.
I hit Octane 30.
Me, but if not, no worries.
They're getting Revenant queued. Wait, that's a Revenant team over there.
Yeah, it's yeah. All right. Well, we don't want them.
Well, that means just hard hold this team.
Yep.
We can't let them climb on us because that gives Revenant the opening to ult pad on us.
Yep.
I will have ult. I'm gonna have ult. So we're just gonna EMP. Gibby ult.
Yellow
They can't
ping
even
is where it
climb.
ends. Yellow
I'm
ping is
holding the
roughly where it
climb.
ends. Yep. I'm opening this door so I can see as well.
Fuck, I can't put this down anywhere.
Okay, cringe.
That's bad.
That is bad. How long? How long
I don't
is
know.
that? No, 15 seconds.
seconds,
It'll
we're
be
fine,
up.
we're
It'll
fine,
be,
we're
but
fine.
yeah, it'll be fun.
Can you keep watching the Revenant just in case they like triple jump pad?
I think they might.
They got Gibby ulted. The Revenant team got Gibby ulted.
Did I MP them?
They're getting jump padded on. They're getting jump padded on. Wait.
The other team
No,
padded
no, no, no.
over.
They jump padded lower. They jump padded lower.
Okay, focus the Gibby team. They're pushing. They're pushing.
And I love that late game listen in here to hear the third party opportunity for Alpine. They now get the opportunity of a lifetime to third party everyone in this fight. This might just be one of the easiest games they have won as they are putting in absolute damage. These two teams, Space Station and MLP, decided to fight each other on the low ground, and as a result of that, Alpine looking to be on top.
Yeah, both teams did a silent agreement. I may not like you, and you don't like me, but we really don't like Revenant team because they go ahead and do everything they can to finish off My Little Phony, as it's just Fury right now, just jump padding, doing his absolute best as most to fight hard, as Alpine is going to go ahead and hit fire with the Prowler and showcase that Alpine is not to be messed with as they go ahead and take game 3.
Well done from the leaders of Group C coming into today's competition. Alpine Esports win that one with a few kill points as well. It's 12 points for first, plus 1 point for every additional kill that they got for everyone that's tuning in for the first time. And keep in mind, every single game counts because the top 20 teams from group stages will qualify for the finals next weekend for their chance to play for the $2.5 million ALGS prize pool. We'll of course have our top teams from each group plus the top 16 teams in overall points after that. So kudos and well done for Alpine. They're looking to be the #1 team in their group as they've been looking great, B.
Yeah, they have did a very good job. They had the most position, they had the best position overall. They were able to position themselves and look at both teams in their sights, not to their backs. So when they saw they both had committed to the Revenant team to My Little Phony, they knew exactly that they had the game in the bag because all they had to do is hold high ground and proceed to shoot fish in the barrel.
That's right. Game 3 is in the books, done and dusted, as we are now past the halfway point of today's action. Nice job and congrats to Alpine Esports. However, there's a lot more to talk about as we again throw it back to Kate, Stella, and Girl at the desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And yes, you're absolutely right. There is a lot to talk about. And of course, a huge GG over to Alpine Esports, showing what third parties are truly made of. But I also want to come back to this. And I know, Stella, Girl, you're both chopping at the bit to chat this through, because I feel like yesterday in EMEA, we saw Third Impact rocking a Loba, the only Loba in the lobby. Today, that team comp mix-up seems to be with our My Little Phony team coming out just at second place here to Alpine Esports in this game. I'm going to start real quick. We got that final moment, and while we roll that final moment, Stella, I know you want to talk about this team comp and what it has done to this lobby.
Yeah, so, that Revenant Q on Alpine almost worked out in their favor, but Alpine actually stayed up top, which kind of handed them the win as soon as both of the remaining teams dropped down. They kind of handed Alpine the win there because they had no cover downstairs. And, I mean, what can you do except for just do your damage?
Exactly. Now, Girl, one of the things we know is that the zone predictions can be so pivotal, especially if you don't have that Valkyrie ult or something similar. So talk to me about what it was. It sounds like Alpine Esports, they started here. They predicted this zone, and they knew what to do.
Yeah, so the great thing about playing a crypto is you can predict zones a lot better than other teams because you can scan the beacon more often. And what's really interesting about that final circle is we had a Revenant team against a crypto team and then against SSG. And at first I was curious as to why the Revenant team didn't push on the high ground because that would give them more chance of winning. But the fact that Alpine had a crypto is really dangerous. You never want to push a crypto team because as soon as you start pushing the they'll just pop that ultimate, and you probably will lose the fight. And as a Revenant team, you'll just get sent back into zone because the zone was moving. So the reason why they jumped down to push SSG was to try and get those 3 kills and to go for second place, because pushing a Crypto is very dangerous, and that actually just won Alpine the game even further.
It did, and it's all about points. Let's take a look at this game's results. You know, reminder that coming out on top for a game placement is great, don't get me wrong, but kill points are greater at this point. We're trying to get things through, and that's where we can make sure to mention a little team called TSM down there. TSM doing TSM things, getting double digits. They went out earlier, but that's something to say.
So honestly, I was really questioned about their decision making to go the tree route, because we saw they didn't know how many teams were over there. But the fact that they held out another team in tree, managed to get those kill points before dying to the zone, that was incredible to watch.
It was. Let's talk about something else incredible to see. We've got our overall results. Remember, this is game 3 of 6. It'll be a nice moment when we get to see exactly how this all breaks out. Remember, this is, I should say, A and C groups. Our influencer stream have the other groups happening today. My Little Phony and Smile, Stella, Alpine Esports up 3, Space Station Gaming up 3. It's pretty clear to see there are some teams that did great this game and some not so much.
Yeah, I want to circle back to TSM's high kill point, which was 10, I believe, and that put them just a few points behind the top team in this game, which you can't count out kills, you can't count out any of those KP, especially in day 2, and it just shows you that, like, with Phony leading the kills here, I mean, every point counts.
Absolutely, and that's another reminder, though. When it comes to our point system going into finals, again, we mentioned it is all about points. We have a match point system when it comes to our finals, but to get there, you have to be the top of your group to automatically get one of those 4 automatic spots. But also, you have to be then one of the top 16 teams in points. And remember, those 4 spots, they'll get their way into the finals, but where they are in that seeding, where they are with those bonus points through that seeding, well, that entirely has to do with points. It's points, it's points, it's points, it's points, it's points and points, 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 points. At any rate, I think I made my point.
You surely did. You surely did make your point.
I like that.
And the fact, fact that you mentioned that if they do place higher than others, they start off very well in the grand finals on the last day, and that'll just put them closer to the match point that they need to win the whole tournament.
And as a reference, that match point is 50, which we just saw that overall points. We've got 2 teams within 5, I believe, if that was how we were playing today. I will say that one of the things we've been really excited about is our influencer stream. It is hosted by Nicewig, who has been doing work and day in and day out here for our North American group stages. And we've got some highlights that you just have to see. Let's take a look at what we've been going through over on that influencer stream provided to us by Nicewig. Take a look.
Who knocks on the Kodagami and Wally catchers, and this is where the jump pad comes out. Stick gonna be getting cracked here. Stick going down. NRG with 3 kills, getting their spot in the circle, and Bowser and company getting some amazing kills on the Blight, Mooney, and Co. What a great job. NRG now establishing their dominance inside the spot, and they're running down. More shots. These get broken here. Gonna get the crack onto Alberlel, and Alberlel is most likely going to go down here in 3rd place with the Rat, I believe, who is on Onwu's team, the only one alive. Energy going to push the Rat underneath. That's another KP for Energy and the boys. Going down, going to get the kill, and that's going to be the end of the game. NRG is your champion of the first game. First game and Co. NRG going to be wiping 2 of the Kagurna boys, and they are full HP as well. Look at the domination from Sweet. Onwu going down, Vayne going full down, but don't forget about the Accent boys. The Inch coming out from there in Kagurna, and they're going to be wiped. Scurry going down as well, and Sweet is still alive. Purple Armor Swap comes out, 25% only on that. Opening! Kenny with the open, what is he doing? Kenny's sitting in the open right now. Nathan going down, Rocker's going to be 1 HP, Sweet going down as well, the Sorcerer is absolutely popping off, and Accent with the win! NRG getting the 2nd place.
Wow. Oh my god. Sorry. Nicewig is the best. Okay, let's girl, I gotta ask real quick. If you're a team in today's lobby, in our lobby here, watching that influencer stream, what are you most concerned about going into our next day of competition?
Definitely NRG is a concern for sure. They've been popping off very well. But I'm actually surprised to see Xset win that after watching NRG get a free kill on them. So that was real clutch by Xset there.
For sure. Stella, what were your highlights there? It's got to be some excellent gameplay because because Nicewig is yelling.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say the overall highlight is definitely Nicewig right there. But yeah, Energy has been a force to contend with, and just watching them win back-to-back games, I think, at least 2 games, it just shows you they did not come here to mess around. And I think they're definitely going to give TSM a run for their money this year.
As we say, they came to slay. At any rate, let's take a look at what your favorite teams, maybe they've changed, perhaps they have stayed the same regardless. We're going to take a look at what you have been voting on. Remember, you can use the hashtag and the team name to vote in our Twitch chat, in our YouTube live chat, and of course on Twitter. Pubstars currently coming in at #1, but guess what? Team XD and Sentinels right on their heels. Surprise, surprise, TSM down at 7. I will say we've got a lot of different opportunities for our fans to come and to the aid of these teams, gang. Smile just won. Complexity's been throwing down some heat. So make sure to get your vote in. Use the hashtags you see here to vote for your favorite team. Go ahead and put that in the chat in any of our chat forums, our Twitch chat, our YouTube live chat, or our Twitter, and be a part of this discussion, man. What do you guys think here?
Pubstars got a lot of fans, honestly, and I really hope that'll put a lot of smiles to their faces and give them that courage that they need to win that next 50-50 in Fragment West.
Couldn't have said it better myself here. Okay, Stella, girl, let's take a look at what our community is saying with some tweets. We know you guys have been tagging us, and we really appreciate you watching. We appreciate you interacting with us, being a part of this show, because this show is all about you. We're into entertainment, and this is by far the best that I can think of today, for sure. So let's see what you've been saying on the Twitter feed. Make sure to follow @PlayApex and use the hashtag ALGS. You may find yourself on this very program, and we may be talking about you, your dog, your cat, your snacks. Still trying to figure out that ramen citrus situation, but that's okay. Or potentially your creativity. Oh, here we go, snacks, ladies. Charcuterie board.
God.
Stella, that looks delicious, and the dog's adorable too.
Yeah, can we come over and grab a cracker? That'd be nice.
Yep, I think that will do. And that is a spread, y'all. That is a spread. Wow. Oh, and Nessie, you know what? Nessie cheering for Complexity. Of course, the Nessie squad picked up recently. No longer Orgless, but we still, of course, know the Easter egg that is the Nessie doll, the Loch Ness. Loving the Revenant. Stella, that has not been something we have heard from teams in this lobby, I will say that.
Yeah, it was so great hearing them rage. I mean, well, not great for them, but great for me because, as you know, lots of legend picks cause pain to others, but it's kind of great to see pros use these not so well-used legends.
Not so well-used legends. There you go. Girl, we're going into game number 4. Any last looks, anything you'd like to see these pro players throw down, and how salty are you against Revenant?
I'm not salty against Revenant at all because it is a tournament. You got to use what you got to use. And I'm actually really proud that they kept it a secret. They pulled it out on day 2 and surprised everyone because that just shows how much they want to win. And I appreciate that.
Taking it all in and leaving it all out on the field, to be sure. Well, we are done on our field here. But the rubber meets the road in game number 4 with our casting duo, Rain Day and Tom T-Square Taylor, right after this.
Alright, just go. They bubbed. I'm
Go
under.
under.
Come to
Yeah.
me, come to me.
So much loot here.
Alright, just stay here and hold.
Yeah,
They
might drop. Yeah, I'm watching.
They got Gibby ulted again. They're dropping. Close. I'm bubbling him back, blowing back. I'm popping it back.
Gibby crit. Gibby,
Kill the rev. I just fucking whiffed hard.
Stay alive if you can.
Run.
Run west,
Just stay alive.
I'm crawling to you.
Wait till next bubble and then you can res.
Careful, careful, careful. Shooting to your right.
Combo. I love this laptop's design. I love that it's a gaming PC that's a beast whenever I want to use it for some Apex Legends gameplay. But check this out. Right here, the RGB lighting on the keyboard. The keyboard is one of the most important parts of a PC, and this thing just gets it right. The clickety-clack, whether I'm fast-forwarding through VODs to prepare for my next tournament, or whether I'm just typing and writing notes to get ready for what I'm going to say with Onset and the jokes I'm going to try to make about it. Either way, I feel like this is one of the key features of this laptop, and one of the reasons why I hardly ever put it down.
And it's time for game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, there's nothing better than Apex Legends. Well, maybe Apex Legends when there's $2.5 million on the line, and that's what we've got here today. We're midway through the competition, starting the second half of things, so if you just joined, no problem. Grab something to drink, relax, sit back, and watch the action as things only start to heat up. So you may need to make sure your AC is on as we are landing into World's Edge, ready to go. I'm Rainy, and I got my man T-Squared here to back me up as we get ready to see which teams will show up today. It's been a fun one, Tom, and overall, what are your thoughts looking at 3 games gone by and 3 games to go?
I'm excited, and I'm excited for teams like Space Station Gaming who see the zone pulling towards their side. They're going to be loving that. It's going to be really interesting to see a team like Team Content and what they do. Are they going to face off against CLG over towards the Skyhook side, or are they going to play it safe and try to get in towards the zone? It's most likely going to continue to pull over towards that Countdown side. So the teams on that north side are loving it because we had tons of south zones if you tuned in for day 1 of our group stage.
In fact, it's not just a ton. He's not exaggerating. Literally every zone was either 50% towards the south, so on that equator line, or south side. Every single one. And that just has to feel rough. Like, you know, the odds aren't with you, and we all know that you want the odds to be ever in your favor, especially in a moment like this. And it could create, I think, as a athlete and as someone who's gone through these moments where maybe the ref isn't giving you the calls, or maybe you just don't have the luck of the draw, hits off the post, goes in instead of hits off the post and goes out, for my football fans out there. To me, I just think you have to have the mentality that no matter what is coming forward, you're going to find a way to get around it, right? Because at some point, everybody has that little RNG that doesn't go their way.
You not only have to be mentally prepared, you have to be, strategically prepared and mechanically prepared to go throughout all of those things, because you've played through, zones before where it's moved across, and that's just opportunities, really. You could say, oh man, it's not going towards us, or you could say, hey, this is an opportunity for us to rotate and pick up a lot of kills on the way. So that is a huge aspect, is that mental aspect of the game, as we do see Space Station Gaming a little bit worried over towards the side because they see what the situation is. There's a team kind of waiting in the wings that could potentially pounce on them, and we're kind of at that moment, Rain Day. 1:30 has passed on that clock. That's when the teams are going to start to rotate. Right in that top left side, when zone 1 is at that 1:30 area, that's when you anticipate players and teams, unless you're TSM around that 1:45 time, that's going to be making your play. But here's Sentinels flying in, making their way over towards Harvester, and it seems that no one is directly in front of them, but there is a team shooting them in that fence area from behind.
And luckily they've made it. They also have a Valkyrie in case they need that mid-game rotation. We can check out Sinox. Not sure if it's possible to see where he's at on that ultimate. Usually you find an ult excel early game and you could figure out, yep, they've got it. So Skyward Dive is available. And to me, this is when you use it. You don't wait till late game. You try to get to late game situations now and put yourself on high ground and an advantage. But ERA, Eternity, they're just trying to stay alive right now. A little bit of a skirmish outside. A couple of nice shots from the R301 will deter any movement. And as you can see here, everyone is going for it. They're looking to make something happen. Big shots again, the EVA 8. This shotgun says, get out of my way and get out fast. And that's exactly what happens. Casper looking to get revived here, but Stunny handles that one for now.
And the third party's coming, but there's a fourth party directly underneath. There's Obey and there's Canucks Pets directly next to Era. And Era didn't really have the best day number 1 in the group stage, and they're kind of bouncing back here in game number 2. We're hearing the ladies talk about how important it is to kind of set the standard, Rain Day, and we're almost at that halfway point. These gamers are going to play 18 games overall. 6, 6, and 6. I'm pretty sure that's 18. Not very good at math. But when we get to that point, that's where you look at the math and say, okay, where are we at right now? Where are the rest of the teams? What do we need to do? Maybe start playing a little bit more aggressive. Maybe you switch your team composition like Flashpoint did last game and switch all three players. But we don't have time to talk about that because TSM is looking for some kill points.
And you know, TSM, despite maybe underperforming again, I mentioned yesterday, the only thing to do better in Apex Legends is to be first and be winning every championship for their fans. And that just doesn't happen all the time. But despite having maybe a subtle performance today with about 20 points on the board after 3, they are in a great position near top 10, maybe 7th place overall in the entirety of North America. So they're looking sitting pretty, ready to qualify for the big day if things ended now. But we all know there's still another level that TSM can go, and it's almost just, I don't want to say annoying, but it's a bit frustrating as fans and as casters to know where they can go, the level they can play at, and see them not quite hit their stride yet. And for competitors, it might be a little scary, knowing, wow, this is them, and they're already in 7th. What if they take it to the next level? That's going to be tough.
TSM's kind of like your, favorite Dragon Ball Z character, where the fights just, last episode after episode, and then finally, into game number 9, episode number 9 is finally when the real form takes place. Until then, it's just a dance around for TSM. They know what they're capable of. Their fans do too. And some side notes, what's going on with some changes when we're talking about making adjustments. We actually lost 2 Wraiths, gained 2 Octanes. Madness and Hundreds are going to switch over. So thanks, Mark, for that info.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. We have a great team in the backside of things. It's not just us. We couldn't do it by ourselves. If you thought me and Tom were just schlepping this thing and putting it all together for you, we thought wrong. There's a lot involved, and we got to thank everybody bringing you those stats and making sure we have that information to cast with you. Right alongside, though, Flashpoint, a team that I think, even though they're getting slightly aggressive here, needs to maybe play it a little more aggressive because they're outside of that top 20. And this is a lobby where I think they could start to do some damage. You have TSM, but they're not playing at their best. You have other teams like Complexity who haven't hit their stride, haven't won a game yet. And this is really your chance, I think, to make a mark, because if you're not going to get it now, when are you going to get it? That's the question. It sometimes just gets a little bit harder with these groups.
Yeah, Randy, unfortunately, that's just not Flashpoint's playstyle. That's not really where their strengths are. I don't want to take anything away from them, but they're really good at getting into the final zone and getting a lot of placement points and getting kill points towards the tail end of the game. If they're not able to do that, they're kind of going to struggle, and that's what you've seen so far, is once these lobbies start to pick up, once the teams start to make the rotations just a little bit faster, and if the zones don't go in your favor, you're going to end up on the outside looking in, and I fear for Flashpoint at this point that they just haven't been able to find their footing yet.
I think that was Complexity shooting at TSM, but we'll head over. No, TSM, they jump padded over here, and so we'll follow along with the team of Discussion. Reps falling in behind. He's already got the purple bolt on the Mastiff. Should help out if they get into an engagement, and they certainly look to be going for one. And there it is, the charge rifle, man. When that thing slings at you from an open field, you say, I can't go that way, because it's just so good, so deadly, and so efficient.
It is, and it's just annoying. I think this is the right word, right?
I tried to talk it up, okay? I was in a classy version of that.
You were using really clever, but I'll tell you, you know what? And I think Cell would appreciate that. That's a rage moment, okay? Where you're going in, you're hunting someone down, you're feeling good about the situation, you're on Bloodhound, you're stalking the prey, and next thing you know, you eat charge rifle for 75 and have to use 3 cells or a battery. But here goes Alpine Esports, who's been really, really solid in back-to-back days. That's going to be the Nox Gas Grenade coming through the window, so they're going to potentially have to back off here. Makes you wonder if Alpine is going to jump into his drone. That's the perfect time to do so.
And you can hear it right now soaring through. It's worked for them, getting off the Valkyrie. winners of our last game. And just near countdown, holding it. No need to push here. Rambo with a kill in your kill feed, down to only 1 mini. The Revenant still showing that he has a very strong presence despite being the only one in this lobby. And Alpine waiting, nothing seems to have happened, but you can tell there's tension in the air. And here's My Little Phony, Rambo, we just talked about it. He's got the Death Totem rush as well. Tom, might be a good time to use it.
Really could be. Anytime that you see players around you, you have to get in the right position. They are a little bit open and exposed, and they don't want to give up their high ground. So the opportunity is there, but they're going to have to find a little bit more safe haven to go and operate through. So maybe they go and throw the jump pad down and take the high ground over towards the side and lay the Death Totem up there, because then you're going to be in a fantastic position if you end up getting sent back. So I really think that's the thought process right now for My Little Phony, and we have the luxury of seeing the player outlines right here, but it's like they have the outlines too, because they're putting pings down onto Flashpoint, who's coming around the corner, and Kupski eats it.
Absolutely deleted. Kupski, see you later. Shoved into a locker right away. Rambo looking like Rambo out in the jungle with the shot. 72 to the dome as well. Octane jump pad goes down. You know what it means. Says, crank that, boys. We moving in. And that indeed they do. Smooth play. Rambo still unrelenting, excuse me, but they're running as fast as they can. Pursuers not giving up, and those being hunted as well. It's like the Revenant all over again, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hide in anything like a bear around here. They will have to find some safe haven, and seems, apparently, as for now, that they have done so.
I love to see this coming out of My Little Phony, and also it's like they have a bloodhound. It's like they're seeing the scans, they're seeing where the players are going, but they don't. They're rocking the Revenant today instead, but we have another fight happening over towards Skyhook, which is going to be one of those brutal rotations where they have to get out of this, and you basically have to fight your way out if you're ranked is harder, and this is what they specialize in, right? Ranked is harder. They play a lot of ranked, they take a lot of fights, they go for that KP, so they're looking to fight, but the problem is, again, in these tournaments, everybody's waiting to third party, so you have to be really smart and methodical about what you want to do, and that's why you see so many pings going down left and right.
TSM have already found their building in Skyhook that they like. Little generator there as well. Not a noticeable thing for most people as it happens in a blink of an eye, but these teams, when they're passing those generators, end up grabbing those resources, because you never know if it's 1 or 2 shield bats in the middle of a maybe medium contested zone that might save you, make the difference at the end of the day. And so Reps playing that beautiful role of support for his team on the Gibraltar. And oh my God, TSM Imperial Hal. You know, I thought about this the other day. Tom, I feel like Hal is actually better from range with an R99 than he is with an R301.
It's tough to say. He has so much experience shooting the R99, and it's been amazing to watch him just go to his bread and butter, because he does like to use a lot of different things. We've seen him using the flatline in the past, very often actually, with a handful of different scopes, but to me he's always been one of the most deadly, if not the deadliest player with the R9 in his hands, and that control from long range is just spot on like you were talking about. He's able to lay down a ton of shots, but there's a lot of counter scans going on. TSM is going to end up fighting out of this position. We saw Ranked is Harder take the jump pad, go all the way around, and we do have a res. Hey, welcome back, Muffins. Welcome back, Mini.
In within the zone, you can see as the health ticking off from them, but feeling pretty good so far, at least that they're alive. Petty Boss is going to have to med kit in a moment. They are well behind the track, and the only good news is that no one knows they are there. TSM FTX, new acquisition, changed the name for the small price of $210 million, not too shabby. You can call me Rain Day FTX for way less than that, I'll tell you. And Imperial House. Yeah. T-squared Doge for what, 20 bucks, right? I think that might be it.
That's my deal. Or a pack of Monster.
Well, we might be able to hook you up with that, as that is one of our great partners here at the Apex Legends Global Series. Snipe down with a nice little move, a little double jump there, and the vault hits reliably. Some argue it's better than the R99, and it really depends on who's playing, but Snipe Down certainly made use of it.
Yeah, Snipe Down, again, one of those unsung heroes, as much as we talk about how you have to give props on over, just like Girl was saying, to the 2 other teammates on this squad. Not only that, they have just a great support system. You know, Hal has so many people watching him that the pressure is really on him to just perform. And all of these players want to perform at the highest level with $2.5 million up for grabs. $250,000 is going to first place. You're going to see some of the best Apex, if not the best Apex you've ever seen over these next couple of days. But this is looking to be a lava fissure zone here, Rain Day.
Stakes are incredibly high. That's for sure. What do you think is over here? Might be a bad thing for some teams who aren't ready to play there. Again, mentally, we just forget how much of an aspect that is a part of the game. But if you've listened to any of the listen-ins we've come across, you can tell that is almost more than anything. It's everything to really get you in a position to hit your shots that matters at this level. So different from pub, so different from ranked even though some may say ranked is harder. This type of lobby requires so much forethought, so much adaptation, and so much flexibility at a moment's notice that hitting your shots is almost just a given. It's not the impact that should change a fight. It should be what you've already set yourself up to do and lined up as well. And so I believe CLG, they're setting themselves up in a nice spot on the backside. We'll be able to catch this area as the zone moves in.
We saw a really cheeky play on day number 1 in North America from CLG over towards the thermal side, and I believe Vaxel and Ad Madness both tweeted this, where they were in a donut building very similar to that, and they were able to take advantage of that based off of a scan. They went over towards the top, they pulled over towards the top. Well, this time they have Octane instead, so it's going to be a little bit different. But Obey Alliance, they have grenades flying over towards them. Crook is tossing out barrels left and right to try to own this area, and anytime you're on the edge of the zone, round number 3 closing, and you don't have a lot of real estate to work with, you have to have all of your resources here. So really it comes down to Hambino. If anybody starts to pressure them, they're going to need to bubble, they're going to need to disengage, and they're going to need to think about getting out of there, because this is not an ideal situation for Obey to be in.
4 Caustics in the lobby right now, and that was one of them. And really the only, I think, biggest antithesis to the Caustic is that Revenant on My Little Phony, and they've had so much success. But right now we see Smile, winners of game number 2, Petty Boss, Muffins McCarthy, and only one Mini. Rotating on the outskirts. Again, maybe in that complexity situation we saw earlier, deciding how do we play this? Should we go backside? Is there enough time and enough of a, I guess, concept on rotating eastward, or do they try to just mow through and find a way through all of the teams they know is exactly in front of them?
Really depends on the situation that unfolds. Again, sometimes you're hoping to get lucky, but a lot of times you create your own luck by being patient, and sometimes you have to wait to the last second, and that's why we see teams like TSM in the previous game where they're going out guns a-blazing. They understand the situation. They're trying to pick up some kill points along the way, and it's just tough because everybody is starting to set up in these prime positions. So we take a look at that mini-map on the left-hand side, and you can see just who's in, just who's out. Obey, again, trying to work the way over down towards the bottom. This is going to be one of those situations where Ronnie's going to have to rely on his ult to get out of here.
And this is actually a moment where Obey has an opportunity to change their fate. They are sitting 22nd in the lobby right now, overall in North America. So a win here would surely put them into a top 20 as far as points go. Midway through day 2 of our 3 days of the group stage here in the NA ALGS Championships. We have a staging situation and a very heavy thermal focus as well. And I believe that there's just going to be, a Valkyrie ult. Obey looking to get that reposition. This is a big moment for him, Tom, though. If they can get on that backside safely, they may set themselves up for a fantastic end game, but they're just going to take high ground and, I guess, try to check it out for now.
They can milk this until they have to return to the battlefield, 24 seconds. This is totally legal. They're going to watch this and then evaluate what's happening, and hopefully someone's going to fight down below them. But check it out. It's going to be a finger roll from downtown for Crook. This is a ridiculous play.
Oh, look at this. Hello, my little friend. And, they have friends and friends and friends. The Caustic Gas, the Gibraltar Dome of Protection, everything working for Obey. What a drop from downtown. They go ahead and swing on Sentinels, and it works. The team who had been playing Valkyrie better than anybody in these lobbies, in my opinion. What a performance by them, catching up with Pubstars as well. Letsiana hitting for 68 with the PK. Oh, big shot there, 29. Can he clutch it? Hits with the R-Star, though. He hits it 15. Letsiana with 1 health to his name. Closes the deal. And, oh, boy, he'll get his teammate up after that as well.
Are you kidding me? I thought when he had to reload, the stuns were coming through. The 1 HP kill. What a clutch play right there. Throughout all that, TSM has made the rotation. Bubbles are going to go down over towards the side. Looks like a great third-party opportunity. And you can see Sniped with the wingman Volt trying to pop off over here, but that team is going to skedaddle towards the side, and they're aware of the things happening behind them too because they don't want to give up their position. But check this out. Obey is still alive with all 3 members around the corner. So TSM is trying to third-party this, but they're also helping by keeping off that team that is pushing Obey. Looks like everybody is going to drop on the TSM side, though, so expect Snipedown to join very shortly and Hal to make a new call for his team.
And Alpine's inside as well, and that's the interesting thing. This is what they held successfully to win that last game. However, now they're inside, and they've got Obey, they've got TSM, and they've got ESA White underneath. Farmer Lucas, remember the havoc he was causing in Game 2. But Obey, really a beautiful opportunity to pick up some KP if they could just rotate at the right time. They have the Valkyrie, so we'll see how we play with that. Will they use it again? The Skyward Dive paid huge dividends for them last time.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Lava Fisher ending this is going to be, but the players are postured in perfect position over there towards the middle, and you can see Obey wants to desperately figure out how they're going to do this. Will it be another Valkyrie? Is it open? But no, the push is coming through. They have a team down towards the low ground. Seems to be just a duo. And unfortunately, Luciana is going to be dropped throughout all of this. The zone is going to be moving. So Obey is going to say, okay, let the zone do the damage to her. We're going to continue to rotate, try to get the kill that way. And then some more barrels are going to come out for Crook. This is a brutal rotation for the teams on this side of the map.
You can't take anything away from Luciana. She played wonderfully just to be there. Now Obey stealing the Thunder. But Hambino, he's in trouble. They won't get that Skyward Dive off because they'll be dead. And Imperial Hal as well. Look at the moment. They've taken down Alpine, sniped down Hal, and Arep's just reaming through this lobby here. Incredible play. Snipe down, can't miss. And he stays true to the name, snipes the players down with the Volt. And TSM are looking beautiful here as it starts to rotate in the Lava Fisher, and they have cleared out their entire backside.
And you have to give credit to TSM and Hal for making that call, but oh man, Hierarchy is actually going to get a knock, and Shiny's going to take a handful of damage, being on down towards the bottom of Lava Fisher. Always a desperate move here. Surprising that Complexity has been able to live throughout all of this, but the rotation was so phenomenal from TSM. There was 4 teams in the area, and they're the one team that makes it out from that side, and now they're going to have to reevaluate the situation. They have CLG over towards their side. You have 2 Brains, 1 Controller in the building directly in front of you, and look at the amount of teams in the middle. You have Lazarus, you have Space Station Gaming, 7 full squads in this zone here, Rainday.
And that's the type of zone you want. CLG, TSM, Complexity, SSG going down as well as CLG, so they're pushing. TSM knows they've got a prime position here. And despite them getting 7th right now overall, they know they want first. Nothing more will satisfy, and they're in a good position to do it. If Snipe Down keeps playing the way he's been playing with that Volt. CLG in the center of it all. Sometimes the best place to be is eyes are on the sidelines, and you can kind of stay undetected, use that rotating defensive shield in the middle of Lava Fisher. And Hierarchy just playing patient, but there's a drop right there. Devotion with a turbocharger. What's it going to find? Not much. Tank backing off as well, forced to hit the bat. Hierarchy losing health faster than he can breathe, and he's going to go down. It looks like Hundreds is already in trouble, and the Devotion will not save them, no matter how devoted he was to it. CLG still alive, though.
CLG still holding this low ground. That's where Complexity was before. Do they have a jump pad to get back on over towards the top? Because that's where TSM is. Look at the quick and fast armor swap into the med kit coming in from Hal. TSM just picking up so many kills along the way, just like Girl had in her notes. They play the outskirts of the zone, and then they start to pick it up. They start to warm up, and it seems to be game number 4. Look at the amount of assists and kills already just onto Hal alone.
TSM hitting that next gear. We had talked about it earlier, and now they're going to be about it. But CLG, how do they get up from this? They have to have an Octane jump pad, and they destroyed it. Oh, TSM, right as we talked about it, they destroyed their only way to get out of there. And so now with the defensive bombardment, they're going to have to bubble. Reps has it. He was prepared for the moment, as you would expect Reps to be, and they're just going to climb. And CLG going straight into TSM. Peach, Tech just waiting on the outskirts for the winner of this brutal battle, climbing up like Mount Everest scaling. And eventually they're going to find out if they can manage, but they can't. TSM claims the wipeout, and will they survive this final fight, Tom?
There's the EMP coming in from Tech. Is that enough to take down TSM? Because it will take something like that, a third-party EMP to stop him, and it's 2 Brains, 1 Controller taking the dub in game number 4.
You gotta say, Tech that one to perfection. the way they waited, that's the only way to do it. You have two top dogs taking each other out. 2 brains, 1 controller, live up to the name. They make a little brain power play, and they just show up at the end and clean it all up. But what a performance, and I think we saw every team in that lobby, Tom, almost take a step up, saying, okay, we are now in the back half of day 2. We are starting to be in the back half of the tournament. It is time to play our absolute best, and I think we're seeing more and more teams step up to that challenge.
That was game number 4 today, but overall that was game number 10 total, and 9 is that halfway point. So again, everybody's looking at the math, making a look at what the adjustments that they can make, and TSM's going to live with that second place 1,000%. Even CLG were, because they're mopping up the map. 2 brains, 1 controller. They're kind of sitting inside the building there, not picking up a lot of kills, but still picking up a lot of placement points.
Well, getting a win, that's got to feel good, especially heading into your next game. Game 5 coming up for all you waiting, but we're going to hand it back to our analyst desk to talk about all that amazing action and that great in-game circle.
We sure are, gents, and thank you so much for bringing the hype and the drama to every cast. Joining me now on the desk, we've got our own girl, and of course, IGN's Parallax Stella. Okay, let's start things off with kind of an interesting point, which is that I think there are so many teams that have done such a great job third-partying. And I think 2 brains, 1 controller did a great job of that. Some of these teams that have held back, and Smile is another great example. They've gotten to those end circles, but we keep talking about the CLGs, the complexities, and the TSMs because they are tearing up this map. And when it all comes down to points, girl, that seems to be the move and the strategy to go through.
You're absolutely spot on. TSM gained so many kills there. They played Edge Zone. They held out everyone from Countdown. They held out everyone. They got all the squad wipes. They got all the kill points. But then they went even a step further. They went into Lava and then killed everyone there, killed the team on the low ground, and ended up losing that 3v3 at the end, but there's not so much you can do. We're seeing a pattern here. A lot of crypto teams making it to that late stage. They get that information they need with the crypto scans, and they play that perfectly with the ultimate and then the clean wipe.
There it is. Yeah, let's take a look. Stella, talk me through these final circles. There's a lot of chaos happening, but also some beautiful plays.
Yes, so right before this, I want to point out that CLG just gave TSM a 3v2 because they all climbed up so slowly and separated. And here you just see that 2 brains, 1 controller just took the optimal time right as TSM hits the final circle so that they take damage from the circle. So they're already weak and they jump in and just secure the final kills for themselves. And I think that was just a great move. They timed everything perfectly. They coordinated, made sure that TSM couldn't get around any corners, and just took the win.
And they did indeed. Let's see what that win does for them in the points and how it shakes up our leaderboards here with game number 4. Remember, this is game 4 of 6. We only have 2 more games to go to decide this day number 2 here. Holy Interruptus, TSM, that is what I am talking about. Like GG to 2 brains, 1 controller, girl, but TSM putting in work. Holy goodness, that might be the highest I've seen in group stages.
They almost got 20 kills. Yeah, we've seen them on day 1 get so many kills popping off in their last game, and they're doing it again today. If they can get 1 pop-off game every 6 games, that's just going to put them in the top 3 consistently. So they're looking real good for finals.
Yes, they are.
I think this just shows that just because you place top doesn't mean you get the most amount of points, and you really have to go for kills in specific fights when you feel confident.
You absolutely spot on. I feel like this is the analyst desk where everyone agrees on everything because everyone is awesome. Let's take a look at those overall results and see exactly how things have been shaken up here in our groups A and C. Remember, we'll come back to our groups B and D a little bit later with those overall scores. And that is an interesting look and gain. Stella up 5 points, TSM, but My Little Pony's still holding on to number 1.
My Little Phony.
Excuse me. Wow. We all knew that was going to happen, and I'm delighted that I didn't even see it coming.
No, it's great. Yeah, TSM has been slowly climbing up, and the last game, I mean, let's just be real. TSM just needs a few games of warm-ups, and they just give these other teams an opportunity to come up before they decide to claw their way back up to the top and take total domination.
And girl, Total Domination looks a lot like the highlights we're about to see. And we talked with Revenant the last couple games, but really this one was all about the correct zone rotation and doing what they do best, which was to mow down the competition. Walk me through this, starting off with that Gibby ultimate there. Whoo, that's concerning.
So this is a bubble fight, evidently, and they're all playing with EVA 8s, Mastiffs. You can see Manus with the EVA 8. It's the strongest shotgun in the game, personally, that I think that can outcome the most damage in a bubble fight, besides maybe the PK potentially, but this is Obey jumping down. They use the Valk ult to get back up. Nice! Arcs are there, and then the EVA 8. As you see, all these bubble fights, you need that shotgun. And absolute domination. They got the Mastiff, you can see the PK there as well. And the Caustics just doing the extra damage that they need there. Alpine
I feel like
Esports?
Caustic on World's Edge is actually really strong in small situations like this.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And this is the 2 brains, 1 controller, the final win in that last game with the Crypto Ultimate. It's just so easy to win a 3v3 close fight.
100%. Well, now we are looking at game number 5 in the face. What are we expecting, girl, from these teams? Do you expect to see some comp changes? Is there any mentality that changes when you go into these last 2 games of Art Day number 2?
Honestly, don't expect many comp changes because they've practiced their comp so much. And I feel like if they do have something up their sleeve, they're going to leave it for day 3 opposed to right now in the last 2 games of today. So I'm going to expect the same comps. Crypto in endgames, most certainly. Revenant teams popping off, and also Octane teams popping off.
And there you go. Lots of things to get excited for sure. Well, you may have noticed in-game there's a new badge that came out this month and had a very simple message. Stop Asian hate. We here at Apex and, of course, Respawn all up. We stand by and support our entire Asian American Pacific Islander communities. And one way to do that was to create this badge. Let's hear a little bit about how the badge came to be.
As an Asian American Pacific Islander, me being Filipino, it's very unfortunate because it's instilled fear through cowardly acts of violence on soft targets. It's just a reminder that we have to be even more vigilant now, and we have to call it out when we see it. We have to stand up to it. Hi, my name is Ryan Lastimosa. I'm 3D art director on Apex Legends at Respawn Entertainment.
After we shipped the Black Lives Matter badge for Black History Month in February, we had some discussions internally about what we could do to help support the Stop Asian Hate. My name is Tim Lewinson. I'm development director at Respawn Vancouver. The truth is, this isn't the first time in history where North America's Asian community has been targeted or used as scapegoats. Language matters. Xenophobia, imperialism, the model minority myth, all of these have been used to try and set divisions between and against communities of color.
With Respawn being very diverse within itself and very inclusive, I don't think it even was a question of whether or not we should do something about it. It was when should we do it and how fast should we do it?
We sat down as a team and said, hey, what is the message that we're trying to convey?
The design behind the badge was straight up what it is. It's not supposed to be ambiguous at all. It should just be a message that says, hey, stop Asian hate. Let's stand up together as allies, and there's no way at all to make the message look more elegant. It just has to convey the message that this violence has to stop. The fact that we have so much diversity in Apex Legends, and we do have a lot of Asian Pacific Islander characters in the game, the fact that they're all coming together in Apex Legends, I mean, the common goal is to win a game. It just comes down to, who's part of your team. And the roster is diverse for that reason. We're all part of the same team, and we're all working towards the same goal.
It's an opportunity to stand up, to check in, and to be present. And an opportunity to check in as well and really start the conversation with other people in our gaming community, many of whom may be suffering like in silence or embarrassment, to let them know that they're valued and we're here to help and we're here to support them.
I'm proud and honored that we have this opportunity to get this message out and to further solidify that, we stand together. We stand together as allies, and we stand together as Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We stand together in one world.
And we stand together absolutely against that message, to be sure. And hey, you know what? We're continuing that badge love with a celebration because June, it's Pride Month. And of course, we're going to bring you the Pride badge. Make sure to pick yours up today. Remember, Pride, opposite of shame. It's about being proud of who you are. And we here at ALGS are so excited about this Pride badge. So make sure to pick that up in game right now. Become part of that group, part of that team, and stand with us all together. Ladies, I'm assuming, have you both of you gotten your badges that we've seen here?
I normally only play Pathfinder, so I only got to put it on Pathfinder so far, but I will put it on all of my characters soon.
Gotta show it off.
Gotta show it
yeah,
off.
absolutely.
Awesome. Well, hey, you know what? We've also got we've actually got some great ideas. We've been talking a lot about our incredible players, obviously the incredible teams. We've seen a lot of talent pop off here in games all throughout day 2 of our North American region. Well, we want to know who you think is having their MVP performance. Go ahead and tweet at Monster Energy and at PlayApex. Use the hashtag and go for it. Look at this. ALGS Monster Energy MVP. That's ALGS Monster Energy MVP. Let us know who you think should get the MVP today. Let us know who is popping off, who is the talent that you've been looking towards, and we'd like to see that. We'll take a look at those numbers a little bit later, potentially in this show or a little bit later show. And that's a little bit of a tease there, and that's about all I got here on the desk, surrounded by 2 of the most awesome analysts in the game. And now we're throwing over to 2 more awesome casters in the game right after this.
To just 1, there's 1 team to their left, which are down to just 2. This game is in Complexity's hands. No, there's 3, excuse me. There is still a chance for another team. So Complexity, they need to play this right. They need to ensure they don't get distracted by the solo. So they're looking to take the 3v3 here or now. This could be the tournament for Complexity. The bubble and fight incurs. Shiny goes down. Simply also falls. Monsoon and Reptar are the last 2 remaining players. And Reptar is so healthy, but he's desperately trying to get away, and maybe Gentrifying can do something. His gold armor is going to be on his back. Monsoon takes down Zenile, and we're going to have such weak squads. We've got a 1 versus 1 versus 2 here, girl. This is not an end circle I would have expected whatsoever, as Shiny gets taken down on the floor, and Eureece is doing what he can for HRN, who of course are sat outside of the top 8.
Complexity does have the player advantage here. Monsoon going in, trying to take down the last player, which is Eureece.
Oh.
He actually does it.
And Gentrifying, he's the last remaining player in Complexity. They have it within their grasp. They push in. It's gonna be the moment for them. Complexity get the story they so desperately wanted. After despair in the summer playoffs, they come back in autumn playoffs to show us what they're made of. And girl, they did it in style. It was such a tough fight. It was a messy, it was a sloppy fight, but they got the job.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 5. 2 games left in our Group A versus Group C matchup. I'm Fallout, joined alongside BYN as TSM just had a massive game number 4, matching the record of 17 kills in one game. In my opinion, though, B, this game, all eyes on Complexity. They slip outside of the top 20. Right now, Complexity will not qualify.
You are very correct. And with TSM, I feel like every single time we watch them, they fall asleep the first round. In the first couple rounds, as soon as they get to the end of the day, it's now time for TSM to turn up. And once again, they are showing that they are here to win the tournament. They're not participating. They're here to win.
Yeah, the TSM special start a little slow, but go huge. But look at this zone. Another northern zone. This one favors Complexity, favors TSM on this early fight. Meanwhile, speaking of early fights, we got yet another initial fight between Pubstars and Ranked is Harder. By the way, I love the fact that we have the Pubstars playing against Ranked is Harder. That's just fantastic. In this Fragment West early game initial, of course, TSM dropping Fragment East. They've been joining the party a little bit late as well. We'll keep a close eye on this fight.
There are a lot. You're probably going to see a lot more teams take a lot more early fights because they're realizing there's only one more day they have before they will not be able to try to get those maximum points and being able to move to the championship. Because remember, each top team from each group is automatically put in, and the rest is all points. So everyone's going for maximum kills, maximum KP. I'm expecting to see a lot more switches between teams as well.
That's right. Every single game counts. This is your second to last day. An opportunity to climb the rankings. And speaking of the rankings, right now we have NRG in first with 139 points, G2 in second with 111, TSM in third with 108, Team Liquid in fourth with 101, MLP in fifth with 97, I believe, overall in standings. It is neck and neck as we're seeing right now in the overall standings. We'll keep a close eye on those standings, and keep in mind, the top team from each group will qualify through, and then the top 16 teams overall in points will qualify. That's an important distinction because we could have one group that has 7 or 8 or 9 teams qualify and one group that doesn't. Right now, that's Group C. Group C significantly behind in the overall standings.
Watching My Little Phony come up, making a simple comp switch and dominating the lobby and making it very difficult for any other team is a great thing. I'm expecting a lot more comp changes. Right now, I don't know if you've noticed, we're not seeing as much Valkyries going off as we did on day one. Because right now, her tactical is very strong, being able to stun teammates and doing a little bit of 24 damage. But unfortunately, her ult is more of a gamble, and no one wants to take these gamble nowadays as Retzi gets dangerously low with only 10 health left. He's going to have to bubble and shield immediately.
Right. We've seen Sentinels leveraging Caustic so well. And oh my goodness, we're going to switch over. CLG, one of the most consistent teams today, gets taken out by our champions of last game. It's 2 Brains, 1 Controller in 5th place right now. And by the way, they've had the highest, most consistent average placement with 5th place as their average placement. 2 Brains, 1 Controller, obviously using their big brain. Tech, an engineer, quite literally in real life. Big shout out to Tech. Obviously playing very, very well. Guides this team alongside his 2 teammates very well. As we, again, have a Northern Zone Sentinels. This is that Valkyrie ultimate. I was actually wondering a couple games ago, how did Sentinels rotate that fast? Completely forgot they were running Valkyrie, and this explains it. Get an ultimate accelerant in Valkyrie's hands. You're rotating as if you dropped on the northern side of the map here. Sentinels with a quick rotation, using it early. That is the right decision. And I heard Rainday say that last game, and I got to completely agree with him.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to see more of it, some more Bloodhounds as well, because there is another team that swapped to having a Bloodhound on their team because you just get so much information as Mini is fighting for his life, but he is not going down without a fight as he has the Evo going down, fighting, and then he goes down immediately. Unfortunately, there's just too many teams, too much damage. But we're seeing a lot more teams play Bloodhound now instead of opting to use Crypto or any other legends because it's just easier, more information, a lot easier to communicate with your team to focus one person.
That's right. So much action early on here. Typically, we don't see any teams get taken out until the 3rd or 4th ring. Here, it's going to be nothing but madness as Sentinels fighting Ranked is Harder early and will be taken out from the lobby. So already, we have Sentinels, we have Counter Logic Gaming, and we have Smile all out of this one to the hands of Ranked is Harder, TSM, and others. Complexity now find themselves third-partying TSM after winning that initial fight. Complexity heard it, and you already know that's the battle cry right there for Monsoon. They fly at TSM, take out reps. I don't know who the last 2 members of TSM are, but oh my goodness, what an aggressive start here, B.
It looks like everyone is currently trying to speed run this lobby right now because everyone wants those kill points. Normally, we would get to round 4 and we will not see any bodies getting dropped, but now we're seeing so many bodies, so many teams being cracked and destroyed right now because people are getting hungry. The time for this, get as many points as you can, is coming down to a close, and everyone wants those points.
That's right. Space Station Gaming now find themselves directly below Obey. Obey's going to pounce on them and now have to clutch up. It's going to be SSG out of this one to the hands of Obey Alliance in second place in Group C coming into this one. Have been a little bit quiet so far in today's competition as they are outside of the top 10. They're sitting in 10th place actually exactly with 20 points. That's a big start for them.
As the lobby continues to move closer and closer, these fights are becoming more and more dangerous because now there are so many teams. I just saw with Liquid Casper having to turn around and scan because he knows there are a lot of teams right now wanting these points. And it's very, very dangerous right now to try to exist near any other team.
Right, you see Latiana get taken out by Lazarus. Upstars in a fight. Looks like they are at the bottom of that fight. Meanwhile, we do see Synced on Rank, this harder pushing trainer. Oh my gosh, hitting bricks right now. He just did 150 damage himself over Lazarus. They wanted that third party right after. They got it. Crummy last alive, gonna have to back out and reset. We want LAN under duress in the dome shield right now of a Gibraltar ultimate. They'll be able to survive this out for now, but again, in Epicenter, in Train Yard, everywhere you go, there's a fight right now. It is 14 squads remaining, and the first round has not even closed yet. This is an insane start to one of the most fast-paced games. Stella said earlier she wants some early game fights. Well, Stella, you got them.
It's a commentator's curse. If you say it, you complain or say it, it will happen. So, but what we need to see is where exactly teams are going to rotate to. Because now with all this fighting, there's a lot less teams. There are 6 teams already removed, where normally you would have to wait to round 4 before anything happens. As you can see, We The People gets very dangerous low as Corey does not see him at all. And we'll just... Oh, and then Crypto goes on top of it, burning down his shields. They're really going to have to shift over and move and give him that space now.
Yeah, Corey, We The People, and Ko going to back out and reset here. Slurpee alongside Peach. They're still very well positioned here overall. They'll maintain that spot. I think Content wanted that spot for the time being, and yeah, Slurpee and Co said, nah, not happening. They maintain control as we jump back on board with TSM. Respawn's timed out for reps, so it's going to be all up to Sniped and Hal, which, by the way, Hal is the overall damage leader across both of our lobbies with 5k plus damage. Sniped the overall kill leader with 17 kills, currently the Apex Predator. Those two have been going huge. Hal, of course, the damage dealer. Sniped able to clean it all up. Great teammates in that regard as we jump on board with Kanaka's Pets, currently fighting against Content here in Fragment. And so far, Kanaka's Pets with a good start. Oh, sorry, Skyhook.
It is very dangerous in Skyhook because there is another 2 teams just sitting there waiting. While Kanaka's Pets do have the up man advantage right now, it is a very hard push because shotguns can easily change that. And target focus is the name of the game right now, and it's very important. But it looks like they're going to get caught out and go ahead and put down the Valkyrie into a respawn screen and put the remaining teammates into the screen and make them watch the rest of us play the game.
That's right. Kanaka's Pets wins that one again. This has been an insane, fastest paced ALGS game we've ever seen with 13 squads remaining. Round 2 just started, and there's 13 squads left. So things are bound to slow down here finally, as things will neutralize quite a bit. But when the dust settles, 7 squads eliminated, including some of our top dogs and Sentinels in CLG. 1 member of TSM out. ESA White making a wide rotation back through train tracks. Wise decision to avoid some of those early fights. They're going to hold on to control, and train tracks need to watch out for complexity potentially coming from that northern side. They should be okay. Meanwhile, Ranked is harder, dominating the train yard right now, but there's a team in front of them.
I'm expecting to see Ranked is harder to go ahead and challenge Sync D's and his team because right now, remember, they are not doing too well in the standings, and especially since there's not a lot of teams around them, it is a very easy, quick fight they can have. But having that high ground untrained is a very difficult place to push, especially since all they can do is just sit there and just poke and prod everybody from that spot.
That's the name of the game. That's the goal for them. But they don't have the intel as to where this next zone is going to pull to, so they'll have to rotate eventually, as they now still have this team here. They have obviously a lot of time, at least about 3 or 4 minutes, to try and poke and maybe take this 3v3 fight. They'll want to wait till the zone closes because that guarantees that no one's coming from the dead side behind them, and that's a pure 3v3. They won't get third party. Meanwhile, yeah, see ya to Tech as Tech goes down. Slurpee G gonna follow here momentarily. It's ERA Eternity on the flank and cleaning that up. But as I say that, no, GS Berg actually gets knocked initially and actually taken out. That's one more kill point picked up for 2B1C. And that's really just going to be patting the stats here, as I think Slurpee should go down momentarily, but not yet. Actually, revives are going to come through. They survive. That's a huge play right there from Slurpee.
They had the man advantage, but unfortunately they were not able to go and collect the kill because there is someone up top shooting shots at them. So it would have been a very dangerous thing to try to commit to. I was just switched over to Sync these as he's going ahead and Octane jump pad and get ready to try to get another angle and be able to push on the enemy team.
Still lingering over towards train yard. Can't remember which team it was nearby. I think it might be We Want LAN, if I remember correctly. Continue to engage in this long-range poke. Wait for that zone to close out here momentarily, and here comes the Valkyrie poke over on Slurpee. Continues to be under pressure, but still staying alive. Got the revive off. I think they may have lost Tech. I don't see Tech in my feed here, but Slurpee and Peach both still alive. Their days, their hours might be numbered here. We now jump on board with My Little Phony, well positioned for yet another big game. I've been so impressed by this squad across yesterday, today. Rambo, the former member of Flashpoint, formerly known as Godsent, joins this new and Phony, and they have been playing great. Number one in this lobby so far, ahead of TSM in second.
Having that Revenant has really done a number for them, and the part is that makes it worse is that they are able to deny Gibby's value by having Bubble in the end. But I am curious to see if they decided to go with the Caustic, how much more powerful would they be, because they seem to making it all the way to the end of zones before they might lose to a team after getting some very good KP, because Caustic's power does rise as the game goes on.
See quite a few Caustics. I think we have 2 or 3 at play here in this lobby. Same thing with Crypto. Look at this poke from Phony, making use out of the triple take long range here. Very, very well, as they have already started to make the rotation here. Have some ways to go. Care package in front of them. A couple teams nearby. They're doing a great job. Head in a swivel, calling out, talking about which teams are where and what to be cautious for on this rotation. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now out of MLP as we jump on board with Complexity. They find themselves another fight. That's going to be against Urice. Last member alive for Alpine. He gets taken out. So that means the number one team from Group C is out of this one. Complexity, again, I said it, needs to go big in this game. They have started off strong with a few kills. It's a favorable zone for them for sure.
And Complexity going big is they're definitely going to be their number one strategy right here, because they are ready and waiting. They're in their prime position to cut off and gatekeep a lot of teams. They're holding that building, and they will be able to see everyone coming through. There is a lot of open area in front of them, and they have a very favorable choke as well, so they'll be able to rotate back and forth as we see We Want LAN coming back in, as Alpine unfortunately is down a player, but they're holding it down tunnel, hoping that another team doesn't push them. While they do have the Crypto Drone, they do have the Gibby Bubble in order to help stabilize. They do not have the Octane to get away and run away from other teams. So whatever happens, they are committed into this fight.
Yeah, and I take that back. I said that Alpine got taken out. It was only Urice. I thought the whole squad, I thought we went from 13 to 12. Instead, 2 members of Alpine still alive. Kanaka's Pet's completely gatekeeping right now. Actually, they're also getting gate kept because eventually they'll have to make this rotation. And we just saw, by the way, We Want LAN had to do a crazy rotation all the way from train yard, went far south. It was an insane zone rotation that they had to make. As we're now on board with Kanaka's Pets, just doing a nice little sanity check scan, making sure no one's behind them, and now they're going to have that confirmed. So they know there's a dead side behind them. They have no pressure of anyone being behind them, but they have all the pressure in the world against this squad in front of them. I don't know if they have the intel that we have. That Alpine's down to 2 members, so that'll be an interesting fight as we switch back over to My Little Phony. They're nearby, TSM nearby, snap down last member alive for this squad. Beast of the Hunts, he's going to give a little bit of a movement boost speed to try and rat his way to a top finish here. It's going to be a tough game for TSM, though, as Hal and Reps are out of this one. But we talked about My Little Phony, their performance so far. I want to jump into a listening with this squad to see what's working so well.
Blood one.
Get behind late. Whole team. I'm looking. He's right here. I'm dumping a bat. 2 bats.
There's one kid under there. There's one kid under there. You want to send it?
No, there's 2 teams still. There's still 2 teams.
Okay.
We can pressure this team though. Watch me.
I'm gonna get this pack.
Watch me.
I am.
One sec. I just got a Kraber. Do you want me to look?
They're close. Careful.
Okay.
Watch it.
I'm watching it.
How long to your next ult?
A while, bro.
I have 6
I got
bats.
ult 6 out. I need a bat. Or
Here,
2.
I'm dropping 2.
We're gonna have to clear this team now.
Yeah. Both of you could look for this, and I'll stay here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go up
Okay.
then. I'm tired.
Yeah, go. I'm going with you.
Wait, I don't.
There's a team over here.
There's a
too.
team on tower?
Yeah, there is. Wait, maybe I can get a good beam.
Yeah, try to pressure them as much as you can. You and Rambo can probably look for it.
I knocked one up there.
Holy
Wait,
fucking shit.
They bubbled it.
On
No,
height.
they bubbled it on height.
There's still this team down here. They're rezzing, bro. I think they're fucking rezzing.
I think they are too. I'll get an angle on the right.
Yeah, get an angle.
I collided them. Fuck. They're so low up there.
They're rezzing, I think.
I knocked one up there again. They might die.
Try to get the kill.
They jumped on I got him. Let's
Oh my God, you're so good.
Let's go.
You too. I'm fine.
I'm going.
I'm going.
This team's below, but fuck, I'm chilling.
They're going right now. They're going right now. It's just no. He didn't. You're fine.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm gonna play right here. And you can just stick it. Just play my shield. Play behind my shield.
I'm playing your shield. Just be careful what Sky needs.
You can res me once you heal. Grab an armor stop and heal.
They threw a therm. Careful.
I'm gonna die. I might die to this. Oh my God, I'm chilling.
No worries, bro.
Amazing.
I got you.
Straight north. Just crouch behind me. Crouch behind me.
They bolted.
I can't do nothing about that.
Fine.
I don't even think that shit will hit us. We're fine.
Good fucking shit on the fucking.
Dude,
right here. The middle open. Kid right here too.
Right here. Look at this.
Give me cracked.
Got him.
Nading right.
Right under us, fighting.
Good fucking shit. Right here.
Right here.
No, I'm not.
Give me one.
I can throw a nade on that.
Yeah, do it.
No. It's kind of weird.
It's fine. We're in God spot. Just chill.
We're chilling.
Right here, getting
solo bloodhound right here. Listen, solo bloodhound right here. We need to look for this kid. It's probably snipe.
Okay.
Kid's right here. Crack them. Good fucking shit, bro. Holy shit, Fury.
You're insane, bro.
There's a solo bloodhound right here. Don't forget.
I got you. Team rotating right here.
I'm receiving my creeper shots.
Alright, I'm gonna save my triple take shots then for endgame.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah,
Is there an extra fucking holy fuck.
I still have 3 bats extra if you need some, boys.
I have an ult out as well.
I have no cell. I have one more cell, and no bats. One cell, no bats.
Yeah, I'm dropping 2 bats.
Yeah, I got that bat.
Okay,
And a phoenix.
Well, as I threw that to the listen and I said, let's see what's working so well for this squad, we just got a perfect taste of it. My Little Phony playing so well. The cracks from Fury hits 3 or 4 Kraber headshots in a row. Uses that as an opportunity to get Godspot and secure this game. That was a huge play from Fury, the young rookie to the ALGS. Well, let me tell you, what a showing from Fury. I have been so incredibly impressed by him.
What we need to talk about is how Octane, that brings the Yeet meta, with Revenant, with the non-commitment meta, we have seen so much power coming from it when it's executed perfectly. They're able not only to come and secure kills, grab resources and everything, shield bats and everything comfortably without having any issues. So I want a huge shout out to that team and making just that one simple switch and being able to grab the Kraber, holding down the area, holding down Godspot, being able to just watch out all those people and just look at them and go, huh, y'all doing a lot of dying over there. let me
Yeah,
help you out.
absolutely. I came with the analyst desk to break that one down, but right now we got 4 squads remaining. Of course, My Little Phony in God's spot, in the God position in first place in this lobby right now, and a chance to grow that lead. Rambo's going to drop. The Revenant Ultimate's going to come through. Here comes the pressure. Silenced and melted right now is Obey. Rambo with the massive play. And just like that, My Little Phony not only looking to secure first place finish, but get some kills as well.
They're also taking their time. They're having one by one, getting absolutely insane. The way Revenant ults work is the more people who take it, it extends its timer for how long it stays there. So they're doing it one by one, and it extends its timer by that much. They're doing an amazing job right now, holding the high ground. They have the Gibby to bubble any Gibby ult or anything, and they are living their best lives up top, watching all the teams and poor people fight below them as they are hype rich.
They're like sitting on top of the Parthenon right now, looking down on their people in perfect position to close this out. Taking that Revenant ult one by one, using the Kraber like a shotgun with the blind fire right there. As helping, able to heal back up, Frapper. Monty also trying to heal back up. Obviously the pressure from Revenant still there. This is where Revenant is so frustrating in these late games, especially against Gibraltar's. If he can silence any Gibraltar team, no Dome Shield, no ability to use that Gibraltar ultimate, which is where it's so incredibly important. I gotta think, after today's performance from Rambo and from My Little Phony, I think we'll see a lot more Revenant tomorrow.
I feel like just them picking Revenant will help influence a lot of the other team comps. People are already switching off of Valkyrie, switching from Crypto to having the Bloodhound, switching from Wraith to putting in the Octane. We're going to see, just by the amount of power they have shown, there is going to be a huge influence on what we're going to be seeing on day 6.
Squads left. Revenant ult looked fancy, looked nice. Didn't really get net them a whole lot though, so they popped a lot of util, a lot of abilities here. They will no longer have in this late game, but they still have the Gibraltar ultimate. Octane still on top with 1 Kraber shot left. I want to keep an eye on Fury here, see what he does with it. Great damage being put in. It's Ranked is harder, playing up against Helping and go on the low ground, and Ranked is harder, obviously doing what they can, given the pressure from above. Team XD, Ranked is harder, but My Little Phony on top of the hill right now, making it look so easy. This is, again, a semi-easy game for them, but they're going to have to drop, they're going to have to finish here. The ultimates come through from Gibraltar, on board with Fury. Last Kraber shot, and he connects for 123 damage, finishes the kill as well. Not done yet, looks right, looks left, head on a swivel. Individual after individual completely taken out of this game, and just like that, you're going to have My Little Phony as your champion of game number 5. Fury goes huge with the Kraber, 2nd win of the day for MLP. What a game for the unsigned squad.
MLP came through and showed that they are not to be overlooked. Not only did they have some very beautiful clutch plays on day 1, they came here at day 3 showing that they're not just a one and done team. They're here to continue and make more plays, and they will make it hard for the rest of the lobby. It doesn't mean anything if you're a top team to them, because they are coming for your spot. So all the other teams are right beside them. Be careful. My Little Phony is not to be messed with.
Said it perfectly. Any orgs watching, by the way, they're not signed. They're looking for an org, and I think they certainly deserve it. They're currently, after that game, going to be on top of Group A, one of the best groups we have in North America, over TSM, over CLG, over so many other teams. That was so incredibly impressive from MLP. Congratulations to Rambo and Fury and Co. as they have a big game number 5. But that's going to be it for us. I told you earlier, I cannot wait for the analysts to break this one down. On behalf of myself and B, thank you so much for watching. We'll, of course, see you in the next broadcast. But back over to them. Of course, we have Game 6 with T-Squared and Rain Day after that.
Have a good day.
Thank you, gents. Thank you for bringing the hype that entire game. Okay, ladies, I've got a question. They say to make the perfect souffle, you have to execute every part of that recipe with precision. Let me ask this, girl. Did we just see My Little Phony cook that lobby to perfection?
Absolutely. They played it by the instruction manual. Do cooking books have instruction manuals? Well, they did that right.
I think that's what a cookbook is. So spot on.
Absolutely. They took advantage of teams dying early, so they played Edge. If everyone's going to die in the lobby so fast, they're going to play Edge. And then they decided to move in as the zone was closing. They killed everybody that were fighting. They used the third party with the Revenant quite well, and then they pulled off those amazing Kraber shots as we've seen.
They did. And Stella, before we get to our final moment, highlights for you from My Little Phony. And I mean,
Oh, man.
how do you name just one?
You talk about perfection with a souffle, and a Kraber is something that requires perfect shots. Like, especially when Fury got that shot, and I believe it was an Octane dropping off. That was perfect. It was spot on. And Fury really showed off his firepower there. And when he pushed with Octane on to get Godspot, I was really worried they were going to get punished for that because that was a very risky move, very greedy, but no one wanted to contest them up top, so they were able to fully heal and just hold that spot for the rest of the game, which gave them insight on where all the teams were. They were able to pick off damage on teams and push individually and secure more KP. And even if they hadn't won the game, they would have placed very highly just based off that location alone. So honestly, ever since they got the Kraber, I would say they kind of had it in the bag.
Yes, they did. Well, let's take a look at that final moment and really enjoy these last of the game number 5 to showcase what My Little Phony is all about. Take a look.
They're flash, they're flash.
Costing 110.
I can drop down. Come in.
Bubble.
Bubble. I'm looking left.
120 on Tibby.
Give me one on the right.
Fucking blood.
I'm dead. I'm pretty much still up. Nice, Sonny.
You guys are insane. You guys are in fucking. Let's fucking go, baby! Oh my god!
Okay, I got a quote, and the quote was from our original listen-in during the game. It was, I got him. Girl, that has got to be something said the world over. Every Apex Legends player has said that at one point, and they said it in a way that made us all remember what it was like to get that first shot.
It was so incredible to witness that whole thing, to hear their comms, to see them utilize the Kraber. And honestly, where they really went right was killing the team on the tower, taking that God spot, and having a Revenant. They eliminated the 4th place team. The other 2 teams had to fight each other. It was perfect.
It was indeed. So as we look at those results, I mean, we are looking at some great point totals, and we saw from get-go of this game, we heard the casters talk. Was it as fast-paced as it felt like in the stands?
I believe so. Yeah, we saw a lot more early fights. People want to secure that KP and try to get into late game and place as high as possible in placements. And, we just see a lot of people contesting a little bit more, especially in choke points.
Woo! Excuse me, I almost got choked up there myself. My Little Phony showcasing their prowess, looking a lot like TSM in the early games here with a double-digit score. Is it annoying to anyone that I get so excited about double digits? Because it's just going to keep happening, so just hold on to your britches and deal, because double digits in a lobby like this, girl, is nothing to mention. I mean, it's just nothing to shake a stick at.
Kate, you are never annoying. Double digits in a pro game in the top 40 teams in North America. That is huge. That is something to put on a magnet and then put on your refrigerator. That is amazing.
Please, someone create that. We got a creative team. We got a creative community. Let's take a look at those overall results. Stella, I want you to tell me, like, what exactly does this mean? If you're one of these players going in to a game 6, your final opportunity, you got to be looking at My Little Phony and saying, there are the crosshairs, friends. That's how I do.
They have been dominating this entire day, honestly. Even if they didn't have any standout moments throughout each match, they have been holding number 1 very strongly. They started off with a win, and they've just been holding that top spot, and now they spread that gap even further from TSM, who is in second from 51, so they're about 30 points higher, which is pretty big for the end of day 2.
I mean, if day 1 was about getting out the kinks, day 2 was about putting up the kills, and it seems that My Little Phony got that memo for sure. Girl, we've got some highlights that, it's just going to be something we can all salivate over coming up here in a second. I just want you to take me through, and really, because there's so many little moments and so many pivotal actions that get these guys to where they are at the end of the match. Talk to me about, that's just beautiful.
Perfect EVA 8 shots to finish that one off. Champions! They're the champions! CLG, I'll never forget this moment in my entire life. Vaxlon, perfect. I think that was, besides those Kraber headshots on tower, I think this was definitely an MVP moment as well.
I love it. We'll talk about MVPs here in a minute, too. And I will say, a reminder, this is from games 1 through 5. And, Stella, talk to me about we've seen Alpine Esports bringing in that R301 in a real way.
Yeah, like I said, I keep saying this, the R301 is so great long range and close range because hipfire, it's still pretty accurate, but long range you can slap it three times on it, or 2 to 4 times, and you could essentially use it as a sniper, especially with single fire.
Little pro tips from Stella all the way to our community for sure. Girl, also any pro tips from you as we watch some absolute domination here from our 2 Brains 1 Controller game 4.
Honestly, it looks like a lot of team comps are working out in their favor. So play whatever you're most comfortable with. Try new things. You don't have to play what everyone else is playing to do well. We got one Revenant team. They're absolutely owning. We have some Valve Caustic teams. They're absolutely owning. Octane teams going in and pushing and being so aggressive. Super, super well. But getting those positions, getting those guy spots is what's really going to help you win the Grand Finals, because Grand Finals is match point. You have to win out your last game. So just getting kills isn't going to be enough.
That's a great way to put it for sure. Of course, match point is 50. And we've only had a couple of teams at the very beginning of these matches get to that place. And remember, until a team gets in our finals, that format is until that team gets to match point, which is 50, and then they have to win the next game, and whoever does that in that order, well, they will find themselves at the top of our leaderboards and $250,000 richer if they are number 1. So there is that apple for you all to snack on. Speaking of snacks, that could be a segue. Either way, if you are interested in potentially winning a free Lenovo Legion monitor, here's a chance for you. Visit twitter.com/Lenovo Legion for your chance to win a free Lenovo Legion monitor. Trust me when I tell you, they're awesome. I know, they've been helping us come straight from our home setups to yours. So very excited. Thank you once again to Lenovo for that. Make sure to visit twitter.com/Lenovo Legion giveaway, not getaway. Maybe Lenovo's nice getaway. Either way. Either way. Well, I will also say, did all of those sentences rhyme? We're just going to leave it at that.
They did indeed.
Thank you
They
very
did
much.
indeed. And a Lenovo Legion getaway with a bunch of PCs, maybe at a LAN event in the future. You never know. Sounds great.
Crossing my fingers now, girl. Crossing my fingers now. And you know what else? You can go ahead and make sure to keep up with all of the action with our regions. And you know what that means? That means tuning in tomorrow at 6 p.m. British Summer Time for our EMEA Super Regional. I believe it's definitely in the morning Pacific. I'll be there. I can't remember what the timing is, but either way, find yourself for our EMEA Super Regional. Day 3, the rubber hits the road for our EMEA region. You're not going to want to miss this. Trust me. We've had some truly epic gameplay over on that stream for sure. Well, ladies, thank you so much for analyzing, breaking down the guts and the glory and the drama. We've had a lot of all, and I guarantee we're just going to turn up the heat here for our final game of Day 2 of North America's going to turn up the heat here for our final game of Day 2 of North America's group stages. Boy, it's hard to say things after a while. I'm so verklempt with all this gameplay stuff. Here we go. And you know what? Here we go. We got our last 2 casters of the day coming up for game number 6 right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Well, if you want to talk about flashy finishes, if you want to talk about epic moments, if you want to talk about what peak Apex Legends is, I think we just saw it, ladies and gentlemen. What a play, what a moment, what a game from My Little Phonies, MLP, and Fury specifically. For me, 2 wins on the day, and a team that is considered probably the biggest and most showcasing underdog so far in this tournament. Fury's making a case for MVP, Tom.
Serious case, but let's keep in mind game number 1 of North America where Fury wins this as the lone rat. You know what that does, Rain Day? That pumps your teammates up, man, just like I'm pumped up for game number 6.
I'm ready to go. We have been through it all of these games today, and we've seen such great storylines and so many teams rise above expectations, very much like My Little Phony. But we've also seen teams that we expected a lot from today, Tom, and I'm talking about one team in particular that just hasn't gotten anything done in the way that they were hoping for. Bigger one team in particular that just hasn't gotten anything done in the way that they were hoping for. Bigger results than prior. It's Complexity sitting on 28 points at the end of it all. That's right about where they finished 2 days ago in their group. And of course, looking for a better result, it's kind of got a sting that they weren't able to get it. This is their last hope to really make a dent in their points in this tournament.
Correct, because looking at the math, I mean, what they're sitting around like 50, 60 points, right? That's just not going to be enough. You're going to need over 100, in my opinion, to make it into that championship area and have that final 20 squads be you. And Complexity fans, make sure you send some energy in the chat. Whatever your team is, I want to see some voting in the chat room for who you think's going to take this one. It's Group A, it's Group C. We saw a very fast-paced game number 5, and that's what happens when the math starts to get involved. Teams realize, okay, we got to start picking it up. We got to start taking some more fights. We got to start playing more aggressive. Sometimes that's not the situation you want to be in. You want to be like MLP, My Little Phony, and continuing to play your type of game, just like TSM's been playing. They heat up a little bit later on, and everybody is playing their play style. We've seen some adjustments. We've seen changes in compositions. We've even seen Madness hop off Wraith and switch on over to Octane.
I think that was a good choice as well. It seems like that's where the meta is taking us. Really, really surprised, though, at the lone Revenant pick. We've seen so much success with it. It's so good at countering what everyone is picking Gibraltar for and what everyone is picking Caustic for, which are 2 mainstays in this lobby right now towards end circles. The Caustic gas cans, the ultimate, and the Gibraltar with the Dome of Protection and the defensive bombardment. If you can't use that, why would you play those Legends? You just wouldn't. They're too big, they're too beefy, they're too easy to hit. The Revenant is essentially taking away abilities from ability-based Legends, and it's just marvelous to me to see the way that they've implemented that. Young squad, got to keep a lookout for them in Game 6 and see if they have another stellar performance. But Kanaka's Pets here in Trials, a team that I think has a lot of promise as well.
It's going to be another northwest zone over towards that Lava Fissure side, and you know who loves that is Space Station Gaming. This is very similar to that we saw in the previous game, but Frex is fairly far away. Actually, it's going to be Zenile who's away from his 2 teammates, and he's trying to hold it off with the R301 Wingman combo here, which is a pretty decent combo for these medium to long range fights. You're able to do a lot of damage and you're able to keep eyes on. But what will happen is, okay, Space Station Game is going to rotate back towards their team. While that's happening, it looks like they're getting pressed over towards the bottom, so we will have a fight over towards Lava Fisher for one of the most important spots of the map. And now we have Pup Stars moving over towards the train station side.
Yeah, you can see here, they spotted it out, and it's going to be Peach and SSG's and Isle. Now Frex is going to have to get involved because they realized an Isle was a little bit on an island there, and that might have been it. They might have cleaned it up just then.
It looks like they're looting the boxes to me.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Peach just yelling to the wind, and I could tell there was some frustration there. Really Slurpee and Peach, some of the early people to get taken down by that Kraber in the hands of Fury, and I could tell just reading some of the in-game lobby chat as they were loading in that was a big topic of discussion, and it was not a friendly one.
He's like, hey, are you really going to take us out like that? The amount of damage was ridiculous. And not only have My Little Phony been playing awesome, picking up a lot of kills, they're doing a lot of damage here, Rain Day. Before that match, they were even the highest damage team overall with 12k damage. They dropped 7k damage in that game. They're almost at 20k after 5 games. That's an absolutely ridiculous stat line. But it looks like Smile is going to get aggressive over here, and they're going to charge the train warehouse area. Great shots. Are you kidding me? Without someone teach me how to use the scout without a scope like that.
Oh, that was delicious. Or disgusting, depending on your POV. Muffins McCarthy just nom on the G7. Iron Sight as well. You gotta love it. I'm sure he does. 0+. Under fire. Dropped. Losing half his health. Forced to dome. Synced here, holding down. Ranked as harder. Second place in that last game as well. Played the low ground wonderfully. And was spectated by a lot of teams there. But this time, wants to be in a similar position, except with the one spot. He gets a great stick. That's going to hurt. You got to push off this, and 0+ and Synced. They know it. Into the void. Still buying them time on the opposite side, and they don't want to get too aggressive to expose themselves.
And this is smart because you can see the amount of teams that are here. There's going to be 2 teams staggered on top of one another, and then 2 teams on the outskirts that are trying to fight. We also have a picture-in-picture of a fight happening on the outside of Lava Fisher on the 3-pill platform, which is another big priority spot.
And this is what you want right here. I mean, this train yard battle, only one mini. I like his spot, too, because it's a vantage point. Lou's in trouble. Oh, they're getting aggressive. Vaxlon, is he going to do it? I'm not sure. Did they just finish it off? No, that'll be it. Pets. Oh, man, is it Kanaka's Pets? It is. That's it. CLG takes out a team we were just mentioning. A lot of promise, but I'll give you one promise that I know is not going to get broken. They are out of this lobby. They'll be spectating the rest of the game, and CLG got to deliver madness to the beacon, but they will continue to fight.
So this doesn't look like that great of a spot for CLG, but it actually is if they can get the res back through, because of the fact that they're going to keep their back clear the entire time, and anybody has to rotate over towards that giant area where Trials is just going to get absolutely beamed. So they're going to continue to play their backs over there, keep their back towards the edge of the map, and then move in with the zone and hope that anyone decides that they want to challenge them over there, because they're obviously feeling confident in their team fights. But as we get a beautiful overview on where the rest of these players are, you can see Sentinels not in that good of a spot. Senox on the bottom of the map by himself, which it seems. We'll find out where the rest of his teammates are, even if he has them. And TSM, they haven't really rotated outside of this fragment side, but oh man, R301 for Hal with purple attachments, gold attachments, 2x, purple bolt, EVA 8. That's a scary Hal.
It's a scary Hal indeed. I tell you though, I still feel confident with an R99, but I'm pretty sure his level of play, he'll be able to get it done either way. Muffins forced to go in and go big, using the shield to buy some time. Definitely not going to do enough with Muffins considering charging there. And now he's got to consider running away. So quickly the aggressor becomes the aggressed on. And Obey, really the premier Valkyrie team here, aside from Sentinels in this lobby today, going to clean everything up.
They've done a great job on Valkyrie, and you'll realize that when they rotate, it's typically on zone number 4, right when it's closing. And I think one of the key spots is that they go, or one of the keys is that they go up into the air and then they ping their spot, and they're just really aware of what they can and can't take. A lot of other teams, they don't settle, they settle and they say, okay, we're going to pick this one spot, we have to get this spot. If we don't get this spot, we don't have a backup plan. Obey has a lot of different backup plans, so they're going to need a backup plan right now, because look who's on the hunt. It's Snipe Down, who's just been an absolute tear in this ALGS championship.
Not the person I'd want to have my scent, that is for sure. You could go ahead and send me almost any other player. The tracking from Snipe, you know it's going to be legit. And Obey, they sense it. There's an Apex Predator on the hunt. And they're going to back off, take some of these higher carts on train yard. Still, the calm before the storm. Even though it's 4 teams down, 16 squads left, there's a lot on the line here. Anything you do today, it's your last chance to set yourself up for either a relatively easy or an absolutely desperate round 3 of the group stages. There's only 3 of them, and that will tell you what our top 20 are. The top 4, the group leaders, A, B, C, and D, will advance, and it's the next 16 based on points. So every point, that one kill, that one play, that one rotation with a Skyward Dive could mean the difference between fighting for a $265,000 first prize and a $2.58 million tournament that we have here. So incredible opportunities for these players to go big and also to go home.
And look at this. My Little Phony is setting up a little bit of an ambush. We can see the player outlines on the person that's making their way outside of Thermal Station from the rope area. And we have some devious rat strats, as they would normally say in the intro.
Notorious.
Notorious. Yeah. It's Pupstars ratting it out. Unfortunately for Pupstars, they haven't had the best performance today. Either has Flashpoint. 2 teams that, again, have fairly similar playstyles where they need to get in towards the center of the zone. But this is a switch from Kubsky onto Revenant, which is going to throw players off because they're going to think that that's going to be MLP.
You know, I believe that there's just a lot of opportunities here for every team to be involved in a way that I think makes sense, even though they are playing their own games and they're having to move forward with a ton of decisions here. Different points needed. Some teams need 30 points, need an incredible one. Some teams need just 5 to feel a little bit more secure, but it doesn't feel like a lot of pathways have been closed off to too many just yet. It's still Zone 2 with a minute left, so there is time. Things still developing, and as those storylines start to percolate and cook almost a little bit, warm up, we're going to see some of those things come to an end. Some of those aligning stories start to run against one another. And right now you can see one big one, Complexity and TSM. These stories might be running into each other. And boy, oh boy, I want to see how this one finishes.
Yeah, Complexity we're talking about them really need a big game here, so they're not feeling too much pressure going into the final game. And it's rare because Complexity's always been a team that's been so consistent, Rain Day. We've casted and watched so many of their games. Absolute beast. Right. Nocturnal talking about in the interview how he has so much respect for Monsoon. They've put themselves in good positions, but we haven't seen them really mopping around the map, running around, picking up a lot of kills, and that's what they typically do. So I want to see them pop off here.
And I want to see a lot with Complexity because, boy, they have a lot to do today. 28 points, sitting right where they finished yesterday, expecting more. Well, let's see what their thoughts are as we head into a listen-in.
Someone traveled through here recently.
I got a headshot. I'm betting.
Sure.
Binging.
Coming over now.
They're padding away.
I'm taking behind them. I'm taking behind them then.
54 and good.
Okay, I'm taking RV.
Was there extra light on this build?
I only looted. No. There's only 40.
Sure.
But there's a pill right here. Okay, this is really good for us.
Is there any extra sniper? Watching our frag chokes.
There could have been.
I have 50. I'm fine either way. But...
How much light you have, Shiny?
200.
There's a 3 times here. Anybody need?
I just got a blue ball. Can one of you come under and trade me armor? Yeah, I'm here.
Shiny, take this bolt. Take this bolt. Take that common bolt. There's an extra common bolt in the.
I already have one.
Bills.
I got a blue ball. I have to take a zip to get on. This is the only way up. Can you come trade me armor, one? Take the zip.
Yeah.
I just don't want to take flesh.
No worries.
I also use pad, and I don't want to drop.
Well, a little bit more calm and preserved. And obviously what they're preserving is their lives. I think it's just Complexity maybe realizing that today hasn't gone the way that they wanted at the start, but there is still a moment. And so a little bit of the banter we saw earlier and some of the joviality falling to the wayside. Definitely a lot of focus from Complexity.
You know, Rain Day, they're just one big play, though, and that's the thing about a scary team like this is all three players are capable of popping off. But I'm looking at Monsoon right now. I'd love to see him, especially with the situation of him having the best armor and a great combo with the R301 Mastiff. If Monsoon starts popping off, any one of these players start, the vibes, the juices, they're going to get flowing, just like how Fury's been able to send his team from MLP over the top. And right now, I think that's what they need more than anything, is someone to just hit a big snipe, hit a big play, get a big down, and then they'll start to get more aggressive.
TSM doing well overall. Not as disappointing of a day, I think. Probably will be proud about this. No, there's still things to improve, but it's only because of the high standards they have in this lobby. Geared up to the teeth. Purples and a gold on Hal. Get you that 2 times value on the shield cells. Just a little bit slower than a full bat. Getting full health. 2.5 seconds each cell, and that'll fill you up. 4 seconds for a shield bat. So you'll have to make that choice. But I'm sure it won't be too hard of a one, especially if they're in duress. He'll just do what he needs to do and hit all his shots, typical of Hal. My Little Phony, though, Rambo, the Revenant that might have changed the day. We've seen Lobas across Europe start to influence that late game meta, but no other legend besides Revenant has influenced today's North American ALGS more. And this is why I just love this game, the legends, what they bring to the table. It's one switch like this that could make the difference and change the way this is going to be played.
And they've been so active. We've seen a wide variety of their gameplay, whether that's playing edge of the zone, that's getting in the middle. Their end game's phenomenal. Whether they need to shoot their way out of situations, what they did in the previous game. It goes to show that they're capable of not just, taking today. They could possibly win this thing overall. And if you would have asked a lot of Apex Legends fans, if you would have asked the analysts, casters, My Little Phony was running under the radar. They're a dark horse team. No one was anticipating them to do this well, so you have to give props. And just like Fallout's saying, they're unsigned, or keep an eye out for them.
Oh, and a lot of action here. TSM going for it all, and the gamble doesn't work out. It's CLG yet again playing spoiler. TSM out for the count. Oh, so early, and you hate to see it. Unless you don't like TSM, then you love to see it, and I'm sure Complexity are happy to know that some of their biggest rivals in this entire competition are out for the count and do not stand in their way of a potential snowball. Monsoon already starting to feel a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more excited, doesn't want to bite too much off, more than he can chew. Reptar still getting sniped out. He's going to hit that bat 3 seconds before he's back into the mix, and Beast of the Hunt running out as well.
And this is what we were talking about. This is the opportunity that Complexity needs. They were sitting in the back waiting for the action to happen for quite some time. Perfectly said, Rende. They can't bite off more than they can chew. They have to back off, just take that one kill, and keep, again, all of the action in front of them with their zone towards their back. And you'll see a lot of the top teams are fully capable of pulling this off, as we do see Sentinels get dropped over towards the side. And a lot of action happening, actually. Space Station Gaming is picking up a lot of kills, so that has to be over towards that Lava Fissure side. And My Little Phony does a fantastic job, again, of predicting this zone. This is a very common spot for teams to go and pick up a lot of kill points and get the dub from, but they'll have to eventually play the wall on the right-hand side of Train that leads down to that dip and slope if they want to get out of this.
And it is one of those things where you have the opportunity now. It's just a matter of hitting your shots. They are in a great spot. They can play behind almost everybody there, heading towards what looks to be a train yard finish. Casper just healing up after that one. Phony head peeking just a little farther with the charge rifle because he's got that hit scan, the only one in the game. Rest in peace, Havoc Select Fire. We all know that was an epic one. One day we'll see it back. But for now, you got to rest with a charge rifle. Defensive bombardment on deck for him, as well as the Dome of Protection. And Rambo, he's still probably 40% away from having that Death Totem rush, so they can't get too aggressive. But Kubsky himself fighting a little bit of the Revenant Death Totem push. He's the last one alive, gets sent back to the Totem. Will he get sent back to the grave? Kubsky hiding now underneath both Davis and Finicky of Flashpoint. Winners of your ALGS Winner's Circuit number 4 down, but not quite out.
And Rambo's like, hey, you want to play Revenant? All right, we'll show you how it's done. And you can't really just pick it in game number 12 and expect magic things to happen. That's really just not how it works. And unfortunately for Kubsky, they're kind of feeling that right now, as the best Revenant team that we've seen today is coming through, playing that slope, playing that dip like we were talking about. And this was the exact play that you have to make from that high ground. Coming down here, playing the low ground, there's so much action that happens over towards the top that you kind of have so much cover you get left alone and you're able to make some plays. What better opportunity to do it than with the Death Totem, as we do have Alpine Esports and a little bit of scuffle over towards the side. There goes the zone. There goes the defensive bombardment too. RKN going up big.
Big time stuff from Alpine. You love to see it. They've been so successful, so consistent in the way that they moved. It's just something of almost a metronomic pattern. They're so on pace and on rhythm. You would feel like they've played this game for thousands of hours. They certainly have, and they're proving it right now in the biggest battleground and showcase that is possible. Still, SSG and Obey holding down the highest cards here in Train Yard. You've got Luciana and VFL Hunter on the backside as well. We saw her make some incredible plays 2 games ago. And of course, the team that is leading this lobby, close to have a day like NRG, over 100 points. G2 yesterday, 92 points. They are on the precipice of doing something great here. They have a perfect angle on the backside. And it's really up to Alpine Esports, I think, to try to stop them.
Yuri's going to get aggressive. The portal is going to go down, but they're not going to go and push on that one. And that Thermite looked a lot better than the amount of damage that Yuris was rewarded for. It kind of seems like every Thermite that I throw, Randy. I don't know about you.
Oh, definitely me. My Thermites are nothing for the record books as well. But, you know, this might be a play. Alpine, RKN goes for it, and they're just going to 3v1. And now this is the trouble because they've gotten on the backside, exposed it. But RKN, they clean it up again. Alpine, they're so good today. And they are deserving every point that they get. Still on the far side away from the action.
Oh, wow, what a great play, Rain Day. I don't know if you caught that, but he hits the portal back to get into safety that was originally left by the team that they took down. And speaking of getting took it down, Space Station Gaming is making some content of team content, and now it's just Corey, the lone Bloodhound, towards the bottom. See that respawn beacon there, but I don't think he's going to last long enough for any of that.
I feel like we're in space right now, and things are moving at hyper speed, ludicrous speed, ridiculous speed. And I don't know what is going to happen. Every moment, 2 teams are dropping, aggressing on each other in ways that we're not used to seeing. There's a little bit more patience typically in North America, but it is Game 6. This is what they're fighting for before they go into Sunday's final chance to make a spot happen for them in this incredible tournament, what they've been working all year for. And Rambo, oh man, just jumping again into the thick of it all. He gets pressured out, but he's in the Death Totem, so he's not going to have a problem with trading right here. He doesn't even have to go back. They didn't finish him off, so this is beautiful for My Little Pony.
And just like B was saying, they stagger the Death Totem, which is huge. And Rambo basically was asking to get sent back there. The smart teams will forget to send him back. And they'll say, like, hey, all right, you stay in that Death form. That works out better in our favor. But this is great use of the Death Totem. Rambo is just adding so much pressure on this lobby. And it's not shocking that they are the overall leaders in terms of damage with the way that they're sending it on these teams. They are going up the train carts, which is typically something that you don't do, into caustic gas, which is something that you don't do. And that just shows how confident they are. But look at this. We have Alpine ratting it out towards the corner, being sneaky.
Stomps representing his team. Only one alive. 5 squads left. Otherwise, it's Alpine, it's My Little Phony, it's Obey, and it's SSG. And you can see it right there. My Little Phony underneath SSG. Obey, they've got all the tools. Skyward Dive. Do they see him? They do. And they pointed him out. But does SSG want to risk it for KP right here, Tom? It seems a little risky.
Maybe they could switch characters to Revenant mid-game and then send a Death Totem and go down there and take him out, pull a little page out of Rambo's book. But this is where things start to get really interesting here. We have 5 squads remaining, 2 obviously sharing this train cart. Big damage for 108 from Frex. They have the Rat down below, and remember, they have the team over towards the right-hand side and across from them as Alpine. But if you're Alpine, you kind of like that all the teams that are on this side of the map are basically staggered. That's going to give you a huge advantage to third party.
Oh, this should be it. Stomp's just trying to stay alive. They're so close, they can't get him. He's like, just move out a little bit farther. No, Stomps isn't going to make it that easy for you, but he is so low, and there it is. Phony head, it goes to My Little Phony. They get the kill, just what the lobby needed. My Little Phony having more points on the day. 4 squads still remaining. Obey, SSG, staring at each other. It's an old Western. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Both of them here. It's Apex Legends. They're shooting back and forth, but really, who's going to make the move? Who's going to aggress? Who's going to take that risk and see it pay off big?
And we'll see.
It's SSG.
I want to see what SSG does, because it's really coming down to the utilization of your ultimates here. Who's going to have their Q? Who's going to have their ultimate? Will they have the Death Totem on the side of MLP? And there's Obey dropping down towards the bottom and getting busy, actually. And they're putting down some serious damage. Crook is there. Ronnie is there. Fury's going to go down, and that is, I think all the players it is. Rambo drops as well. All 3 players from MLP going to be taken down, and now we're in a straight-up 3v3v, I think, rat situation. Absolute madness here at Train Station.
I think they forgot about SSG, and so SSG takes second place, and Alpine secures it. I told you it would be Alpine to shut down My Little Phony, and it ends up being the exact story we were ready to tell. This lobby's been telling it all day. These 2 teams have been back and forth, dominating, winning, and now 2 wins apiece for these squads throughout our 6 games. What an incredible performance from Alpine to finish it off in Game 6 and set themselves up for definite opportunity and definite lead in Group C heading into the 3rd day.
What an amazing day of Apex. I mean, Alpine's out there winning multiple games. We have My Little Phony out there winning multiple games. Teams that you wouldn't really expect going into day number 0, I'll call it, before this tournament even started. They're stepping up big and making their names known.
It's crazy to see how much Apex is transitioning now and how we're seeing this meta turn and change and twist as we're watching, and teams starting to look into Revenant. They have 2 days now to prepare before they play again in North America, and we're going to see a different groups come against one another. Will we see more Revenant? Will we see Aloba introduce herself? Will we see maybe a more traditional approach and go back to Wraith, to what has worked in the past, even though it feels like it's a meta past? All of these questions make for a great watch, and of course you got to be there on Sunday, because that's where this story will finally come to an end and set ourselves up for Championship Sunday on the 13th. But that's going to be it for Rain Day, myself and Tom. Great job casting with you, man. Excited to have you as the partner today. And of course, to wrap up the show, get our final standings, let's send it back to Kate and the girls on the desk.
Thank you, gents. Of course, doing an incredible job casting all the hype and the drama. Okay, ladies, here's what I'm going to say. Odds makers would have told you that TSM, Complexity, even CLG would have had these day 2 games in the bag. And then the 2 teams no one really saw coming threw a wrench into those plans. Girl, let's start with you. How is it that Alpine Esports, and of course, not to be outdone, obviously, My Little Phony, how did we see these 2 teams really come out on top of a Group A versus C face-off?
They had 2 different competitive metas, but it worked in their favors for them. So I did have one of the teams on the top 5 teams to watch, and we better put My Little Phony on the teams to watch for the next time around. But it really just worked out for them. Having the crypto, having that intel worked out for them, and then for My Little Phony, the Revenant worked out for them.
The Revenant indeed. Stella, talk to me about these 2 teams in particular, because we've seen a lot of incredible plays, a lot of clutch plays from them, and 2 wins apiece. Not too shabby.
I actually really agree with Girl and her analysis. I mean, Revenant has been working for them, and it just shows you that you can't just change your meta within the game, as we saw earlier. You can't just change last minute, because you might not know how this legend like Revenant might work with your other legends in the team, and you might not be able to meld properly, and you might be at a disadvantage. But because My Little Phony has been running with Revenant the entire day, they've been able to just dominate and just get better and better. And I think they've really honed in on their team skills, like being able to work together, which is so important in staying close and tight, especially in these endgame fights.
100%. I will also say that with the My Little Phony particular team, Rambo with the Revenant, Fury with his Fury. I don't know what rookie means what, because that didn't have anything to do with it. And, of course, Big Phony coming in clutch with his Gibby plays. And I think that is, that is just a recipe for delicious, well-raised souffle. I'm going to keep talking about food because I am, in fact, hungry. But at any rate, let's talk about eating those game kills and results. We're going to find out what game number 6 has done for Alpine Esports and where they are in the standings. Let's take a look. Big money, 10 points on the board for My Little Phony. But listen, Alpine Esports, girl, nothing too shabby there.
No, they got their second win today, winning 2 games out of 6. I would take that any day, with a total of 20 points for Game 6. Double digits. Let's go.
We'll take double digits all day long. Stella, what does this Game 6 mean to you as we take a look through to our overall results?
Well, I really want to point out that Alpine has been great with their mechanical skills. It just shows the way that they win their fights, they are so good at aiming together, and that's so important in being able to secure KP, as you can see here with the 8 kills.
And as you can see here, now listen, Alpine Esports, well done and GG, and a big GG to TSM. But girls, we gotta talk about that point differential between number 1 and number 2, because girl, it sounds and looks a lot like the differential between number 1 and number 2 on our other secondary stream featuring Nightswig.
There's something about this grand finals. This is the moment everybody's been waiting for. There's something about it that's really showing who stands out of the pack.
Yes, there is, and it is jarring how much someone is standing out of the pack. When we'll get to later on, we'll get to these. Obviously, we've been watching here on this primary stream groups A and C, but of course, Nightswig has been up calling it for groups B and D all day long. So we will have to see a little bit later, so stick with us. We've still got one more overall stat leaderboard that you are not going to want to miss. That's coming up because it goes to show what everybody in this North American region is up to. Now, something else I want to make sure we harp on, because as we've seen time and time again, as I've mentioned these different players in different teams and how some of them have been popping off those clutch plays, we also know that, with the championship right around the corner, we know you're talking about which player is the best. We want to keep talking about which player is the best. And it's basically to showcase that ultimate splash clutch player, we're going to start a segment called Monster Energy MVP. Okay, so I'm going to plug real quick first before we get to this discussion. We plugged it earlier, but I want to make sure if you have a player you think is MVP, if you have a player you want to showcase right now, make sure to tweet at Monster Energy, at PlayApex. Use that hashtag ALGS Monster Energy right on our lower third. Thank you very much to production, and let us know who you think. Now, ladies, here's my question to you. MVP is obviously a subjective title, so girl, let's start the discussion with you. Who is your MVP and why is it Fury?
You actually read my mind because Fury's got to be the MVP today. Just all the incredible plays, but those Kraber shots on the tower, they were insane.
Oh, I mean, listen, as soon as you hear his teammates talking about how insane they are in game, that's when you know. Stella, I need to know. Well, I mean, it's hard to say Fury, so girls called Fury. Who are you looking at?
Oh my God, you can't just put me on the spot like that.
I mean,
can I say
here
you? Because you've been
I'm
the MVP. You've been leading the stream. Can I say you're the MVP? Does that count? Is that cheating?
Oh, I'll tell you something.
Is that pandering?
My Kraber shots don't nearly connect as well. Trust me on that. But no, for sure. And I think you've done such a great job, Stella, of really showcasing what some of these players can do, and certainly what some of these players have done. Is there anybody that you are, looking to perform well coming up in our final day of games here for our group stages in NA?
Well, I mean, not to stay on the My Little Phony train, but I have to say My Little Phony, they've just been staying. I think what's important to look at is that they have been consistent this entire day. If you look at the leaderboards, they've been number 1. They've been ranking up very quickly in game matches. They've been able to stay very positive. So I want to say they're a very top contender because they've just been able to stay consistent, and they even got better from day 1. So I have to give it to them.
That's fair. And I will say, girl, Stella, if I had a vote here, I'm actually going to go with Rambo. Because if there is one element that is blaringly different outside of Fury's out-of-control amazingness and Big Phony's incredible Gibby plays, if there's one big element that changes this around, girl, it's got to be the introduction of Revenant on a day 2 of groups, not even day 1.
For some reason, it's hard to believe that they didn't have that planned. I feel like they've been planning this all along. Big surprise to NA. I know in the EMEA region, there is a Revenant team that plays well, and especially, it's really hard to play Revenant as a team really well. You really do need the practice. I've played Revenant in rank before, and they just do it so good together.
They do indeed. Well, let's see what we can say together, specifically what you, our community, have said about your MVP picks, where you've been showing some love to your favorite players and we really want to show some love to you and your tweets. We just love that so much. That's how we do. So let's take a look at what you've been up to and saying. Everyone's sleeping on Lucia. You go, girl. Give her a follow on Twitter, Twitch if you're not already. One of the most goated female players out there. Expect to see more of her name in the Apex competitive scene, and absolutely.
100%. Yes.
I actually had
I mean, look at her Peacekeeper shots. Absolutely. That's insane.
Absolutely. I actually had the pleasure of playing with her the other day, and it was such an honor. It was at like 2 in the morning. I got to know her. She's so sweet, and she's such a goated player.
That is brilliant. I love it. Well, and I will say, you know what? She's popping off. We got to see some incredible gameplay from her, but also, I'm going to go back real quick here. Stella, I do recall you enjoying the heck out of some Imperial Hal. I know, obviously, a lot of our community in our earlier show, our earlier segment, you saw some of the community talking about Hal, and guess what? We've got another one carrying the entirety of TSM right now. I'm sorry, Apex Legends. You know what? Hal does some great work, but you can't forget Snipedown and the rest of the gang. Reps as well.
No, absolutely. Especially since there was that one game where Snipedown was the only one still alive in that group. So you can't count him out.
And here he's getting some more love. Gotta say, Snipedown, my MVP. Especially with his clutch play in game number 4. Well done, absolutely. Snipedown. The whole TSM roster always gets a lot of love from the community, and for good gosh darn reason. Good gosh darn reason. What do you think, girl? Yay, nay to Snipe.
Oh, 100%. I was watching a little bit of TikTok today, and there was just like one really good friend on there that, you know how the kids pull out the chair from underneath the other kid sitting down? Well, there's another kid that put the chair right underneath him, and I was like, Snipedown, that's Snipedown. He's the clutch player that clutched the other day. That's Snipedown. I mean, thinking of him while I'm watching TikTok, so I don't know.
I mean, if it's on TikTok, it's gotta be true. Speaking of things that are true here, one after my own heart. Rambo FBS doing Rev Mains proud right now in the ALGS. Couldn't have agreed more with you, Sarah. You guys prove me wrong, Stella. Prove me wrong, girl.
Oh, I will not. Revenant is such a hard character to pull off. I mean, it's a big hitbox, and there's no mobility playing Revenant, which is why it's so well paired with Octane.
It is indeed, and the perfect antithesis to a little stinky legend I love called Caustic, R.I.P. Either way, let's take a look. Speaking of R.I.P., let's take a look at the kills leaderboard, because if we want to talk about MVPs, you can't let go of the data, right? Okay, I'm just going to put this out here right now. Fury is number 1. Rambo, numero trace, Phony Head coming in at number 4. Guys, I'm telling you this right now, girl. Points don't lie, math doesn't lie.
Math doesn't lie indeed. Yeah. But you know you're getting a sense of who's going to make it to finals now. I would say the top 20, and we're definitely going to see some teams pop up in a couple days from now. But it's all about who can get that win at the end on the match point in the final day of ALGS. That's what's going to really excite me.
Stella, what's exciting you about this kills leaderboard here? Which is are you going to stick with your MVP? What are you thinking?
I mean, if you look at Fury, I think he needs to change his name from Fury Sucks to Fury Rocks, first of all. But let's just say, so with all these kills, we really have to take into consideration the fact that they are getting these kills and surviving late game and getting to top placements, which is huge. And that's only going to carry them even further in day 3 if they want to get into the last finals. So I think seeing Fury, Rambo, and Phony Head at the top number 5, top 5, I think that's a great premonition for them.
And there it is indeed. Now, remember to come back right here on the 12th and the 13th, because we're going to be asking you, our community, once again, for your MVP selects. More importantly, we are going to be showcasing them live on our EMEA and our North American finals. These are our championships. This is your time to cast your vote for Monster Energy's most valuable player. During those final shows, as you mentioned, you can cast your vote. We use that hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. That's ALGS Monster Energy MVP. And the hashtag player name. Those 2 things on Twitter, on Twitch, and on YouTube.
And you can do that for both regions, so make sure you tune in on the 12th and on the 13th, both on the weekend. So make sure you book your Saturday and Sunday off of work, or bring in your phone and watch on Twitch or YouTube. So yeah.
You know what I love?
Yeah, we're in a panorama. What are you doing anyways?
Exactly.
Go watch some Apex.
Exactly. I will say, Girl and Stella, you guys have both been giving some serious pro tips. Girl, that last pro tip was particularly enjoyable, and you're not wrong at all. And hey, you know what? Something else for you to consider watching is what we've got in store right now. In fact, we've got a interview Fallout does with our winning team, actually, My Little Phony, Fallout, alongside my big phony. Phonyhead, excuse me. I can say things. Phonyhead, this is all you and Fallout. Take a look.
Thank you so much, Kate, and everyone at the desk. Fallout here, joined alongside Daniel, a.k.a. Phonyhead, the 19-year-old from Houston, Texas, who just popped off in day number 2. I got to say, before I ask you any questions, I just got to read some stats for you. You are the damage leader across both lobbies with almost 9K damage. You guys are in first place in Group A over CLG, Sentinels, and TSM. How are you feeling right now, man?
I'm feeling amazing. Rambo's the hype man of the squad, so he was making me feel good. The past few days haven't been good, so definitely Rambo's just the morale of the team, for sure.
I love that. Talk about your team makeup. I mean, how did you guys get together as a team? I know Rambo came from Flashpoint, formerly known as Godsent. You guys came from 303 at some point, and you guys all played for Smile, kind of split your ways. How did you guys assemble? And talk to me about your makeup, about your two teammates and how you guys play.
I've been playing with Fury since the very beginning, and my chem with Fury is just really good. So I kind of find it hard to like split away from him because I always come back even though I try to leave. And then Rambo ended up hitting us up, saying he needed a team. He just couldn't deal with the stress anymore. So he ended up joining us, and I was kind of suspicious about it because I didn't think he would probably stay. But he ended up staying, and the best output that we've ever experienced as a team.
It's amazing. And what about your team makeup? Who calls shots for you guys, and who does what?
I'm the IGL, and as for Fury and Ram, Fury mostly he's just there to like call rotations for like Octane pads, and then Rev is just there as his Revenant. Bo is just there as his Revenant self, calling which team he wants to ape and which team he doesn't.
Amazing. Well, clearly it worked out well for you guys. 2 wins today, a 10-kill game, a 13-kill game. You guys performed out of your mind. But I want to talk about Game 5. We actually were listening into you guys. We got to hear your comms. We got to hear everything as Fury with the Kraber absolutely goes off. Walk me through that game and that scenario from your perspective, where you think you're going to stay on those rocks and gatekeep the team behind you, but all of a sudden Fury starts popping off.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous because when he was calling the shot that he was knocking these kids with the Kraber, which shouldn't be in comp. But he was knocking them, and we were down. I was so far down below watching this team trying to res, and when he got the knocks, I was already down there. So once he got him, he was like, let's go, and he just threw the jump pad and just sent it with Alpine underneath. And at that point, it was too late. He called the team really late that they were underneath, and I just had to full send it with him. I just had to trust my teammate.
You guys all committed, and for a split second I thought it was the bad play, but it ended up being the perfect play. You guys take God's spot, you win game number 5, secure the first place spot. And again, I'll kind of repeat, you guys are in first place in Group A right now over TSM, over CLG, over Sentinels, over so many top teams. Do you guys truly feel like you're a top team in Apex? Obviously you guys are performing that way, but how does it feel to you to be performing above and beyond these signed teams, these players that truly play as a salary professional?
I feel like we're a really good team, and we're a really top team that is playing against all these pro players, all these T1 orgs. And as a team, I feel like we don't really have a specific landing spot as these other teams. Like, these teams have been landing there since the very beginning. They've been practicing these zones. They've been practicing these rotates. And for us, we're just we got Epi, and then we got launch site on another day, and we were just balancing out which rotates that we need and which teams we should fight.
Wow, so you guys are flexing your drop spot based on the lobby, based on what group you're in, because spots are already pretty much claimed. It's insane.
As well as the comp. Right now, we switched from Crypto and Epi, and then we have Rev in South zones when we have launch site.
So based on your drop spot is what you're decided. So you guys didn't decide to call an audible and play Revenant today. It was based on your drop spot. Why is that? Why do you guys run those comps in those positions?
I feel like the South zones, they're more viable for pushing teams on edge in comparison to the North zones, especially with the teams in that specific lobby, like Complexity, who plays edge really well, and then TSM, really good rotators, so we won't even be able to see them. And all these teams that play North, they focus on zones so that you won't really find stragglers on the edge in comparison to South.
Wow, great insight, as always. And tomorrow you guys are going to be going up against Group D, G2 Esports. So many great teams, Cloud9 in that group, Team Liquid. So what are you guys thinking? Do you have any idea? Can you guys give us a little preview as to where you're going to drop tomorrow, what comp you're going to play? Any idea yet?
We're going to drop Epi, and then we're going to play Crypto, Gibby, and Octane. But the thing is, it's going to be really scary because we haven't really practiced with that group yet. We only practiced one day. And that team is they're just filled with a bunch of edge teams, and like prioritizing on rotate is going to be really hard, especially if the zones don't even pull in our favor. If they pull complete south like they've been doing for the past days. Today was really balanced out a little bit. It's been pulling like middle and north and south.
Yep.
But the day before it was all south zones, and it was just horrible. We just made the best out of it.
Yeah, and you guys fared pretty well. I think you were middle of the pack yesterday. You guys dominate today. Massive congratulations. I'm excited to see your matchup tomorrow against G2, Team Liquid, Cloud9. So many great teams in Group D. And before I let you go, I want to ask you, any shout-outs, any final words you want to give?
I just want to shout out the person that I love the most, Angela Talavera. And then I want to shout out my family for believing in me. Mostly my mom, my dad. And anyone that's in this household right now, everyone else basically moved out. I have 8 siblings. They're all gone. It kind of gets lonely sometimes, so I'm just happy that they support me and they just know that I'm capable of great things.
That's amazing. I'm going to get emotional hearing that, man. Respect to you. I'm sure your family's watching. I'm sure they're beyond proud. You performed so incredibly well today, leading your team, and you're just getting started. You got championships and a chance for a $2.5 million prize pool next week. How does that feel?
It feels really good. I've never been in this like a competition like this. This is my first time competing in an actual like game. I would always just play Black Ops for fun, Call of Duty, and then switching to Apex is where I got really into competitive.
Are you still playing controller, or are you on keyboard or mouse?
I'm on controller.
You're on controller?
I play claw on controller, yeah.
I love it. Holding it down I'm a claw player on controller as well. Holding it down for controller gang. You love to hear, hey,
yeah.
Hell of an interview, man. It's one hell of a story. And anyone watching right now, if you're looking for an underdog story and a team that truly has grinded their way from the bottom, you should be a fan of My Little Phony, led by Phony Head himself. Congratulations, man, on a remarkable day. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to Kate and Co. at the desk. Phony, great job again today, man.
Thank you, man.
Wow. That is definitely a team and a player to root for. I mean, Stella, I was getting a little verklempt, and I know that sounds kind of cheesy, but it's totally true.
Okay, what first stood out to me about My Little Phony as a team was just how humble they were, how excited they were to work with each other, how supportive they were with each other. And seeing this interview, really getting to get this feel for who this person is and why they're here. I think they're honestly my new team to watch.
I think they might be mine as well. Girl, what'd you think of what Big Phony? I keep saying Big Phony, and Tom said I could say it because they popped off real well today. But I need to know what did you think of that interview?
So what stood out to me, especially as an ex-pro player, is the fact that he was worried that Rambo would stay and stick with them. So a lot of things that happen with pro teams is they hop around and they switch teams often, so they don't get to play with each other as much. But I am so glad they got to stay together, and they've faced so much adversity. So with finding the right team, they've had to hop teams a lot, as we heard. And then also with drop spots, they're constantly adjusting. And I really like how much effort they're putting into the competitive scene. It's so respectable.
For sure. And I think if I heard correctly, they're not planning to field a Revenant comp in the final day of group stages. We'll see if they hold true to that. Maybe they'll surprise us once again. At any rate, fantastic job. And, I think one way to really showcase what a fantastic job they have done is to go to our Lenovo moment of the match, because it is from Game 5 featuring none other than My Little Phony in their final firefight. Take a look.
This team 100, 101. They're both are cracked, I think.
Look, give me stuck.
They're flashed.
We'll cost like 110.
I can drop down. Come me.
Bubble.
Bubble. I'm looking left. I'm looking left.
120 on
They're looking
Tibby.
for
Tibby
Give me one,
down.
give me one on the right. Give me one on the right.
Fucking blood on.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm putting my shield up. I'm putting my shield up. Nice, Sonny.
You guys are
Nice.
insane. You guys
Yeah,
are
yeah.
in fucking. Let's fucking go, baby! Oh my god!
Oh,
Fucking Christ.
Oh my god! We are the fucking best!
that Kraber, man. That Kraber. That thing is putting in work.
That Craver, indeed. And if you don't get choked up now knowing the story, the context, and the backstory to what created My Little Phony, then you are made of stone, gang, made of stone. But you know what? It's time now. I have been talking about it all games long, all day long. It's time now to break down our Game 2 results, but not just from the stream you've been watching here from Group A and Group C. No. Let's talk about Group A, B, C, and D and see where our teams are in the standings. Ladies, I know we're excited for this, and I believe if we see the orange, you'll know those are the top. Oh, sorry, this is actually just our full group standing. Group A, B, C, and D, as you can see, number ones all across the board. Girl, it's a pretty stark contrast between My Little Phony, NRG, and G2 and Alpine Esports.
That is insane. In only 2 days, NRG almost have 200 points. That would average 100 points per day. So that is really exciting. How many teams do we have above 100? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 teams above 100 points. Those teams are feeling really, really good right now. The teams in the 90s, like Alpine Esports, are going to feel really good as well. My Little Phony, Group A, competing against TSM currently. NRG competing against FYP, but honestly, it looks like NRG is going to take the #1 spot as of now. Alpine Esports still might have to work their way a little bit, and G2 is pretty close with Team Liquid.
Stella, what are your highlights here? I mean, if you're looking down at these teams, we see some teams that are in a good standing, and we see some teams that may need to get it going here on our final day.
Yeah, my boys Renegades gotta step up their game a little bit.
They're right on that cusp.
But they're not. Yeah, but they're not too far off, honestly. I feel like anyone around the 80 range should be okay going into day 3, but day 3, they really, really need to tighten up their act, make sure that they lock down on their strategies. I mean, My Little Phony has it all ironed out. They have everything from drop spot locations to drop spot legend picks. They've got it all locked down. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who pulls it together for the day 3.
100%. And one of the things we love to talk about with BR, but specifically with Apex, girl, is that, you can't really sleep on any of these teams. Going into this final day of competition, is that still true?
It is, because you have to take consideration that the first place in each lobby gets a slot, but also the people with the top points. So some lobbies have more points than others. So they could take more teams from lobby D than lobby C, and that's really scary. You want to try and get as many points as possible. You cannot fall asleep right now. You gotta wake up and you gotta bring your A game on day 3.
Well, someone else that has brought their A game throughout our day today, and the first day as well as the second day, and I dare say day 3 of our NA group stages, he'll bring the A game as well as Nicewig over on our influencer stream. We've got some highlights, and ladies, I'm going to throw to this, and I guarantee you we're going to see some NRG plays. Take a look. And you know what? Apologies there. We are going to come back to it, but we're good to go there because we have seen, as we saw actually through those data points, through those numbers, let's be clear, NRG dominated our influencer stream. They dominated Group B versus D. Is that a surprise at how much they dominated, girl, or are we just expecting that from NRG at this point?
It's not a surprise, and I think Nicewig gave them a little magic touch because every time he's casting a lobby, there's one team that wins 3 games and that pops up and that wants to destroy his vocal cord. So he's going ham. He's popping off. He's so excited to see his friends in the community pop off. And NRG, well, they're doing great right now.
They are doing great right now, absolutely. And Stella, we're going to be looking at our schedule now. Keep your eyes open. Are you looking forward to this next and final day as much as I am while we take that schedule up on the screen? I will say, you know, we've already been, I cannot believe I'm saying this, we're already more than halfway through our group stages. Stella, when we look at day 3, both for EMEA and NA, what kind of gameplay are you expecting? Is it going to be the Hail Mary from the get-go, from game number 1 through game number 6, or are we going to see some measured gameplay?
I think towards game 3, we may see some measured gameplay towards the maybe first half of the games, and then maybe once people start getting comfortable, once they realize where they are in the standings, I think we're going to see faster gameplay, kind of like what we saw today. I think people just really need to figure out how they're going to start playing this because it's going to be Group A versus D, I believe. So they're also going to be feeling out the lobbies in the first couple of games.
They are indeed, and of course it all leads to our championship, our finals. That is Saturday and Sunday, the 12th and 13th of June. You're going to want to be there. You're going to want to see these teams crowned. It's match point eligible, and then winning the next game is who we crown here. Remember, whoever comes out of these group stages with the most points gets their teams punched their tickets, finds their way to our finals. Those first 4 automatically. The next resulting 16 get in with those points. But also remember, it's all points related when it comes to our seeding bonuses. Our top number 1 team is going to get 10 solid points going in just to get them even closer to that 50-point eligibility. And now, speaking of things that are closer, we now come back to those highlights. We absolutely have been talking about Nicewig's secondary stream. It is first in our hearts, and more importantly, it's going to showcase that prowess from NRG that we have seen time and time again. Let's take a look at games 1 through 5 right now.
6 going down, Metro going down to Vayne, and Panda's gonna get out with a little bit of the jetpack from Valk, and he's gonna make his way into circle even more and try to ride his way alive. RNG Renegades going down to Davis and Joey Blackouts. That's another KP for NRG and the boys going down, gonna get the kill, and that's gonna be the end of the game. NRG! Boy, G2 gonna get a kill on the Prodigy Aces, and they're gonna be fighting this buildings. Rock gonna be dancing the bubble, Rock with the flush on, Prodigy gonna be going down here most likely too, and G2 with the squad on a Rock. Happened so quick, I didn't even get to see it. They clean squad are gonna be getting 2 more kills, and there's another team in front of them. I don't know what Clay's doing, he's looting, but they're gonna get a knock onto the Crypto as well, and D Presley going down. Shots on the Octane. Octane trying to stay alive. He's most likely going to get knocked. And Exit with 5 kills. They have 7 KP total. Kenny in the open. What is he doing? Kenny's sitting in the open right now. Nathan going down. Rocker's going to be 1 HP. Sweet going down as well. The Sorcerer is absolutely popping off. And Exit with the win. NRG getting the 2nd place. They're going to throw the bubble here. And this is going to be huge for NRG. The round is giving them a run from running over on 2 side out. And there's going to be no wipe coming down. And Force, what's going to go down here? The shot coming out from Rocker with the cave. Oh my god, an absolute decimation. This team on the left still has bubble, but they only have the Rock to play. This team's going to hit down the SA Red, and they're going to fight. Joey with the amazing shots. They're going to go down here. It's going to be a 2v1, and the full kill's coming out. Joey trying to res by accident. Gets shot from Presley and co. And Presley, the team with the dream. Established your spot, and C9 and the other 2 are going to be looking. And NRG moves up to feast on the C9 that is actually 1 man down here. And it's going to be a 2-man versus 3-man fight. Proctor and them getting shot at. They're going to go down. Zach Major with an amazing kill, and they're going to get the win. NRG with another win on the day.
I changed my vote, ladies. My MVP is Nicewig, has been Nicewig, and will always be Nicewig.
So Nicewig is taken romantically, but he is orgless. So if you love his content, if you love him as a person and player, hey, he's still a free agent as well.
Wow. You know
I love that you threw in the romantically.
Coming in with those pro tips. Sponsors, orgs, you heard it there. That's the way. That's the way it all happens, and that's the way you get signed. Absolutely well done, girl and Stella. And hey, you know what? We've been talking a lot about our championship, but we got another championship coming right around the corner with our FIFA fans, and I'm sure they'll have a lot to say about that because FIFA is definitely one of those games known the world over, and the FIFA 21 Global Series campaign, well, it's beginning to wind down. The best FIFA players in the world, on the planet, dare say, compete once again in each of their region's playoffs to secure a spot in the FIFA E World Cup, where they will have the chance of becoming FIFA 21 World Champion. Don't miss the world's best go at each other in the FIFA Global Series playoffs all through the month of June. Visit FUTChampions.com for more details. That is, once again, FUTChampions.com for details. Well done to FIFA, our sister friends for sure, and certainly a great game to watch, cast, and analyze. So well done. Cannot wait for them. FUTChampions.com for more details. And hey, if you want to keep up with all of us, and why wouldn't you? We're on the Twitters at PlayApex. Use that hashtag ALGS, and you'll see yourself potentially on this very stream and interacting with us. We'll showcase your pets, your very strange snacks. I'm going to go back to that ramen citrus thing. It's stuck in my head now. I don't know who did it, but I am concerned. Talk to me later.
Decipher.
At any rate,
Decipher.
Exactly. Go ahead and also, if you want to give us a free follow over at twitch.tv/playapex. We're also on YouTube. Give us a free sub on youtube.com/playapex. Compete. We're everywhere you want to be, and we're excited to be on this journey with you, our community, our fabulous community that has been instrumental in creating a prize pool that is the largest in Apex Legends history. And with that, I am done. Stella from IGN, girl from here at Apex. I appreciate both of you very much. I know our community does as well. And that is all we have to say. Have a good night. We'll see you later.